Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel. Chapter 1201, The Ghastly Village. The maid led Arad to a comfortable and sunny room with minimal furniture. It was clean, had one large chair and a desk, a sofa, and a table with a bottle of fresh water. This room was supposed to be used by Izdis in case her office got crowded, but now the maids have to furnish another one since Arad took this. Arad looked at the chair. He couldn't fit in it, so he dropped to the ground, closed his eyes, trying to reach inside his soul and pull the portfolios out. The maid looked at him for a moment, bowed, and then turned to quickly get out. To her luck, her apron ended up getting caught on the doorknob and she plummeted face first. This time, Arad was trying to pull a divine portfolio, so he didn't notice her falling until he heard her hit the ground. When Arad opened his eyes, all he could see was the maid reeling to stand, her hands shaking and her nose bleeding. She looked at him with an embarrassed face, winced, and ran away. From what she told him before, he was certain she was well paid, well fed, and wasn't overworked. He couldn't understand how she managed to survive this long without hurting herself so badly. But that didn't matter to him now. He was looking at two divine portfolios and trying to understand how they worked. This was the mission of his third clone, as the first was with Miriam, and the second is now prowling the outskirts. The fourth clone, though, was chasing demons. Arad walked through the outer edges of the forest past the mountains. Several villages were located here, and he had smelled a strange, arid scent in the air. The area was just outside his territory, but it was still a part of the kingdom and within his magic range. It was just that it was outside Lotsi's back. Arad walked toward the old village, his eyes burning with purple magic. He couldn't sense anything strange. Besides that, the village seemed empty. He didn't know what to do. Something was off. His senses were screaming, but he couldn't understand what that screaming meant. He looked at the swaying wooden gate and took a step inside. The houses looked fine, the streets were clean, and there were even some basins with clothes still wet inside them. He focused on his senses, but still couldn't sense a single life around. Did the villagers migrate into the castle's village or Alina's? No, they won't leave their clothes and doors like this. Arad was starting to slowly get worried. Not many things can slither past his draconic senses, but almost immediately, a young girl drew his attention. The black-haired little girl reached with a shaking hand and touched his leg, barely reaching his knee in height. Arad looked down, his eyes opening wide. The little girl looked calm but miserable. Her clothes were torn and bloodied. Her other hand held a ripped teddy bear, but her eyes were calm, her face betrayed all emotions. "My lord, there is something you must see," she said with a shaking voice, as if she were on the verge of crying. Arad was still shaken by the village, but he decided to listen to the little girl anyway. He let her lead him across the village, and she led him to a long-forgotten mine. Flies and mosquitoes were flying out of the locked gate. Arad looked at the little girl and waved his hand, asking her to run away and hide. He then approached the mine's gate and kicked it open. Inside were the butchered villagers, hundreds of them, all ripped apart. Arad raised his fist and leaped into a horde of demons, plunging his arm into the chest of one and ripping the heart out. Demons are inside. A second later, a battalion of vampires flew out of the shadows to kill the demons. Blood flew like a raging river as Arad rushed past the countless corpses and clawed his way through the tight cavern. He didn't have time to think about anything else. He needed to find where all of those demons were coming from. He could have called Callie to deal with them, but demons aren't allowed to enter the mortal world without being summoned. If they were here, that means there was either a cult or a mad wizard who caused this disaster. The solution was simple: kill all of the demons and whoever summoned them. The demons here were powerful, but compared to Arad and his vampires, they were far weaker. He could just run through them and they'll explode, but he still lamented the fact that he didn't arrive here sooner. The villagers' corpses were at least a week old. Soon he reached the deepest parts of the mine and finally found the source of the demons, a mad wizard with a face full of rot and bulging cysts. With one look, Arad felt his head reeling back. Magic was at work here. The wizard cried as he jumped away, his eyes opening wide in fear as he saw Arad's massive shadow dawning on him. He waved his hand, and soon the shimmering black gate behind him pulsed, and a horde of demons rushed out. Sear the novel fire. Nyot, Arad kicked one of the demons and ripped another in half with his bare hands. He wanted to use more power, but that would blow the mine away. Something strange was indeed happening here. Those demons were drawing in madness and frenzied bloodlust. They lunged at Arad, unafraid of death. Their only goal was to chew on his flesh. Arad wanted to capture the wizard alive to interrogate him, but if this kept on, the madman might end up eaten by his horde of demons. To make sure that doesn't happen, Arad let darkness out, and the whole mine drowned in impenetrable darkness. Only Arad and his vampires could see. The demons were ripped apart and thrown, crushed. Seconds later, the darkness resided, and the gate was already shattered. Arad's massive figure towered over the mad wizard. Now that Arad got closer, he could finally see the wizard's magic. He seems to have been a magic that covered his presence and features from being further away, so now that Arad stood in front of him, that magic faded away. A cultist of solace? That demon lord is dead, but your kind still seek troubles. He grabbed the wizard by the head and lifted him. Chapter 1202. The Empire Must Know Peace. Arad looked at the wizard. He wanted to crush his skull right then and there, but he quickly tossed him back to the vampires. Get everything he knows, I want details. As two vampires took the wizard away, Arad walked to the others. How is the little girl? He asked. But the vampires suddenly froze. What little girl? Arad froze. The one outside the mine. You can't have missed her. The vampires remained silent for a while. They've got vampires throughout the whole village searching for demons, but none had seen a little girl. One or two vampires might have missed her, but a couple of dozen of them, there was no chance that a little girl would hide from them. Arad spread his senses outside the mine, but couldn't find the little girl. It was as if she vanished out of existence. A frown appeared on his face as he remembered that even with his power, she surprised him, appearing out of nowhere beside his leg. As Arad was walking out of the room, he suddenly came to a stop. It was the little girl he found. Among the corpses, crawling toward the mine's gate with her back ripped open by a sharp claw, hugging her bloodied teddy bear. The corpse looked old, at least several days old. He flipped the girl and looked at her face. It was indeed her. Arad's frown grew deeper. How in the know, I see. He carried the little girl and walked outside. Following her scent, he walked until he reached an old house, which was the girl's home. He put her back on her bed and covered her with her blanket. Rest well. I'll get Iris to give everyone what they deserve. He walked out of the house and could see the vampire bringing the villagers' corpses out. Seconds later, Iris appeared from his shadow with a worried face. The hell happened here? She looked at all of the corpses, and the stench of rot filled the air and made her scowl. Demons, Arad looked back at the house. Find the little girl's parents and give them a proper burial, a golden grave for her. He lifted his hands, and suddenly a massive wave of blood rushed forward. From it, hundreds of vampire nuns and paladins appeared. Each paladin would lead a battalion of nuns, share them equally, and form teams. Each team would get one of my crows. He saw them immediately separate. Arad had over 10,000 vampires inside his blood. 5,000 of them were a mix of paladins and nuns. It was around 1,000 paladins and 4,000 nuns. The two were similar as neither gained power from the gods. What he called paladins were just the nuns who preferred heavy armor instead of light garments. The vampires separated into 1,000 battalions, each having 1 paladin and 4 nuns, spread across the lands of the empire, search and destroy any threat. I don't need to explain how important it is to capture some alive to interrogate. His words boomed across the village, and the battalions knelt down. In the next second, they all disappeared, running around the kingdom to fulfill their mission. Arad looked around and disappeared, leaving the rest to Eris and the regular vampires. Soon, he stepped out of the darkness of the castle hallway and walked toward the knight's training ground. In there, almost 1,000 men and women were training under the supervision of the kingdom's commanders. There wasn't that much of a threat, so what remained of the army could only train. But that was wrong. The Empire wasn't safe. Demons, devils, and abominations, threats were limitless, and Arad had just seen what a single rogue wizard could cause. Even if the wizard was too weak to harm Arad himself or his wives, that mage was powerful enough to butcher a whole village. To the common people, he was a horror beyond comprehension. Sadly, Arad can't be everywhere at all times. More and more lives would be lost like that little girl. It didn't matter how powerful and valiant their souls were. Untrained bodies doomed the humans to death. The little girl he saw at the village was most likely the girl's soul. She didn't manage to reach the mine's gate before getting killed, but her soul persisted. Against all odds, she escaped to call for help. With such powerful will, she might have ended up as another Lydia if trained well, but such a soul was lost. Cert, the novel fire. Net. As Arad walked to the training ground, everyone there froze. Their eyes twitched and their bodies shuddered. Their emperor was massive and powerful. Those soldiers knew that Arad had defeated Vlad, the powerful vampire lord. No one questioned his power. He alone could probably kill all of them. But for some reason, his gaze looked sharper today. His purple eyes glared at the depths of their souls, making them shudder. But to their luck, or bad luck, Arad's gaze didn't linger long on them, and he sighed. Arad called the commanders and gave them new orders to train the knights harder, and separate them based on lists that he gave. The reason was simple. He wanted to build an order of very powerful knights equal to A-rank or S-rank adventurers. Most of the soldiers in front of him were C and D ranks, the best being B rank, which didn't amount to much. The soldiers were both shocked and terrified. The new emperor wasn't even crowned yet, but he came in and asked for their training to be increased. They knew that what awaited them was a grueling hell, but none dared speak back. Not out of fear of Arad, but out of shame. Every one of them could remember how their capital, their families, and loved ones were violated by the flood of Vlad's vampires. They weren't powerful enough at that time, but next time, they must be powerful enough to protect their land with their own hands. Arad watched over the soldiers' training with his fourth clone. This was his last one, but his eyes were already spread all over the kingdom. The crows watched over the whole forest, their eyes following after the vampire paladins as they searched and cleansed the lands at the castle's gate. A woman walked up to the guard's post and looked at them with glowing purple eyes. They were a bit taken aback, but Alcott, who was around, approached, laughing his guts out. "What's up with that look? Don't tell me Merlin played some trick on you." The woman shook her head and her body shifted, turning back into the towering Arad. "I was inspecting the village." He then pulled a list out of nowhere and gave it to Alcott. The list had several names, descriptions, and orders. People to capture, people kill, and people to just warn. Arad had inspected the whole village for criminals and hidden bandits. None could escape his sharp eyes. "You're working hard." Alcott threw the list to one of the guards. Arad looked at the door. This empire must know peace. He then looked at Alcott. "My wives and children are going to live in it after all." Chapter 1203-1003, Cleanup. And just as Arad was talking with Alcott, his senses picked up on something. He could see and hear the chaos through the eyes of his void crow. One of the vampire battalions had encountered a massive cult of demon-worshipping werewolves that once followed Alaric. And as Arad expected, they were scheming and working with those who worshipped Solace to get their revenge on Arad. Arad could see the vampire paladin holding her shield up, swinging her axe left and right against a horde of frenzied werewolves. The nuns behind her were struggling to kill the stragglers who escaped the paladin's blade. Arad looked at his father. "A horde of werewolves, northwest. There are around 100 of them." Alcott lifted an eyebrow. "That should be a cult with those numbers." Need someone to deal with them? I've been rusting here for a long time. Arad nodded, put his hand on Alcott's shoulder. Thank you, Dad, and then teleported him away. The vampires were struggling, drowning in a stream of claws and blood with only 4 of them. No matter how strong they got, 100 frenzied werewolves were hard to push back. They first aimed to kill the leader in secret, but ended up getting caught, so arch the novelofire.net. The paladin's heavy armor used to feel as light as paper on her body, but now she felt weighed down by it. Each swing, each block, and each hoarse breath drawn felt several times harder. She would usually love being drowned in blood, but today she very much hated it. She can't see well, her armor feels heavier, and her axe is almost becoming too slippery to hold. Of course, she can use blood magic to attack, and with all of this blood, she was several times stronger than normal, but that blood magic required mana, and a lot of it already feeling low on mana. The paladin lamented the fact that she can't drink those werewolves' blood. It'll burn her throat. Even the nuns behind her were slowly getting drained. Her eyes flew past the horde of rushing werewolves and frowned. They were taking turns attacking them while giving the wounded a chance to heal and recover. They, on the other hand, had been fighting for almost 2 hours non-stop. She threw a glance at the Void Crow, which was sitting away and watching, which meant that their overlord was watching. It must be quite the show. One of the nuns gasped, "Shall we blow it up? Just one of us is enough." She held her dragon necklace, which started to glow brightly. With them being almost overrun, they had one last strategy: to sacrifice one of them to kill or stall the vampires in a massive burst of Arad's fires. The nun who spoke was already arming herself to become the sacrifice. "Shut up and fight. You don't own your body, and neither do I." The paladin swung her axe and cleaved one of the werewolves in half. "We're the Lord's property. We can't go dying on our own." She glared at the werewolves with a large grin hidden behind the visor of her helmet. "No one is dying before me." It was then that a bolt flew from behind them and struck one of the werewolves in the head, dropping him dead. Usually attacks like that can't kill a werewolf. Even severing their head didn't mean the vile beasts would die, but they could tell that the werewolf died instantly. "Silver bolts for werewolves, quite useful, but expensive," Alcott said from behind them. "I usually get them forged out of silver coins to save on money, but don't tell the king or Alina's lord. They'll throw me in jail for a few decades for that. Not that some whimsical bars can keep me locked in." The werewolves stopped marching, and the vampires froze and looked back, seeing a figure similar to their lord but a bit smaller. They immediately noticed their lord's father, and they could see the large grin on his face as he loaded another bolt into his crossbow. Alcott's eyes shifted into those of a werewolf and focused on something. In the blink of an eye, he aimed it and fired a second round. This one didn't strike any of the closer werewolves, but flew past their ranks and slipped through a small gap between their barricade. Soon, a pained howl filled the air as Alcott lowered his crossbow and stashed it in his bag. Neat. He pulled a large sword, and suddenly a massive werewolf jumped from the darkness and landed in front. "Now, ladies, if you wish, go rest for a bit. The big dog seems to have come out for me." From afar, Arad could see Alcott massacring the werewolves. He was far stronger than any of his paladins were and could probably take on hundreds of them at once. His father isn't physically stronger or faster than most of the things he fights, but he defeats them by sheer skill, battle experience, and the ability to adapt and use a vast arsenal of weapons. Would it have been a better idea to go instead and leave his father here to train the soldiers? No. As powerful as his father is, he isn't the best of teachers. Mastering several weapons and being able to switch between them at will would grant a fighter a lot of versatility and power. Most people aren't talented enough to learn all of that. A normal soldier would be a master if he managed to learn how to use a halberd and a sword, maybe a bow on the side. For that kind of training, it's best to focus on the basics and create a solid army first. But what mattered most to Arad now was to keep one thing in mind. From now on, he has to clean up after himself. He should have gone after Solace and Alaric's cults right after killing them, to rip the problem from its roots. Now his vampires and soldiers are doing the cleaning. It was a bitter feeling. Even with how many bodies he has, he can't be everywhere at all times. If he wanted to do it himself, countless villages would end up butchered before he could reach them. With a single void step, Arad appeared inside the castle, this time standing inside a large room. Merlin seemed to be teaching Merida a spell. That was a bit strange. Merida rarely cared about magic and solely focused on her swordsmanship. She was even trying to master the blade dance of the Dark Elves, albeit not being a Dark Elf, but as of late, Merida seemed to be making some progress. Not in mastering blade dance, but in creating a knockoff version that suited her half-demon body. Now, Arad looked at the two with a confused face. "Where did I see that spell before?" Merlin smiled. "It's the one I used on you and got my hip cracked because of it." Arad smiled. Merida indeed boasts a lot of vitality and physical strength in more than one way, chapter 1204, Who to Take. "Arad, did you want anything?" Merlin sat on the table that Merida was using to study several scrolls and put one leg on another. Her large rear end covered one of the scrolls that Merida used as a reference, so she didn't hesitate to stab her with a sharp pen. Luckily for Merlin, her whole body was covered with a thin barrier, so the mundane feather pen shattered instead of piercing the soft flesh of her butt. The frustrated Merida awkwardly pushed Merlin a bit aside and fished her scroll. Arad looked at them with a smile. "I was thinking of asking you about something. You've heard about the Storm Titan situation already. What do you think?" Merlin remained silent for a few seconds, her face unchanging, but soon her lips curled upward. It is both a delicate situation and one that might need a rough hand. Arad nodded. She was right, and he had thought the same. The last thing he wanted was to start a civil war there. Bloodshed must be left as the last resort. The best-case scenario would be if everyone lived, but Arad knew it was wishful thinking that would never come true. First, Tempo, the volcanic Titan prince. Merlin shook her head. "Don't take him with you. Don't even mention that you know him. The last thing you want is them thinking the volcanic Titans are trying to manipulate or vandalize their ruler." Arad understood that kingdoms hated nothing more than foreign powers meddling with their politics. Arad is also a foreign power to the Storm Titans, but not really. They've sent their daughter to marry him, so he is as much a part of them as he is a foreigner. Tempo was out of the question, but that didn't mean Arad couldn't ask him about some information about the Storm Titans. The Loud Prince had known a few things about other Titans. Merlin jumped from the table and walked past Arad. She reached the desk beside the window and looked out. She then extended her hand out, grasped a gust of wind, and pulled it closer. Arad was puzzled as he saw her grab wind, but she was a master of magic, so he should probably learn how to do that. Might help him climb air or stand on it. Now that would look menacing. He can already achieve something similar with gravity magic, but that always left a purple afterglow on him. Not that the glow wasn't menacing as well. Merlin shook the gust of wind in her hand like a small cloud, and suddenly Zephyr popped out of it. "Don't call me like this," she growled and stood on Merlin's chest, swinging a punch at her lower jaw. The spirit's little fist landed on Merlin's jaw without doing much damage. The soft flesh she used as footing trembled, and she almost fell. Merlin pointed at Zephyr with a smile. "Take this one with you. As goofy as she might look, there aren't that many fools who would dare speak against her." Sears the Merlin was right. When Zephyr got sealed, Zeus came to negotiate how they were going to save her with Arad. All of the powerful races of the world know of the Spirit Queens and respect their power, especially Zephyr, who went out of her way to help the other races while neglecting her arrogant pride as a spirit. Nar, the Fire Spirit Queen, was called the Merciless Blaze for how her flames burned all without mercy. Her blaze and avarice couldn't be quelled, and only the volcanic Titans managed to befriend her to a degree. It was more like them paying her tribute and she calmly sitting down. Relie, the Water Spirit Queen, was titled the Bitch Queen because despite her calm demeanor and gentle facade, she was a rootless and vengeful woman who went out of her way to make the lives of those that wronged her, and those who didn't pay tribute suffer. Humans choke on water and die because they fail to respect it. Mother Earth Gaia was merciful and loving, but she too didn't take much of mortal stupidity before opening the jaws of Earth to swallow them in a violent earthquake. But mostly, she was the best of the three. Zephyr, on the other hand, had given all of her land to the humans and elves, didn't even collect tribute, and everyone can breathe air thanks to her. She also seems to be keeping the other spirits in check. Nar seemed quite submissive and obedient when Zephyr gave her orders. Rillier held deep respect for the wind spirit and always listened. Countless kingdoms that were starved of rain by Rillier got their prayers granted since Zephyr spoke for them with the water spirit. Even Gaia seemed to be calm of late since Zephyr appeared. The number of earth-shattering earthquakes has lessened a lot in the past thousands of years. Humans might not notice the change, but the Titans and elves who lived long ago noticed, especially the storm Titans who thrived in the stormy peaks where the wind howls like wolves. Merlin won't be surprised if the elders of the storm Titans knelt to Zephyr out of sheer respect and nothing else. Merlin then looked at the door. She had already sent a mental message to the other woman that she thought Arad should take with him. This one is a bit tricky. She approached Arad. For one, you're already taking Tyal with you, but her word should be just as powerful. As the door opened, a tall woman of almost 2 meters walked in. Her long blue hair was curly and messy, her eyes were vibrant red, and her body was covered by a blue wizard's robe. What surprised Arad about the woman was that he hadn't seen her in a long, long time. And even so, something was off. 5? No, you aren't one of the Founder's clones. His eyes opened wide. The woman standing in front of him was the founder of the Adventurers Guild, the elusive Titan that holed up on her own island to experiment with magic. He had once defeated her clone, named 5, to become an S-rank, but the one standing in front of him now wasn't a clone. The woman looked at him with dark circles plaguing her beautiful face. She yawned, scratched the back of her head, and looked at Merlin with a frown. "What's up? I was taking a nap." Merlin pointed at her with a hand. "This is Alice Dagon, the founder of the Adventurers Guild, and probably the only wizard as powerful as me. No, she is more powerful since she is a Titan, a storm Titan. She is also a cleric of the goddess of magic, a fanatic one at that." Alice gave Merlin a sour look. "And who is this that you're telling about me?" "Out of courtesy, I didn't try to dispel the magic you're using to hide him. I just wanted to see your flustered face." Merlin flicked his fingers, and Alice froze. Her face grew a bit red, but she fainted almost immediately and fell to the ground. Chapter 1205, Staged by a God. As Merlin used her magic to move Alice to a sofa that was in the corner of the room, she looked at Arad, who stood there with a confused face. "What's up with her?" "You've seen the list, right? She is one of the women we picked for the role of queens. The problem is that none of us wives had suggested or brought her name up. She approached him. All others were people that we expected, like Clog and the Elvish queens." A long smile curled up Merlin's lips. Alice, on the other hand, she is the one who asked for it. And for a strange reason, with a flick of her fingers, Merlin created 2 chairs for them to sit on. Arad couldn't sit on any normal chair, so she had to make him a large one, and then made herself a chair just because she could. Alice Dagon had come on her own to the castle a day before they even announced the news. She suddenly appeared in front of the gate and sent the castle guards into panic. Alcott even failed to recognize her for a fraction of a second and attack, only to end up being pinned to the wall with a spell. Alice Dagon didn't know that much, and the few people who knew of her existence assumed that she would never leave her castle. When Alcott saw her, he expected her to be an imposter. But he was wrong, and the Archmagus and the High Priestess of the Goddess of Magic had indeed appeared in Arad's castle. It wasn't long before Merlin herself flew down to check on what had happened and found her. The 2 of them then headed to the castle, and she has been living here since then. Yog, the goddess of magic, informed Alice Dagon about the things going on in the castle, and that Arad's wives would start looking for more wives for him to spread the influence of power across the lands. Alice was a master of all magics, and divination was one of them. It also helped that Yog holds the gate to the forbidden knowledge. Alice was guided to the castle by Yog for 3 reasons. One was her pursuit of magic, which had stagnated for several centuries, but Yog informed her that she could once again grow stronger by observing Arad on his journey. Alice was also fascinated by Arad from the moment she saw him in Alina, through magic to his battle with Vlad. He was someone like her, a being who adorned magic and was quite adept at studying it. His raw talent for it was quite captivating, especially how he mixed it with physical might that could even put titans to shame. The second reason was both personal and linked to Yog. Alice Dagon was a priestess, like all clerics and paladins. She was bound to the oath of chastity. Yog did the same thing she did with her priestess Mary, whom Arad met in her world, and told her that she could lose her virginity to Arad without breaking that oath. Unlike Mary, who just accepts the fact with a happy face, Alice asked for the details. And what do you think? Yog actually answered, albeit that her answer was terrifying, confusing, and utterly insane. There were 3 paths for an oathsworn to commit the act without losing their power. The first one was to have their god do it personally, the second was to lose it before swearing the oath, and the last one was to be done by someone who cannot be chained by the world. Arad looked at Merlin as she leaned back. You're the third one. It explains why hell can't chain you down. For whatever reason, the world can't impose its rules on you. Listening to her, Arad turned to the unconscious Alice and sighed. So what about her? What does she think? That I don't know. She asked to be a mere concubine. In fact, the first thing she did when I went to greet her was beg me to take her under me. It was quite awkward for me, she sighed. But now I wanted to see how she'll react, and I didn't expect her to react this strongly. Merlin seemed lost in thought for a few moments. I think she actually wanted more, but decided to aim for something more modest to increase her chances of getting accepted. Arad rubbed his eyebrows. From what Isdis showed me, isn't she supposed to be a full-on wife? Of course, Yog sent her here. Merlin looked a bit frustrated. As much as I hate to listen to that goddess, Yog usually knows more than we mortals do. That's why we agreed that if a woman got recommended by a god, we'll most likely accept it as a wife. She then cursed under her breath. And I've already angered her enough by making the labyrinth. She has leverage on us thanks to that. Arad looked at her with a straight face. You don't have to listen to that halfling. You didn't break any of her rules over magic. Merlin shook her head. It is more complicated than just breaking rules. It is about why those rules were set in place. Yog might be enforcing the rules, but she isn't the one to deliver the punishment for breaking them. The world itself will. Going beyond the rules will lead to disaster eventually. It was then that Alice started to wake up. She stirred, her eyes slowly opened with a groan. What did happen? She sat up, looked around, and saw Arad. Immediately, her eyes widened and her lips parted. Arad lifted his hand and looked at her with a smile. I hope you're fine. Alice froze. She slowly looked down. I'm sorry, she mumbled. See toviolfire.net. Merlin scratched the back of her head. Listen, I told you not to mind it. Everything already went out of control. She then looked at her. But you've got time to help Arad if you want. Alice blinked a few times, then straightened her face. Really, what I could do? She looked calm and collected, but Arad could smell her sweating. He could see her hands struggling not to shake. Something was off about her, but he couldn't tell what bothered her. Then I'll explain the situation in the Storm Titan Kingdom for you. Merlin started going on a lengthy explanation, while Arad found himself helping Merida study her scrolls. Chapter 1206, 1206, 1206, bound to implode. As Arad's clone helped Merida study her scroll, a massive ant sprawled on the ground a few hundred kilometers away. The ant looked at the desolate mountain range surrounding her with exhausted eyes. She pushed her body up with all of her strength and tried to stand, but sadly her legs gave up and she fell back to the ground, shattering the stone beneath her. That was. A pained groan escaped from her mandible as her whole body dissolved down. A bad idea, I admit. A large human figure appeared and fell to her knees. Miriam had never felt this exhausted and destroyed. She rolled on the ground and lay on her back, looking at the blue sky. Beside her, on the massive stone boulders, sat a black dragon with obsidian scales and a shadow so dark it looked like he could devour the world. Far smaller than his full size, Arad today was no bigger than Miriam's titanic ant form. Arad looked at her in silence for a few seconds and then sighed. I told you, but who am I trying to convince? You rarely listen. She lifted an eyebrow. Me? Rarely listen? Come on, I'm the most obedient ant ever. She pushed herself up with her arms and sat. Next time I'll be more prepared. Arad shifted into his humanoid form and appeared sitting beside her. There is no next time, Ayla warned you, and you didn't listen. Just like Merlin. Miriam burst laughing. You don't need to compare me to her. I'm not that soft. She then threw a glance at him. And now, how about another one like this? Arad stood, put his hand on her head, and they both teleported away. In the next moment, she found herself on her stone bed. I've got more things to take care of now. Once a time is enough. Miriam tried to stand and catch him, but he had already disappeared, and she couldn't even move that much now. Giving up, she fell back on her stone bed and looked around. Her daughters were already swarming in like a tidal wave and bringing with them countless dead monsters, food for their queen. After resting for a second, Miriam sat up and turned into her ant-queen form. She slowly turned and sank her sharp mandible into the monsters her daughters brought. As she ate, her daughters swarmed behind her and got ready to retrieve today's batch of eggs. Today she had learned a painful lesson. Be careful of what you wish for. How did Ayla even know? Up in the castle, it was decided that at least Zephyr and Alice would follow Arad in addition to Tayal. The trip's excuse was simple. If Arad is to marry Tayal, he needs to see her father first. The plan would have to change based on the situation there. While they can just teleport there, as Arad did before, he'd rather keep to a mortal level of power and not show what he is really capable of. Using what Tayal knew about him, they were able to determine the scope of expectation the Storm Titans have of Arad first. They expect a 100-meter-long obsidian dragon with lustrous scales and eyes as bright as a purple moon. His wings resemble the night sky, and his whole body shimmers with tenebrous clouds. For the man himself, they expect a 2-meter-tall, muscular man with silky black hair and a muscular build. Power is what mattered most. The Storm Titans expect Arad to be able to blow whole cities with a single breath, be able to teleport freely for a distance up to 50 kilometers, and they expect him to be an extremely silent hunter. Tael described how her people expected an attack from Arad to be. He'll fly silently through the night sky high above the clouds. When he gets in range, he'll use his 50 kilometers teleportation to appear above the city, bomb it down with a single breath, and then teleport away, sear the Novel fire newt to them. He looked like a stealth bomber, which didn't worry the Storm Titans at all. They were confident in their ability to kill him if need come to be, especially if they used their storms to spoil his stealth bombardment. What they feared most about him was his strong connections to the elves, humans, and the major powers of the world. Arad sighed. So, the Storm Titans aren't afraid of me, per se. They are afraid of the people that support me. No, Tayal shook her head. They are cold. They only see that being an ally with you is worth more than trying to be your enemy or taking a neutral stance. I saw it the same at first, she sighed, looking at him with a somber face. Her lips got pressed together, and her eyes narrowed. I honestly thought that you were weaker than I. I can summon a storm of hail, lightning, and a violent wind that can span over 100 kilometers and kill anyone inside it. She leaned back on her chair, sweat rolling down her forehead. I didn't expect to throw myself at such a monster. Tael now knows what Arad's true power is. He can't just teleport up to 50 kilometers. That was old information. Even that information was wrong for its time. He was limited to 40 kilometers before. Now he can teleport up to 4,000 kilometers. Arad also can't just blow a city. From the accounts of his wives, he can blow the whole world. Tyle was inclined to think they were lying until Hadi, the ruler of the beast lands, testified. Nothing can run away from Arad in this world. Mortal power can't shackle him anymore. What horrified her more was that he had just snatched her grandfather from the rumbling mountain seal that was supposed to be able to trap even the gods. The rumbling mountain seal was a relic that her race created over thousands of years with the help of several lesser gods that wanted to use it in the future to seal a powerful deity. But then it was left when those lesser gods died before their plan bloomed. The whole mountain is a divine relic. Tyle threw a glance at Arad. She isn't even sure if they could kill him, even if a god took action directly. There was something else that pushed Tyle beyond the edge of despair. The information they had on Arad had just been a few months old at most, which meant that his power had soared in such a short time. Tyle finally understood what all of those women around Arad are doing and why some, even them, were even grateful to be just mere servants. He is like a ship sailing beyond the mortal realm. Those women and their families don't want to be left struggling here on the dirt of the mortal world. Tyle threw a glance at one of the maids. Most of them were the daughters of rich nobles, valiant knights and powerful mages. Those women would usually look down on people and scoff at the mere idea of wearing their clothes on their own. But all of that arrogance had faded away when standing in front of a real monster. This harem is bound to implode sooner or later, but not before its members reach what they want. Chapter 1207, Knights 1207, The Emperor's Mount. Several days had passed, and Arad's convoy was ready to depart. The group he decided to take had changed at the last moment by a decision that Zephyr made. She'll be hiding inside his stomach and will only show up if they need her. Zephyr wasn't known for taking sides or putting herself in the middle of a civil war, but she could come to stop the Titans from senseless slaughter. A large metallic carriage rested in the castle's courtyard. The carriage was decorated with gold, had no wheels, and was several times larger on the inside than it was on the outside. It was a magic item made by Merlin, but now Alice controls it. Inside the main chamber of the carriage, 4 people sat, but it was wrong to call them people. There were 2 dragons and 2 titans. Arad and Clog sat on a large sofa facing Alice and Tyle as they shared a drink on a small table between them. Zephyr and Zeus were hiding inside Arad's stomach, playing cards and reminiscing about the good old decades. This carriage, which was created by Merlin to transport several people comfortably, had been modified even further by Alice. The old Titans didn't shy away from showing the result of over 1,000 years of magic research and refinement. While Alice lacked Merlin's innate talent, she had spent several times more time studying magic, and unlike her, she was a devoted follower of Yog, which gave her an even bigger edge. The carriage is now separated into the 3 sections: the passenger room, the servant room, and the mounts room. From what Tyle told everyone, the Storm Titans are really particular about their mounts and use them as a sign to show wealth and power. That meant even if the 4 of them didn't really need mounts, they had to at least bring something. Cirith, the Eovel-fired Clog, had brought a massive green drake with her. The muscular monster looked like an overgrown alligator with long legs and a massive head. The monster was quite powerful, and an S-rank disaster level, able to demolish a whole small army on its own. She used the beast as a guard for her lair alongside 9 other of its kind, but now she brought it here. She was going to use her guard dog as a mount. Tyle was proud to show her massive thunder tiger, a 10-meter-long white tiger engulfed in lightning that she received as a gift from her father years ago. Those monsters were quite rare, expensive to get and powerful, and the tiger could run on air and clouds, which was a rare ability and a sight to behold. Alice strangely did have an elusive and mysterious creature with her, a ghostly steed of pure magic and spiritual energy. Upon a closer look, it was the soul of a long-dead unicorn that she managed to preserve and free into the world. The poor unicorn was cursed to lose its mind to madness and descend into hell, but Alice did manage to save it from an eternity of suffering. The cost was that the unicorn lost all of its sentience due to the damage caused by madness. The unicorn's spirit ended up with as much intelligence as a normal horse, and those remained to serve Alice. Not even Tyal could believe that such a mount existed, and she was sure that among all of the Storm Titans, Alice Dagon would stand out like a celebrity when she pulled that mount out. This had left one person without a mount, the most important of them all, Arad. Tyal was both terrified and appalled when Gammon suggested that she would be his mount, but Arad luckily rejected her. She couldn't understand what that Dracaina was thinking. But Arad had a lot of powerful monsters in his land that could serve as mounts. Alice even joked that Arad should use himself as a mount while they were drinking with him inside the carriage. Another clone of him was carrying the carriage through the air. Arad considered several options, but ended up picking something that made everyone freeze. Out of all the monsters he had access to, Arad's mount looked really out of place, especially when it stood in the stables among the other mounts. Arad's mount was a large, muscular, and egotistical moose called MC. The animal seemed to fear no man nor god, glaring menacingly at all other mounts and flipping the white of its eyes on them. Teal might have pulled her hair out if she wasn't shocked as she saw Arad riding the moose across the night sky, clad in onyx armor and his long indigo cloak flapping through the wind. And while the moose itself was a mundane animal, it seems to have lived long enough in Arad's territory to slowly start turning into a monster influenced by Arad's draconic presence. Arad was even able to use his gravity magic to allow the moose to run on air like Tyal's tiger, breathe void magic, or even shake the ground with its hooves. From what Aela told her, the moose had been Arad's mount since the days when he wasn't stronger than S-rank adventurers. Since those days, the moose had been living peacefully and grazing around Arad's land. The brave beast rarely got to carry its master into battle, but now a day came for it to race again. Tyal held her head between her hands, wanting to cry. While everyone were going to ride in on majestic beasts, the man she was supposed to marry is going to be in the front on a damned moose. She could already hear the other Titans gossiping about the bizarre scene. But Arad made a point. He did say that while mounts serve as a show of power and wealth for the Storm Titans, they should be ready to accept how other races show their power as well. She had to agree. Humans flaunt their clothes and houses to show power and wealth. Titans show their mounts, the great beasts that can carry their heavy bodies. But how did dragons show their power? How do dragons show their power? Clog took a sip of her drink. That's a good question. Want me to show you? Of course, Tyal replied with a smile. Clog remained silent for a few seconds and slowly put her wine glass down. She then looked at Tyal, her eyes shifted into those of a dragon and narrowed. Keeneel! Tyal's whole body shook, and her muscles clenched. Her lungs stopped breathing, and all of her senses screamed in terror. She could feel her body struggling to move, wanting to kneel down, not out of magic or curses, but from sheer fear and terror. If she doesn't kneel, something bad, very bad, is going to happen to her. Clog then sighed. Relax. That was just my frightful presence, like how a human would jump in fear when a large, powerful dog barks at them. She giggled. You're already shaking from my presence, and I'm just an ancient green Dracaina. What will happen if Arad is the one to unleash his presence? Tyal gulped and looked at Arad. I'm not going to use it, at least not the frightful presence. He looked at the glass of wine. But I'll use the awe presence if needed. While the frightful presence instills fear and dread into the hearts of those that feel it, the awe presence does the opposite. It instills a sense of safety and admiration. It makes people want to listen to him, heed his words, and see him as a trusted being. Chapter 1208, Void Presence. Arad sighed and looked outside the windows. I have 3 presences to use. The frightful presence, the awe presence, and the void presence. Arad looked at them, and Tyal gulped. She can understand how the first 2 work, but what in the 9 hells is a void presence? Arad didn't waste time and showed them what void presence is. As his eyes turned draconic, the 3 girls blinked and finished their drinks like normal. Tyal took a sip of her wine and threw her head back. I never expected that I'd end up marrying a woman of all things. Her eyes shifted to Clog. Clog snorted. That's just a facade, isn't it? For now, we'll have to make sure your storm titans are worth our time. She then shifted her gaze to Alice. So what's the plan? Alice took a sip of her wine. Her eyes shifted to where Arad was sitting, but she couldn't see anything. Her mind quickly wandered away and her lips opened up. I don't really know. We'll know when we arrive there. I should be able to use some spells to make it easier for us to mediate the situation. The other two nodded, and then Clog looked at Alice. So, since we're here alone, care to explain it? She had a smug smile on her face. Explain what? How you begged Merlin to marry her. I thought you were a reclusive titan. Clog giggled, and Alice threw her a chilling glare. I'm only following orders. She went silent for a second. Yog suggested I do that, and I obliged. She knows best, no matter how wrong it sounded. Clog shook her head. You religious folk are really strange. I would, but she then froze. Arad was sitting beside her, and the three of them noticed his aura. They didn't know who this stranger was, but one mistake, and they'll all end up dead. Clog gulped. A dragon. How did you come here? She stood up and walked between him and the other two titans, giving them time to start preparing spells to attack. No, in her life had she sensed such a powerful dragon. It was as if his mere existence were enough to kill her. She knows she won't be able to stall him in combat, so her best chances are words now. Arad closed his eyes and the three of them flinched. This is the void presence. I fade into the nothingness of the world for those in my range. To them, I never existed, and their brains fill the void on their own. They can't perceive me either, but that part I can control. I can make it so people can see me, but they won't sense or know who I am. They stared at him with dumbfounded faces, and he shook his head. It only works in my control area, but keeping it up is hard. Very smart people would be able to figure that something is off, and it doesn't affect constructs. They sat down. Clog scratched her head. I can't believe how I got affected by it. I thought I was quite smart enough. Arad smiled. It takes time. I didn't give you enough. He looked at Alice with a smile. But I was honestly surprised. When Clog asked you about begging Merlin, you replied that it was an order from Yog, but then your mind froze for a few seconds. It was struggling against the pull of my presence. He leaned forward. I'd say a few minutes are enough for you to notice that something is wrong. They looked at each other, and Tyal sighed. Gods, you can disappear just like that? Won't you? She then realized the horror of that power. You could have attacked us. Yes, that would break the presence, but whoever attacked would already be dead. Arad took a sip of his wine and kept talking with them. In his head, Doma was compiling a list of all the abilities that he had. He can now see and touch souls, and all of his powers now rely on his soul. He can rip those souls out of the living beings and put them inside void bodies to serve him. But that would damage the souls, unless they died inside his stomach of natural causes. He can see wisps of the souls of the dead. He should be able to fully use the power of his void to erase things. And now he can even temporarily erase his presence from existence. The more time passes, the more Arad seems to discover about his new powers, since there is no system to list them all for him. Right now, she is the one trying to link all of his powers together to give him a chance to study them all. And as the carriage flew away, more was happening back at Alina. Right now, Arad is using 4 copies of himself to do multiple things at the same time. 2 are heading the Strom Titna Kingdom, and the other 2 are left for other missions. Arad leaned back on his seat and looked at Clog. But don't worry. We aren't that far away, and the presence seems to have affected the people in Alina as well, except for Brother and Nina. She still remembered me perfectly, though back in Alina. Arad walked through the forest with Nina. I'm sure everyone fell to my presence. How did you brush it off just like that? Nina looked at him with a confused face. You ask as if I would know. She looked around and then tried to think about it. I did zone out for a moment, but then woke up immediately. Neither Arad nor Nina understood what happened. But it was in fact quite simple. Arad's presence relies on the brains of living people to create stories and fill the void of his existence. Nina was different in that regard. First, her brain wasn't strong enough to create stories and fill the void, and second, Arad's imprint on her mind and soul was far too large to slip unnoticed when it disappeared. Arad's presence worked on her, but due to the large, unfillable hole that was left in her heart, she quickly broke through the shackles. To resist Arad's void presence, you have to be one of two, either too smart and able to realize the void and break through, or be attached to Arad so hard that his presence can't be removed whole without being obvious. Nina was the latter. Chapter 1209, Braving the Storm. Countless titanic mountains spread as far as the eye can see from the frigid south to the frozen north, like the sharp fangs of a great beast, the while peaks were shrouded in a veil of black clouds and raging lightning. The land of everlasting storms and tempests stood in front of the flying carriage, its southern and northern limits outside of Arad's magic range. Sar the Veilfire. Net. The Storm Titan's kingdom was a long mountain chain that was over 10,000 kilometers long from south to north, but only around 2,000 kilometers wide. It formed a dreadful barrier that separated the world into two halves. Humanoids called it the Storm Peaks, a land inhospitable to life besides the great storm titans and the vile monsters that dwell in the jagged peaks. The everlasting storm made it impossible to see anything far away, and made flying through the chaos a deadly suicide. Most titans used magic to detect approaching caravans in the wake of the blinding clouds and hail, but today they were horrified. They detected something flying through the storm at a terrifying speed. Not even dragons could fly through the storm. So what kind of monster was approaching? The experts among the storm titans looked at their magical apparatuses and paled. The flying thing was heading straight for the capital, piercing through the deadliest parts of the storm without slowing down. The storm was a natural barrier, and it made it impossible for anything to attack the storm titans through the sky, so they didn't have any kind of aerial defenses. The only aerial defense they had was Zeus. He could control the lightning of the storm to strike anything down, but he didn't need to do that a single time in his life. Why did we have to face an aerial threat just when Zeus died? One of them growled, pushed the apparatuses aside, and growled, crushing under his breath as he rushed through the marble hallways. Even if they looked like humans, each of them was at least several hundred meters tall. The strongest and oldest among the titans could grow into kilometers tall, becoming true powers of pure destruction and might. Zeus's true form stood over 2 kilometers tall, while Tyle's father was a bit shorter than that. Compared to the feeble humans, the titans were something that looked out of a nightmare, people as tall as the mountains and with strength to match. The titans rushed out of the castles that were built into the sides of gigantic mountains and stared at the black shroud of the storm. Lightning illuminated the darkness every now and then, but all of them still couldn't see the thing that was approaching. Now hundreds of titans leaned on the edges of their balconies, looking at the dark abyss around them with fear and dread. A deep sense of threat and urgency filled their hearts, and their hands started to tremble. The women dragged their children into their homes and locked the windows, each of those windows bigger than a castle's gate. Around them, the storm suddenly seemed to twist and change, growing more dire and ferocious as if battling a powerful being. The winds grew faster and so violent that they started ripping the stones of the mountains into dust. Lightning grew louder and louder, the hair grew denser, and it pelted the ground with malice. Suddenly, a chilling roar shattered the sky, causing all of the titans to shake and stumble, holding their ears. It was then that one of the titans caught a glimpse of what approached in the darkness. Massive wings flapping, a dreadful shadow of darkness loomed on the horizon. It is alive? The titan didn't know what he expected, but he was sure it wasn't a living creature. What kind of monster can brave the deadliest storm in the world just like that? The other titans also caught several glimpses of the massive winged creature, and soon that also faded away, followed by another earth-shattering roar. And then he emerged from the clouds. A massive black dragon with obsidian scales, a muscular body, and two eyes burning with purple magic. Even without the tail, the dragon was almost 100 meters long, and his wings were even wider. He landed at the mountain wall, latched to the edges of the Titan city, and climbed into the streets. He stood before them like a massive lion stands beside humans. He then roared, causing the weakest of them to bolt away in fear. One of the Titans ground his teeth and approached, holding his massive halberd in his hands. That thing's blade was at least 20 meters long, and the shaft itself around 110 meters long. The dragon growled. A deep rumbling echoed in its stomach as it approached the Titan, glared at him for a few seconds. Then the burning purple flame in its eyes grew weaker, replaced by two sharp eyes. It was then that the Titan recognized something on the dragon's chest. A carriage was strapped to his sternum. The dragon lowered himself to the ground and then suddenly disappeared. The small carriage lay on the ground and then its door opened. From the door, a large man clad in onyx armor walked, his body writhing with power. The moment the Titans laid an eye on him, they shivered. None of them could mistake him. He was the same dragon they had just seen now. But what they saw next sent them into a look, a beautiful Titan that they recognized well, who walked behind him. Their princess, Tile. Her body sparked with lightning, and then grew larger and larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, she stood as tall as the other Titans at around 100 meters. Arad was standing beside her legs, not even reaching her toenail in height. But then his body flashed, and he grew larger. He was even taller than her and the other Titans. She only reached his shoulders with her head. "So, this is your homeland? I guess they lack hospitality." His words rang in the air, and soon the small carriage beside him grew larger, becoming as big as they were. And from it, more people walked out. Tiao glared at the Titans. "What are you waiting for? Clear the road," upon her command. The mundane ran away, and the guards rushed to make a path for them. Chapter 1210, Flexing Size. Arad and his group walked through the massive halls of the Storm Titan's castle. To his surprise, Alice could use size magic better than he could, and she was able to make Clog as big as them. She also was the one who made the enchanted carriage bigger, but it was Arad who carried it behind them with gravity magic. As they walked through the hallway, both Arad and Clog kept their frightful presence on, sending shivers down the Titan's spines. But even if Clog was already going all out with her presence, Arad still had to hold back quite a bit. He didn't want the Titans to know of his full power just yet. It helped a lot of people underestimate him, but not to the point of trying to insult him. The level of power Arad was showing now is enough for him to blast the Titan's castle into a sea of flames. That was like being able to blow a castle instead of the whole capital. He was still a monster that they knew could kill them, Sir Tho, Velvaret, Arad, needed to keep the persona of the powerful ruler, the emperor of the newly rising empire. They had sent Tyal to marry him for a reason, after all. That reason is because they knew his power would help solidify the rule of their new king, Tyal's father, Gale. The Titans stared at Arad's group, a black dragon. No, he looked a bit different than black dragons. Beside him was a powerful green Dracaena. They knew her, the infamous Clog, the witch doctor, and the queen of plagues. Behind them was a storm titan, Alice Dagon, the Archmagus, and the founder of the Adventurers Guild. Their emperor seems to have gathered several powerful women from all around the world. They've heard a lot about the people around him, but none of the Titans expected Clog and Alice to show up. One was of their kind, and the other was a monster that no one knew how to deal with. Arad could already hear whispers far away in the streets and in the other chambers of the castle. He didn't want to show his power, but that didn't mean he had to weaken his senses. The Titans were already discussing how to kill him, and the women in case something happened. Their conversation was a bit funny. First, they were thinking that leaving a 50 kilometers distance between them and Arad and bombarding him from a distance would work. Some others were trying to discuss how they could convince Alice to set her base in the mountains. As one of their race, they wanted her to live in the Storm Mountains instead of alone in the middle of the sea. Some were even making arrangements to empty a whole mountain twice the size of her island for her. None of them knew that she had left because the thundering roar of the storm was too annoying to endure. Unless they can silence the storm, she will never settle here. Their conversations about Clog were grim. None of the Titans seemed to be optimistic about dealing with her, and for a different reason than just power. Clog was known to be a master of poisons and diseases. Whether they kill her or not, she would have unleashed a plague on them that would kill the whole race eventually. Arad wanted to smile, but he kept his stern face, not even sparing the Titans walking around them a glance. The reason he arrived here was simple: to mend a few details with Tyal's father, Gale. Gale had ordered his daughter to go and offer herself as a wife to the newly emerging emperor, a political marriage to bolster the power and reputation of his rule. He was also the one who said that she must aim for a wife, nothing less. Arad was here to challenge that using the convincing nature of dragons. Tyal was weaker than Alice. The first was a mere talented princess, and Alice is an ancient magus with magical power beyond most people's comprehension. Arad was stronger than both, so they were his wives and he was the dominant one. By the dragon's rules, the weaker wife is inferior to the stronger one, and thus Tyal should be a concubine beneath Alice. Most people in the world understood how dragons think, so this situation should have been expected. What Gale didn't expect was Alice's presence. Soon, Arad and the women reached the throne room where Gale was sitting on his throne. The massive throne was carved of a single block of black ice, decorated with gold and silver and the skulls of horrid monsters. 4 Titan women stood around the throne, 2 on each side. Those were Gale's wives. The one at the far right was Tyal's mother. She spared her daughter a glance and a smile before Gale spoke. Arid Orion, Emperor of the Joined Kingdoms. He glared down at them. The Titan was massive, dwarfing even his kind, who stood at around 100 meters tall. Gale stood at around 1.8 kilometers. The Titans barely reached his shins, and he looked like an ancient ruler from a forgotten age. Tall, wearing a light tunic with large muscles beneath his gray skin. His hair was short and black, his beard was cleanly shaved, and his eyes flashed with a gray radiance of pure might. His wives were also massive compared to the other Titans. The shortest one stood at 0.9 kilometers, and the tallest was Tyal's mother at 1.7 kilometers. It seems size directly reflects the power of a Titan, and the royals were in a league of their own. Tyal looked at Arad, and then stepped forward. Her body immediately expanded, and she grew bigger. Soon, Tyal stood at 1.75 kilometers tall, almost reaching her father's size. She was close to him in raw power, but from Zeus's words, Tyal should far outclass her father because she is a more skilled mage and fighter. Tyal knelt. "My father, our eye of the storm, I've come back home and brought my husband with me. We wish to take your blessing." Gale remained silent for a few seconds, and then his eyes shifted to Alice, who stood aloof and distant. "You won't kneel to your king?" Alice's face finally shifted. Her crimson eyes glared at the king. A moment they were devoid of any emotion, and in the next they were filled with fury and murderous rage. "Watch your tongue, mongrel. I only kneel to my goddess and husband." Her body suddenly grew taller, and all of the Titans in the room froze. Their faces paled. The king's wives took a step back, and even Gale himself stared at her in surprise. She stood at 1.95 kilometers tall, surpassing even him in sheer size. The whole castle started tumbling as turbulent magic roared in rage. "Do you dare? Draw the wrath of the goddess of magic?" The windows cracked, the storm outside grew louder, and the magical lights they had started flickering. All of the spells in the castle started failing, and mana started refusing to be wielded by the Storm Titans. Chapter 12:11, 12:11, Titan's Castle. Gale laughed. No, I won't dare compare myself to the goddess of magic." His laughter quickly died down as his gaze shifted to Arad. "But that doesn't make any sense, does it? A woman in clothes is getting married. What did the goddess of magic have to say about that?" Alice sighed. First, it's none of your business. Second, it would have never happened if she hadn't agreed. Alice turned around and walked to stand behind Arad, which only took her a single step. She then shrank back to stand behind him. Gale took a deep breath. I'm sure the trip through the storm was exhausting, and at the same time Arad's voice rang, "Not really seen worse. Please rest and relax. We'll discuss things tomorrow, and what is this worst thing you've seen?" Gale lifted an eyebrow, and Arad shrugged. Hell, had a dispute with a devil lord there, so I gave him a beating. All of the Titans around looked at him with surprised faces and shifted their gazes to one of the king's wives. They immediately grew grim as they noticed her pale face. He isn't lying, it is true. The Titan woman can tell lies from the truth. Arad didn't lie about anything. All he needed them to be was wary of him, and slowly sense that he is more powerful than they expected. People fear the unknown, and he was going to use that. He wanted them to start suspecting that their evaluation of his power is wrong, but he also wanted them to never know the extent of his power. He was the emperor of nothing, after all. He was going to become the unknown. Arad waved his hand and started floating. Everyone got carried with him. So is our room the one the servants are cleaning north? He turned aside, and all of the Titans paled, even Gale. How? Gale gasped, and Arad smiled, not letting the king finish. So what he said won't be a lie. They are loud, aren't they? I can hear them from here. The wife, who could tell lies from truth, sighed and looked at one of the standing Titans. Guide them there. After Arad and his companions left, Gale and his wives retreated into a chamber that was behind the throne and locked the door. The walls were enchanted to suppress all kinds of magic. No one could hear or see what happened inside, and the area was protected against all manner of divination magic. He wasn't lying earlier. He nonchalantly braved the storm, challenged a devil lord in hell, and could even hear the servants far away through the barriers of the castle. The wife sighed, dropping onto her chair. Are you sure he is just as powerful as we expected? He isn't hearing us now, is he? Another wife shook her head. That would be impossible. Gale sighed. That doesn't matter. The important part is that he'll be Tyle's husband soon. The stronger he is, the better. With how powerful Alice was, I suspect Tyle would end up as her concubine. This one was Tyle's mother. I didn't expect that monster to lay her eyes on the new emperor, since she was a cleric after all. The fourth of the wives cursed and glared at the ceiling. I bet that goddess is up to something nasty. Why would she allow one of her clerics to get married? Gale looked at them. It is not unheard of. Marriage is different from what is needed to lose her power. That isn't what we should care about. Tyle is our problem. We need to make sure everything goes smoothly for her. And let little Tyle be a concubine. We should give that dragon a lesson. But strangely, Tyle's mother spoke next. Let Tyle solve that. He is a dragon, so the power of his wives dictates their rank, not his will. Gale glared at her. She is your daughter. But you're right. Tyle is a concubine to Alice, since she is weaker than her. The solution would be simple. Make Tyle stronger. As they talked, Arad was sitting on the bed in the room, listening to them through Zephyr's magic. The Titans need to breathe, after all, and so they were engulfed in Zephyr's domain, even inside their secret room. It wasn't that hard to inscribe magic to listen and even see them through the barriers. They are relatively smart, figured things quite quickly. Alice said, and then turned to Tyle, who looked at Arad with both a horrified and amazed look. Wait, Zephyr can do that? No, that spirit is letting you use her magic? Aren't spirits really secretive about their magic? She shook her head, but then Zephyr flew out of Arad's chest and looked at her. Secretive is a relative term. I'm quite open to Arad and Allah. Arad dropped onto the bed and sighed. Well, we aren't exactly exhausted, so how about we go around the city? Or do you have a few things to take care of? He looked at Tyal, and she shook her head. No, not really. Our visit wasn't expected, so I won't have anything to do immediately. You'll go see your mother and father, at least. Alice looked at her, but Tyal laughed. See them? The busy king and queen won't have time to rest until the evening at least. I'll go see them then. For now, I'll take you all on a trip around the Storm Titan's capital, my home city." She stood with a proud smile. She arched the novel fire.net, anything we should worry about. Like the deadly storm outside? Clog looked at her with an amused smile. The wind there is so fast that it would have thrown a human into the clouds. We're simply able to stand and move thanks to our weight. She was right. Arad, Tyal, Alice, and her weigh a lot and have enough mass to resist the wind, but the servants they brought with them don't. The servants they brought aren't that special, just Sebas and 2 elvish night servants. The same 2 who were standing on Arad's balcony. With a flick of his finger, he summoned them, and they appeared standing on the bed. Sebas seemed unbothered as he slowly lifted his head and looked up. The 2 elvish night maids, on the other hand, feel to their butts and gasped. Arad was on the bed beside them, and none of them was taller than his fingers. "Hoo-ha, you're huge!" One of the 2 night maids gasped, and the other looked around, seeing the titanic room around them, and her face paled. Just 1 brick on the wall would be more than what the elves traded with the Titans for years. In fact, they could fit a whole fortress on top of the bed and a castle in the room. Arad shifted and grew small until he stood at his normal height of 3 meters. Sebas still had to look up, but he finally spoke. "I feel a lot of powerful beings around us. They are far away. But I suspect they are behind the door in the hallway, considering how massive everything is." "They are," Arad scratched the back of his head, "but you don't have to worry about them. None can defeat me, even if 1,000 of them came. Not even their king. He isn't even as strong as Merida or Eris." Sebas nodded. "Have you considered that he is hiding his power? Just like you? Even if he were 100 times stronger, I can still kill 1,000 of him." Arad took a deep breath. "And I'm afraid that I'm underestimating my power even then." Chapter 12:12:12:12 The Crack of Earth. Outside the castle, and in the middle of the violent thunderstorm, Arad was riding on a really big moose. The animal stood over 100 meters tall with antlers that could blot out the sky. Of course, Arad had used size magic on Mick to make him large enough to endure the storm and carry him through it. Tial was riding in the front on her massive lightning tiger, causing the countless Titans walking the streets to either stare at her or gasp. It wasn't every day that someone saw such a fearsome monster. Arad's Mick, on the other hand, wasn't that impressive. The Titans looked at him for a few seconds, both confused and stunned at what kind of a mount this supposed emperor was riding. Arad noticed their stares, and he didn't even look at them. "My moose is far better than your monsters. What matters isn't raw power, it's the heart of courage and will to survive. This moose would charge with me head first into hellish battles, while your mounts would cower in fear." He patted Mick's head. "Don't listen to them. You're the best mount ever." Mick snorted, shaking its head with pride. Arad could understand its emotions. The moose didn't care about what the Titans thought. He didn't even see them as beings worth his gaze and time. This walking tank with antlers didn't fear demons nor gods, and he didn't even care about the other lesser beings besides his riders and his family. Mac would only care a bit if it were another moose. A female to mate with and a male to beat up. Everything else is beneath him, and if the bugs beneath him dare attack him, then he'll charge and ram them with his antlers, stomp them with his hooves, and bite their necks out. But he also made it clear that those around Arad aren't lesser beings, especially Alla and Mira. Those 2 fed it the sweet carrots. Behind Arad was Alice, who rode on her elusive and ethereal unicorn. The ghostly pony silently trotted after Arad, its body shrouded in countless veins of ghostly silt and threads of magic, weaving into a tapestry of intertwined ruins. While everyone else was braving the violent wind of the eternal storm, Alice and her unicorn seemed unaffected by it. Her hair didn't even flutter while the unicorn and Alice looked enchanting. What stole everyone's gaze was the lizard beside it. The massive green drake groaned as its red eyes burned with hunger and madness, glaring at the Titans with malice. It saw them as nothing more than food, and they knew it. Not one of the Titans managed to understand how Clog is keeping such a monster under control, let alone ride it as a mount. The drake didn't shy from drooling at every soft-looking Titan that they passed, turning its head and licking its massive fangs. Soon they reached a massive platform that overlooked the vast mountain range in their size. The platform looked large, but not that massive, while in reality it was almost 500 kilometers wide, enough to host a small human kingdom. The large platform served as the capital's plaza, and it overlooked the mountains where the Titans hunt monsters for food, Ser, the Novel, Firanyot. Tile stopped and dismounted from her tiger as she walked toward the edge. Everyone followed and did the same. No matter how we tried to raise cattle, that seemed impossible due to the weather here. I'm not sure that we even have weather, just a storm. That's why the Titans hunt monsters for meat instead. Arad looked at the mountains, and he could already sense millions of powerful monsters crawling in the cracks and ravines between the mountains. The deeper you go into the darkness, the more powerful they get. The weakest he could sense were B rank at the mountains, but the strongest ones far surpassed what humans would call an S rank. This was one reason why Arad couldn't let the Storm Titans fall. They are keeping those monsters in check by hunting them for meat. Without the Titans, the monsters would flood the continent and turn it inhospitable for mortal life. The monster can hide from the storm in the dark depths. Tile pointed into the large ravines. But weak monsters usually get kicked out or eaten there. Alice finished after her. She was a storm titan as well, and had learned a lot about those mountains. Weak monsters can't survive here. The storm would kill them. That's the first threat. Then those monsters would fight and kill each other on the way down, and only the strong ones managed to crawl into the safe depths where they would fight for food and eat each other's, leaving only the most powerful to survive and reproduce. Arad looked at the darkness. That doesn't make sense. Won't that mean the monster's offspring would rise in the depths? Where did the monsters above come from? Tial smiled. While a monster can be strong enough to survive, many can't survive while pregnant or while protecting eggs, so they would crawl out of the depths to lay eggs in the safe peaks and leave after the eggs hatch. But of course, some really powerful ones can afford to lay eggs in the dark depths. The deeper Arad looked, the more worried he got. The vast depth spreads far down to the point where he senses he can't reach, which is horrifying. Arad looked around. The Titanic mountains here are anywhere from 500 to 1,000 kilometers tall, and the depth of the ravines spread past Arad's senses, which means they are at least 3,500 kilometers deep. This place might extend to the core of the world. Even the hell is this place. As Arad was thinking, Zephyr's voice rang in his head. Do you know what we spirits call it? She giggled. We call it Gaia's butt crack, since it's wide and houses a lot of horrid shit. The depths spread all around the planet like one massive underworld of caves and underground lakes. Each monster you face there is stronger than the one before it. She sighed. And this isn't the only entrance. There are many of them. Each one is guarded by a tribe of titans that make sure nothing escapes. Arad sighed, and Zephyr laughed. So yeah, you can't blast it with a single breath. Arad looked down, his eyes flashing with purple magic. I'm not going to blast it. I need the monsters down there to remain alive. 3 lines of darkness sneaked out from beneath his feet, too small to be noticed by anyone, and lunged into the dark depths. Falling down, darkness, madness, and pain were thrown back by the violent winds of the never-ending storm, but they persevered and landed in the snow, looking down at the monsters around them. Their goal is simple, to collect souls for Arad to build an army of the voids, and of course they weren't hunting blindly. Darkness was ordered to find and track a creature that excels at stealth. Madness hunted those who possessed mind control and hex abilities. Pain, on the other hand, looked for the most horrid and terrifying horrors, those that could cause a lot of agony and pain instead of outright killing their prey. Chapter 1213, 1213, Food for everyone, the three voids landed on the snow and looked at the dark chasms of the underground. They could already sense countless eyes gazing upon them from the darkness with hungry malice. As voids, the three retained most of their former power and enough sentience to wield it, but they also lost the vast majority of their emotions. They were empty, like the void, their eyes only burning with inhumane, disturbing intellect. While all of them retain the normal five senses, each one of the three voids has a powerful sense that distinguishes them. Darkness could see clearly even in true darkness, and even distinguish colors in it. Madness could sense the psionic power of the monsters, especially since all of them burned with madness and vile hunger for slaughter. Pain, on the other hand, could sense and track wounded monsters, and especially those who are in pain, even in the blinding darkness. She could track and hunt them down. Arad is currently watching the world through the three voids' eyes and is ready to assist them in any way necessary. He could see darkness flooding the crust of the cavern like a tsunami, washing off the weak monsters and ripping them apart. She didn't bother harvesting any souls from the weak B-rank monsters that only hid there to escape from the storm, but didn't dare venture deep into the chasms. Pain almost immediately sensed a great monster hiding in the depths of the darkness, licking its wounds after a deadly battle. That was Pain's current target, and it'll take her a while to reach him. But when she does, finishing the wounded horror won't be that hard. Madness, on the other hand, strangely shifted its gaze away from the chasm at a hole in the ground far away north. At first, Arad didn't understand what the madman was thinking, but he immediately noticed it. That hole wasn't another entrance to the chasm, but the maw of a massive horror. It mind controls weak monsters to make them mistake its maw for the chasm and jump inside it. It'll take Madness a while to break and kill the horror, but Arad can already think of many uses for that creature. Satisfied with what his three voids are doing, Arad shifted his attention back to his body in the Titan's plaza. He looked down at the endless mountain range and then turned to Tyal. I should probably go hunt for a time. Not every day I get the chance to eat my fill. Tyal giggled. If it's just food, then we'll have a massive meal for you. It is not that Titans eat less than you, do they? He, in fact, did eat more than the Titans. They'll probably offer him enough food for the size he showed, which was less than 1/100th of what he needs to eat. This was really one of the largest problems that Arad had met since he became an adult. The amount of food he needs to sustain himself has grown so large that it is almost impossible for him to eat his fill. The uranium that Gaia manages to get him is sufficient to keep him alive, but it is more like living on military rations. Not something that he would want to live off. But that wasn't all. Arad had several more goals now that fighting and safety aren't an issue. To explain it, he knows that one day he'll have to survive on a diet of uranium and nothing more. That's why he now wants to explore the world before venturing to other worlds. His goal is to gather culinary knowledge to be able to make his humanoid body decent meals to mask the tasteless uranium he has to eat. And of course, he also has to feed Nina. She is now her husband, so he is responsible for feeding her. And what better place to hunt large quantities of monsters than the mountains that can feed the Titans? They rode across the plaza and returned to the streets. For several hours they explored the large city, its countless shops, and even watched a play in the theaters. Those Titans aren't just some powerful race that hunt and eat. They are deeply concerned about culture and philosophy, to the point that some of them can spend years pondering the right way to eat a loaf of bread. And yes, Arad saw it, a massive 20-meter-long, steaming, hot, golden bread loaf. The smell alone was enough to warm up the frigid air, and Arad didn't hesitate to shove a few into his stomach. He'll eat some and send some back home through his clone that remained in the castle. Can you make that? Arad pointed at the bread loaf and looked at Tyal. She looked at him with a puzzled face. Me, no clue, sirthionovielfire.net. He immediately looked away. What a shame. Tyal froze for a few seconds.
Wait, that's what you care about.
As she started to realize something, Arad had already disappeared. When she looked for him, she found him already sitting with the grandma who was cooking the bread in a massive oven, which was in fact the burning side of a volcano. Tial froze in place and then cried, grabbing both Alice and Clog, "He's going for the old hag!" And then she dragged them with her as she rushed to capture Arad before she could get demoted beneath an old grandma. Down underground, a deadly battle had started. Darkness surged and turned into countless claws and maws that swirled around a large snake that hid in the shadows. Calling the monster a snake was an understatement. The thing was a massive leviathan that was almost a kilometer long and had several sharp spines running down its back. The snake itself moved very slowly and didn't look that active. But what drew Darkness's attention was that despite its massive size, the leviathan moved silently and without causing any tremors in the ground. It was an ambush predator, but as soon as the Darkness attacked it, the leviathan moved at harrowing speed, unfit for its massive body. In the fraction of a second, its jaw had already flown hundreds of meters and snapped shut at the Darkness' claws. Darkness couldn't dodge the sudden attack as she didn't expect such speed, but still, damaging true Darkness was extremely hard. She managed to tank the bite and flew out of the leviathan's maw and reached toward the eyes, aiming to blind it. Countless claws emerged from the darkness and rippled like a chainsaw, ripping the scales to pieces and tearing the snake's eyes out in seconds. That was when Darkness made a mistake. This leviathan didn't need its eyesight. It didn't rely on dark vision like other monsters of the dark chasm. Chapter 12:14. 12:14. The Three Voids. The darkness surged forward, and the large snake slithered through the dark caves, abandoning all pretenses of stealth, and bolted forward at a harrowing speed. Darkness made a mistake. This thing was already blind. The leviathan snake senses its surrounding area by tasting the air with its long tongue, thermal sense and tremor sense. Its body rippled and its maw opened, snapping at the darkness with enough force to shatter the ancient bedrock of the mountains. But Darkness was still unyielding, its fangs and claws coming back to life again and again. The leviathan snake and Darkness fought across the caves, shaking the ground and reaping several tens of lives in the wake of their great battle. The clash took them deeper and deeper, causing the mountains to rumble and shudder. But eventually the leviathan snake was nothing more than a monster. It failed to match Darkness's intellect and cunning. He ended up with several fatal wounds and slowed down, allowing her to blast through its maw and aim her fist at where his soul was. But then something strange happened. She killed the leviathan snake but found her palm empty. The monster's soul was nowhere to be found. Darkness stood still for a few long seconds and then looked deep into the darkness. Her burning purple eyes narrowed and her darkness grew deeper. She got played. While the leviathan snake was powerful, it didn't show any magical powers as the creatures of its power do. Darkness for a moment believed that it was a stealth brawler, but that was wrong. The leviathan snake had magic, and one of the most annoying kinds. First, the leviathan snake was a she and not a he. Second, her soul had now appeared several kilometers deep. Darkness herself didn't guess what the leviathan snake's power is, but Doma whispered in her head that worm can reincarnate itself through her eggs. You have to either smash all of its eggs to kill it, or trap its soul with a soul trap curse. Arad himself could have been able to harvest its soul, but you aren't him, even if you're borrowing that power. Darkness looked down at the endless abyss and relaxed her legs, letting herself fall straight down. Madness walked through the snow, pushing the knee-high mounds away with unrelenting force. As he stared through the billowing snow at the large open maw in the ground, a twisted grin crossed his face as countless whispers washed over his mind, tempting him to take shelter inside the monster's titanic maw. Madness reached down and conjured two twisted short swords. He leaned forward and took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the unassuming monster. It was massive, bigger than anything he had ever seen except Arad, hundreds of meters long and wide. After inspecting it for just a fraction of a second, he realized this thing was an ooze, like Losi in Alina. Just a larger, hungry, malevolent one. You don't have enough firepower to kill something of that size. Retreat. Doma's voice rang in his head, but the madman wasn't going to care about something like logic and orders. Without hesitating for a second, he rushed forward and jumped into the monster's maw. It's inviting him to a death trap. So why doesn't he just go check it out? Let's see if this Losi can digest him first, or die by his blades first. The moment madness fell through the hole in the ground, it snapped shut, and he found himself drowning in darkness, thousands of sharp stone teeth closing in on him at an inhumane speed. A large grin covered his face as he twisted his torso and fell on one of the teeth, using it to push himself deeper. This is the monster's maw. There has to be a throat and a stomach somewhere deeper. He'll give them a rearrangement. Doma informed Arad that Madness might end up dead because he threw himself into a death trap, and soon after she told Arad that Madness had ended up dead. The teeth clapped at him faster than he could run down and ended up eating him. Arad was still riding his moose on the streets when he felt Madness's soul rise back inside him. He looked down and released the madman again through the shadows to go out and keep hunting. This was the first time one of his voids got destroyed. Their souls returned to him, and he can deploy them again at the cost of mana. Madness returned straight to the large monster and died again and again and again. Each time he repeated the same thing, jumping into the monster's maw and ending up eaten. But each time he was reaching a bit deeper. The monster was also slowly growing weaker and slower. It was supposed to be clenching its jaw this many times, and no matter how much it ate Madness, it never got any nutrients from the madman, causing it to exhaust its energy. After 30 deaths, Madness finally managed to get past the teeth and found himself in the throat, this time giggling to himself as he saw endless meter-long worms rushing at him, and he was dead, again and again, and down underground. Pain had finally found her target. She looked at the large, injured monster. The poor thing looked like a walking corpse, a massive lion with raven wings, a snake tail, and gills on its neck. It wasn't as massive as the other creatures of the depths, standing at 10 meters tall and 40 meters long, but that only explained why it got beaten up so badly. Payne looked at it for a few seconds and decided to call it Pained Kitty, even if the thing looked like something out of a horrid nightmare. Now Payne knew well that a living being is the most dangerous when at their last leg. That's why she loves pain so much. When a body is pushed to its limit by pain and wounds, the gates of its power are released in a desperate struggle for survival. She looked at the monster, and wounds slowly started appearing on her body. She fell to her knees, crying. Even if her body was made out of the void, her power allowed her to feel the monster's pain and share its wounds, and it was agonizing. The monster noticed her groan and stood, its cracked bones almost shattering. Payne looked at the monster with a smile, lifted her hand, and conjured a dagger. But instead of attacking the monster, she stabbed herself in the left eye. At that moment, the monster's left eye twitched, and a horrid wound appeared on it. Payne's main power allows her to share wounds with whatever she is fighting, and then the one of them that succumbs to pain first and dies is the loser. Seer. thenovelfire.net. She lunged forward, and the monster swatted her away. At the same time, the monster recoiled and groaned, one of its ribs shattering. It injured Payne, but it suffered just like her. There was a difference between Payne and the monster, though, a glaring difference. While the monster suffered in agony and convulsed, Payne convulsed for another reason. Pain aroused her. Arad signed up as they went back to the castle. Out of his 3 voids, darkness seemed the most reasonable. Chapter 1215. Royal Dinner. Arad was sitting at the dinner table with Tyal, Alice, and Clog. King Gale and his queens couldn't attend due to their busy schedule, mainly due to the panic Arad caused by flying straight through the storm. It was a good thing, though. Arad needed to make sure that while the Titans didn't know the real extent of his power, they also feared him and respected what he could achieve. He already showed that he can brave this storm and has Alice by his side, a Titan bigger than King Gale himself and potentially stronger. The dinner was just what Arad expected. A lot of meat, very few vegetables, but those few that he saw were baffling. Massive carrots that are meters long, same with potatoes, and even some beans. He could imagine a whole city surviving on a single Titan carrot. Of course, Arad had sent some fresh Titan carrots to his trusty mount. Mick was just as baffled as Arad himself when he saw it. Arad and the others can endure eating a massive amount of food since they are already colossal. Mick couldn't. Mick was alone in his stables, staring at a massive carrot that looked like the trunk of an ancient tree. It might take him a month to finish it. But Mick didn't waste a second, and he immediately started eating at the dinner table. Arad was the only one to finish his meal and order a second serving. Tial and Alice just finished their share, and Clog, whose draconic form was much smaller, left some unfinished. The Titan servants gave Arad a surprised look. That food was more than an adult Titan could eat, by a lot. They did serve them generous portions, after all. And what scared them the most was that they couldn't see his belly coming out. Where did all those tons of food go? It was like seeing a man eat a whole lamb by himself. Strangely enough, the Titans didn't have maids. What they had were called servants, and those servants were all armored in thick armor to resist the cold. Arad expected to see the familiar maid's outfit, but what he found was more intriguing. The servants wore armor made from monster leather. He couldn't tell what kind of monster that leather came from, but he could tell it was thick and could trap heat better than anything he had seen. The servants also carried weapons, but most had bows on their backs and knives on their hips. One arrow was almost 50 meters long, and the daggers were large enough to split castle walls. Tial noticed Arad's gaze and called one of the servants to approach. The Titan woman stood around 110 meters tall, her skin as gray as ash, and her eyes burning with the brown radiance of earth magic. Her long black hair was tied into a long braid behind her back, reaching as low as her knees. The armor was separated into several sections. The pants, boots, chest, underlayer gloves, and lastly a scarf. The pants came in two parts, the tight underlayer and a wide upper layer. While the underlayer went inside the boots, the upper layer slid above them down to the ankles. The underlayer was made from leather, while the upper layer was from fur, offering extreme heat retention. The boots were extremely well made and had nails on their soles to help with traction. It also made the servants' footsteps easily heard. The upper part consisted of several layers, a tight shirt that was worn beneath everything, followed by a leather shirt, then chainmail, and then a heavy fur jacket. The two layers were pushed beneath the gloves while the chainmail was clipped to the gloves from the outside with small hooks so it wouldn't roll back. Then, two belts on the woman's waist, one holding her pants in place and the other holding the two daggers. The woman's scarf drew Arad's attention and he could see her flinch. She gulped and her hands started shaking a bit. She struggled, but her eyes were trying to glance at Clog. The green scarf glistened in the light. The countless scales on it shone like gems, green dragon scales. Dadarin. I heard he got sniped mid-flight. Clog took a sip from her wine and looked at the servant. That was 20 years ago. Arad looked at her. Know him. Know him. You can say that. He is quite famous for a green dragon. She giggled. He fled north after a scandal with a red dragon. Last I heard, it was a story about a green dragon getting sniped out of the clouds. Surarch. The Arad's eyes shifted back to the servant and she gulped. I don't know what his name was, but he attacked me when I was asleep on the peak of a mountain. So I dropped him down with an arrow. Clag burst laughing. So it was true. He got sniped out of the clouds. Good one, girl. Clag reached down into her pocket and pulled a green canteen. This poison is safe to eat. Before the bottle reaches half, fill it with equal water and blood. That would regenerate the poison in 2 hours. The servant looked at the canteen with worried eyes. It'll make the target lethargic, good for weakening large beasts. She threw the canteen at the woman, and if you're ever bleeding a lot, drink from it. It'll slow your heart rate and reduce the bleeding. Buy you enough time for help to arrive. After dinner, Arad found himself back in his room. They had arrived late in the day, so they didn't have much time. Tomorrow they'll meet King Gale. In the meantime, Arad had more things to focus on. He closed his eyes on the bed, Clog, Alice, and tile at his sides, and then found himself standing back in Alina. Arad was sitting alone in an office, having just finished signing a stack of papers. Rubbing his eyebrows, he sighed. Controlling 4 clones at the same time was exhausting. No, calling them clones is wrong. They feel more like incarnations of him. He stood and walked out of the office quickly, finding Ayala, who was heading back to the royal quarter. She stopped and smiled.
Done with your work?
He stretched his arms. Yeah, done as well. She looked back at where she came from. Today's portion? Yes, there is still a lot to do. While most of them can do some paperwork, Isdis and Roberta are doing the heavy lifting. Let's go. The 2 of them headed deep into the castle. Arad had left 3 incarnations in the castle. 1 was to train the soldiers, and 2 were doing paperwork and fulfilling his role as an emperor. The incarnation that trained the soldiers faded away and appeared inside a massive dark church, sitting on the holy altar. Chapter 12:16. Blood Cathedral. Beneath the crimson twilight seeping through the church's stained glass, Arad was sitting on the altar with a stern face. This place had changed since the last time he was here. He can't even call a church. A cathedral would be more appropriate. Kneeling a few meters before him was a nun with skin as pale as snow and a face full of freckles. Arad slowly lifted his head, and she opened her eyes to look at him. The nun's blue eyes flashed with magic and then narrowed. A smile slowly curled up her lips, and she parted her hands. Lady Eris told me you're coming tonight, so I was waiting. She was Zia, currently the head of the vampire church. Technically, a father should have assumed that role, but here they had a mother called Zia. In terms of power, she was only second to Eris, but power didn't matter, at least as far as Eris cared. What matters to the vampire church is the purity of their blood. The closer they get to Arad's blood, the higher their rank is. This rule has presented a problem. The problem's name was Lucia. The vampire Arad had turned recently. While her blood was purer than Zia's, she was far weaker than even the paladins in vampiric powers. Zia didn't think for a second that she could overpower Lucia in a spellcasting battle. Zia was looking forward to correcting her standing. Lucia didn't seem to care much about running the church because she had classes to teach. That only got Zia more frustrated. She could barely order the teacher to come and clean, let alone pray. But tonight Arad will fix that. He will turn her again into a vampire like he did with Eris. She'll again be the mother vampire. There was one problem, though. The process was painful and deadly, far worse than the first time. Eris had her divine blood, but Zia had none. This might be the best night of my life, she stood, but it's also the worst. Zia looked back with a sad face. We've got no audience. They are all out hunting the cults. Arad nodded. I know my void crows are with them, watching. His voice was calm, deep, and sharp. I wished they'd be here to watch. Give me strength and courage. She looked at the empty seat, somber. I've grown used to having hundreds of little sisters. We're one, a collective force like the bricks of this cathedral, one by one, hand in hand, stacked on each other's backs. We're one massive and sturdy building that can withstand dropping from the upper atmosphere. She looked at Arad. Now that I'm alone, I fear my will won't withstand the pressure, that I won't endure the change. Her face contorted into a frown. She was angry at herself. Arad closed his eyes and the wind stirred. Zia's robe fluttered, and soon some people appeared out of nowhere. I called the ones who weren't actively moving or resting. Arad looked at the nuns and paladins that he summoned. Zia looked back, and her eyes opened wide because of the 3 standing at the front. Eris, Akasha, and Lucia were there looking at her. Only 2 of them. Lucia was half asleep. How about now? Arad looked at her for a few seconds and then shifted his gaze to the nuns. The nuns understood why Arad summoned them. Zia, their mother, served as the head of the church. It was time for her to get stronger blood in terms of normal vampires. This would be the equivalent of a vampire lord making one of its spawn a lord to rule a branch family. It wasn't just a promotion of rank and power, but a promotion of status among their kind. Zia looked at the nuns with a smile. Her eyes then stopped at Eris and Akasha. She can't embarrass herself here and die, can she? But then her eyes stopped at the sleepy Lucia. A frown crossed her face. She isn't worried about her one bit. Eris poked Lucia on the shoulder. Hey, wake up. Zia about to evolve. Lucia rubbed her eyes. What? The Charnushka face? She yawned. She'll be fine. I have never seen a woman as strong-willed as her. Zia smiled and turned toward Arad. Who are you calling a Charnushka face? Mud-brown Zia took her coif off and threw it down. As she walked up the steps, she unbuttoned her robe and let it slide down her legs. Zia's skin was as pale as snow, with freckles spreading from her toes to her forehead, scarce in some places and plentiful in others. Zia didn't gain those freckles naturally. She was one of the few vampires who attempted to conquer the sun on their own. Zia had spent over a century meditating in light shade, sometimes even daring to endure the harsh sun. She hoped to get used to it on her own. It was in these years that she got all of those freckles. To some, they might have looked unsightly on her pale and fair skin. But to her, they were a mark of her pride and unyielding resolve to withstand the sun, coupled with her short black hair, icy cold blue eyes, and rusty red lips. She looked both mesmerizing and terrifying. The vampires feared and respected her, for she doesn't fear the sun. But to Arad, her cold eyes were the catching part. Those eyes burned with a deep will and an unyielding resolve. As a vampire, Zia doesn't just embody resolve, but the inevitable demise. Looking at her soul, Arad could understand one thing. Even steel would one day rust and wither away. Zia finally arrived in front of the altar. She looked into Arad's eyes, knelt for a few seconds, then stood and approached. She slowly lifted her legs and sat on his lap. She took a deep breath, wrapped her arms around his neck, and then looked away, exposing her neck. She had waited for this moment for ages, the day she would become a vampire lord. Her hands and feet trembled. Her whole body shook in terror, fear, and hope. She started sweating, and her muscles fired. She did her best to resist the urge to run Cirith the novel fire net. There were several reasons to be terrified. First, it was that almost no vampire spawn survives the trial, and death would be slow and agonizing. What's more, Arad was far above other vampire lords. Even Eris suffered greatly in her second turning. As Arad opened his maw, flashing a row of massive and sharp fangs, each at least a foot long, Zia gasped and pissed herself in terror, but she didn't move a muscle. Everything else is now up to her luck, willpower, and endurance. She must endure and remain conscious as Arad consumes all of her blood to the last drop, as her bone marrow is sipped and her very being is ripped apart and rebuilt. Chapter 12:17. 12:17. Zia's transformation. Zia's body convulsed, and her eyes narrowed. Arad's massive fangs slurped the blood out of her veins, and with it, the marrow of her bones got violently pulled out. The pain was unimaginable and the agony unbearable. She wanted to scream, but her muscles and throat were too dry to move. She looked like a mummified husk in seconds, betraying any semblance of life. She was still wide awake, feeling her body rapidly dying, but she was a vampire. Death never came easy. A human would have already perished the moment Arad's massive fangs pierced her neck, but she wasn't through the torturous pain, the dreadful silence and fear. Her mind remained calm, forgetting about everything besides survival. This process was quite necessary for her to become a vampire lord. Her weak spawn blood needed to be changed with a stronger one, so flushing it out was a necessity. Cleaning her veins and muscles was mandatory. Blood is made in the bone marrow, so that also needed to be replaced with a stronger and better one from Arad's own blood. She needed new hematopoietic stem cells. Feeling how painful the process was, Zia couldn't believe how Eris had endured it before. This felt worse than death, but at the same time, strangely relaxing. It can't get worse. Sadly, it was about to get worse. One of the main vampire powers is their superhuman reflexes and intellect, which means the next target for the evolution after her blood and marrow was her nerves. The moment her nerves started disintegrating and getting replaced, her whole brain got washed over by a flood of indescribable agony, the very being of her soul getting ripped apart and rebuilt over and over. It got so bad that even with her dried muscles, lungs, and throat, she managed to scream. A chilling death howl washed over the church as Zia's eyes flashed red, causing all of the nuns to pale. They could already sense it, Zia's aura shifting from that of a mere vampire spawn to a true vampire lord. Akasha looked at Zia and Arad, remembering how Arad tricked her and drank her blood. Transforming from a human to a vampire should have been less painful than this, but how did he endure fighting her half-transformation? Arad's endurance was over the chart, even compared to the vampires who were used to injuries. Soon, the red light in Zia's eyes faded away and the blue spark returned to them. Her skin started repairing itself and her dried veins flushed with fresh blood. The first stage seemed to be over, but that wasn't the case. Her body got transformed, but now it was the most dangerous part, the brain itself. Zia could feel a presence clawing at her deep consciousness, sneaking deep into her memories and self. Her mind was being morphed into that of a vampire lord, the ability to control the spawns, and the power to command over them was getting integrated, seer, tho alvofire. It was then that she had to make a decision. How much of her brain would let Arad access? The more she allowed him to access, the better her chances of success were. But that came at a cost. The more she allowed him to access her brain, the more of herself was revealed to him. Memories, emotions, will, dreams, and everything she might have wanted to keep to herself. Like anyone else, Zia had many things she would have preferred to keep a secret from herself. But today she decided to forget all caution and open the vaults of her brain, letting Arad ravage everything, turn every neuron over, and make her brain stronger. Arad could see her a little girl living in a lavish city, the daughter of a humble merchant of weapons. She had spent the early years of her life helping around the shop, cleaning rust off the old weapons to resell them. That kept until one day, when she was in her late teens, a letter arrived, a marriage request from one of the nobles. She considered the letter and even went to the ball she was invited to, and saw the young noble who wanted to marry, a handsome young lad, but in the end, she didn't feel like it. The noble lad wasn't the type she liked. Too soft, too childish looking, with hands softer than hers. So when she returned home, she told her parents about the party and that she would refuse the marriage request. Her parents were happy with that decision. They said that it was good for her to leave the hardships of the commoners' lives. The lad looked soft and young because he was young. In 5 or 10 years, he'll grow into a mature man in his 30s. She'll like him then. Zia didn't care about any of that, and she refused to accept the request from anyone, sending it on the same day. A few days later, when she was walking down the streets, a carriage stopped by her side and the noble lad walked out. She looked at him, a frown on her face. "I didn't expect to see you again, not in the street anyway." Zia asked and replied with a smile. He, too, didn't expect to see her. She didn't hate the lad, and she even knew him for years. So when he offered her a ride to her hope, which was still far away, she agreed. Everything went wrong on that fateful trip. The conversation started normally, and slowly he started trying to flirt. She didn't mind him, even if she refused. He's free to try again. As long as he remains respectful, if he were to magically change in a day, she might even change her mind. All he had to do was grow a beard and put on some muscles, harden his hands by swinging an axe for a few days, or a sword. He could, in fact, achieve that in a year or two if he worked hard enough. But soon, the advances started getting out of line when he touched her leg, and it was then that she noticed that something must have gone wrong. He wasn't that kind of man. It took her only one question for him to pull the letter she sent, and her eyes opened wide. This wasn't what she sent. The letter he showed her said that she agreed that she gets shy easily and would rather he take on a more active role. It even included the description of what she wanted to see in him, that he should probably grow a beard, and that he should try to get a bit stronger. That handwriting, her parents had set her up. Chapter 12:18, 12:18, Zia's transformation, i.e. Zia considered explaining the situation, but then asked the carriage driver to stop and left, saying anything now could get her parents in a lot of trouble, if not for anything, then for trying to mess with the marriage of a noble. But she never made it back home before everything went into hell. The sun had just receded behind the mountains, and she was making her way back home when she heard a scream coming from the house of one of their neighbors. The carriage didn't even make it that far and stopped. The noble lad and his guards jumped out to look at the source of the scream alongside Zia. It was coming from her neighbor's house. As she rushed in, the noble lad followed with his guards. Soon she reached the door and started knocking on it, calling for her friend who lived there. The scream was hers. No matter how much she knocked, no one replied, and the guards arrived. One of them immediately paled. He could smell blood all the way outside. Someone must have been gravely injured. So he didn't waste a second and kicked the door open. As the guards rushed in, Zia followed them, calling for her friend. Soon the lad reached her. Back away, it might be dangerous. The shadows danced, and the flicker of the candles on the tables twitched. The stench of blood permeated the air, and the guards pulled their weapons. One of them immediately called for a healer, and the other looked at Zia. "You know the house's layout?" "Where is the kitchen?" he asked with a pale face, but immediately frowned and his eyes widened. Zia noticed his expression change and soon heard something fall behind her. The noble lad fell down, and a large chunk of his neck was ripped off. As blood splashed and the lad twitched, the guards rushed at him. "Young lord!" And another guard stood beside Zia to protect her. The moment the guard knelt to look at the lad's injury, his neck twisted with a heavy impact. Zia couldn't see what hit the guard, but she spotted a shadow blinking past the soldier and immediately ducked down. In that instant, the soldier who stood beside her tried to block something, only for his sword to shatter and his head to be ripped off. In seconds, all the guards were killed, and Zia knew she was next. She was left for last. She was the weakest. The lad probably was killed first to distract the guards, knowing that she is neck. It only took her a fraction of a second to lift a chair up to her chest and neck. Soon she felt a painful impact. The chair shattered on her chest, and she was sent flying back, shattering the window and breaking through the flimsy walls of her house, bleeding rivers. Sear the noble fire net. The wood splinters took her left eye, stabbed her through the back and chest. Her left arm got twisted at a weird angle, and she couldn't even breathe. Some of her ribs had shattered. She was now in her father's workshop, bleeding on the cold floor. Her parents rushed down the stairs when they heard the loud impact and saw her there. Barely able to move, the two didn't make it down the stairs when something got them. Her father lost his throat, and her mother's head went flying and broke through the ceiling. By the time her parents dropped to the ground, Zia had caught a glimpse of whatever was chasing her and had now made her way to her father's bench, secretly snatching something from among the tools. She then felt it, something grabbing her by the hair, and lifted her up. When she looked, a tall woman stood there with long black hair, two glowing red eyes, and a face drenched in blood. Lucky brat. The woman hissed, and I thought I could just stop for a snack. The woman licked her crimson lips and opened her mouth, revealing a row of hideous teeth and fangs almost an inch long. Before Zia could scream, the woman bit her neck. Zia felt a sharp jolt of pain. Her legs grew cold and her mind started getting foggy. But that was the moment she had waited for. She knew what kind of horror this woman was. Everyone has heard of them in their lifetime. She heard of them from her bedtime stories. She swung her arm and pushed the thing she picked from her father's tool at the vampire's chest. Her father was a craftsman, and that was the holy symbol of Mora, the dwarf god of crafts and blacksmiths. The holy symbol burned through the vampire woman's chest and sank into her flesh like a hot knife through butter. Not even the bones could stop it. She dropped Zia and stumbled back, clawing at her own chest, trying to get it out, but that was already impossible. The symbol flashed with divine magic, and the vampire woman screamed her lungs out and rolled on the ground until nothing was left but ash. But by that time, it was already late. The vampire woman was killing everyone with one hit, but Zia survived one of her strikes. That woman didn't need to drink blood, so why didn't she finish Zia off immediately with a second attack and instead bite her neck? Zia looked around, her head throbbing in pain, and her wounds were slowly healing. She could hear things she never heard before, and see what mortal eyes weren't supposed to see. The vampire woman had tried to turn her into a vampire, and succeeded. A holy symbol. A tall man with long black hair was standing beside the ash. He leaned down, picked Mora's symbol, and shattered it in his hand before it could burn him. What a shame. A vampire lord died just like that. Foolish woman. I've told her to be wary of symbols so soon after getting reborn. His red eyes shifted to Zia. For a human, I salute your luck. Or should I say former human, you're a mere spawn now. That was Vlad. He had immediately come to check as he sensed one of his vampire lords dying. He approached Zia, put his hand on her head, and the two of them disappeared. That was how Zia had first turned into a vampire. 600 years ago, chapter 1219, 1219, Zia's transformation, i.e., Zia's memories, feelings, and thoughts, flashed through Arad's mind, but he almost paid them no attention. The process itself wasn't conscious, but he still had to be careful. Arad saw the day she first became a vampire, the months she spent refusing to drink blood until she finally gave up the years she spent after that studying magic and working as a maid in Vlad's castle to avoid the bloodshed and the Blood Lord's laughter, as he thought it was funny for a vampire to avoid killing for so long. Vlad didn't care what Zia did as long as she didn't bother him in the castle. He even allowed her to have a room and work as somewhat of a maid, cleaning the bloodstains and dust all night long. While other vampires were going out, hunting humans and drinking blood, Zia was always in the castle, living off a single glass of blood a month and focusing on her magic. She even had one of the vampires, who was a thief, teach her how to fight with daggers. Years passed, and then decades, while other vampires grew stronger and turned into vampire lords. Zia always remained the same maid, cleaning and living in the castle. It reached a point where no one besides Vlad knew if she was actually just a weak spawn or some horrifying vampire lord that Vlad is keeping around. Arad saw how Vlad married a noble lady, how Ginger was born. It was Zia who delivered her centuries ago. Zia was the one to name her Scarlet, due to the color of her eyes and hair. As the decades passed with Zia caring for Scarlet when her mother died of old age, a rumor started going among the vampires. Zia was no mere maid, but a powerful vampire lord. Vlad would never leave his daughter with a weak spawn. Arad saw the day Alcott attacked Vlad's castle, and that was the first time he saw his mother's face. Even if he was looking through Zia's memories, he couldn't mistake his mother, and he stopped digging deeper into the memory. A tall woman with black hair, purple eyes, skin as pale as snow, and an unassuming presence almost fading out of existence. Vlad faced Alcott in front of the castle to keep Scarlet safe, but ended up getting killed when Arad's mother kept shutting all of his attacks from the shadows, giving Alcott a chance to win. Alcott wasn't strong enough at the time to kill Vlad. It just happened that Arad's mother wasn't about to let her husband get killed that day. Zia tried to convince Scarlet that she must run away, but ended up thrown into a coffin and locked in the cellar. She didn't witness the fight and only managed to escape a year later. The whole castle had been abandoned. Alcott didn't leave a single vampire alive, and he seemed to have missed her since she barely had any vampiric presence. Not drinking blood for centuries saved her life. But spending a year locked in a coffin and starving for blood hadn't been easy, and she couldn't think straight anymore, consumed by the mad thirst for blood. Vlad won't stay dead for long. He always comes back. He will. But before she could know it, Zia found herself alone in a village, everyone there dead and sucked dry. It was the first time she suffered from a blood rage, and she had never been the same since. Zia had spent years in the past training with her daggers and magic. She had mastered all of it before even dabbling in the inhumane power of her vampiric body. Most spawns only drink blood to grow stronger. They lack any kind of martial or magical skill, who will spend a year training with a sword when they can drink a human's blood and get that much faster and stronger in a day. Zia wasn't the same. All of those skills she nurtured bloomed when she drank her fill of blood. While her speed and strength matched the other spawns now, she outclassed them in magic and martial skill, making her seem more like a vampire lord than a mere spawn. The rumor about her being a dreadful vampire lord only grew stronger now that she was the only one who survived Alcott's attack. She later regained her spot as the castle's maid when Vlad returned, and soon after, Vlad spotted Iris with Arad, leading to the Blood Lord's death. Arad saw himself consuming Zia, turning her into his spawn alongside the thousands of vampires that served Vlad. He saw her living in the church doing her usual job. Unlike Vlad, Zia was happier here. Arad wasn't some bloodthirsty, murderous psychopath like Vlad. He cared for her and his spawn. What's more, she loved his look more than anything else, tall, muscular, rugged, and quite strong, Cirth, the noble fire. Yet, at some point, she had started worshipping him alongside the other spawn, drawing power directly from his blood to sustain them. What Arad didn't expect to see was her personal memories. Zia at first wanted to stay as far away from Arad as possible, do her work, and blend in among the thousands of vampire spawns. She knew better than to just love a man for his looks. But soon she found herself even more fond of him. Unlike other vampire lords, Arad retained his humanity. The first one to notice Zia's being out of place among the vampires was Eris. She almost immediately saw her as who she was and started keeping her close. With time, the two got really close, and Eris started using Zia as a mediator between her and Arad's vampires. She always kept her close and allowed her to live away from the bloodshed for once before Zia could even know it. She was Eris's personal maid. Arad could see Eris mumbling about him to Zia in her memories. About how he acts, what he did, the nights they spent together, and how her power is growing. Zia then found herself sleeping each day to the memories of what she saw of Arad, dreaming about the night stories Eris told her about and keeping herself company. It was then that Zia's eyes shot open, burning with crimson blood magic. She reached upward and bit into Arad's neck. The transformation was complete, and now Zia had to satiate her blood thirst. Chapter 12:20 Stealth Mission. Zia plunged her fangs into Arad's neck, greedily drinking the fresh blood rushing down her throat. It was hot and burned as she went down her throat, but she managed to fill her belly in seconds. She then drank and more, satiating the drought plaguing her body. Soon the red glow in her eyes started to fade away and was replaced by a cold, collected blue hue of magic. Her eyes looked at Arad's face, and as she was about to say something, his eyes narrowed and her eyelids felt as heavy as stones. Her body relaxed and her hands dropped down. "You put her to sleep?" Eris, who was standing at his side, looked at him. Her eyes shifted between Arad and Zia, and then she sighed. "I'm sure she wanted to have a more intimate moment than you just knocking her out, and I know that what she needs most now is rest, even if she doesn't know or want it." Her whole body had been rebuilt and reborn. Unlike you, she has no divine magic coursing through her veins to soothe the pain and damage. Zia's body was far weaker than Eris, and as she expected, Eris did have a bit easier thanks to all of her powers and demigod body. Most vampire lords need to spend long days asleep after transforming to recover. As Arad looked at the nuns, two of them rushed closer. "Take her to her room to rest." It was then that Akasha spoke. Her voice echoed across the church like a melody. "I'd suggest putting her in a coffin and burying her." She smiled. "She'll rest better that way and would have more power when she wakes up." She then walked past Arad and looked at him. "Vampires have no business sleeping on beds." She then faded away into Arad's body, disappearing into his blood. He looked at the nuns, and one of them briefly explained that Akasha's mother, Akame, is the goddess of vampires and undeath. Coffins are her divine symbol and would allow her vampires to better connect with their godmother. Away at the Titan's castle, Arad was asleep on his bed surrounded by Clog, Alice, and Tile. His eyes were still open as he looked at the ceiling, spreading his senses across the city. Arad's current magic range is 4,000 kilometers, which means that he can spread his magic 4,000 kilometers in each direction. His sphere of influence is 8,000 kilometers wide. Right now, he could directly sense his voids fighting and the Titans going about their daily life. It seems that while half of them sleep at night, the other half remain awake to make sure the city keeps withstanding the violent storm. Groups of hunters even jumped into the mountain range to hunt. Pain had already killed the weird chimera she faced and sent its soul to him. Darkness is still searching for the snake's true body, and madness hasn't been able to defeat the genius Loshi. King Gale and the Queen seem to be fast asleep. This means Arad has time to sneak around and explore. His goal is to find anything that might help both Zeus and Gale stay alive. Arad now has 4 incarnations. 2 are in Alina. One would stay there, and the other would head back to the university with everyone else. The third one is this body he has here, and the fourth one he is now about to use. Say use the novel fear. A small humanoid form emerged, and then another, smaller one followed. Arad and Zephyr were going on their first stealth mission together. Arad looked back at himself, asleep with the rest, and then sighed, masking all of his presence and magic. Look at you. Zephyr sat on his shoulder, already asleep with 3 new women. Arad looked at her and frowned. New, I say not, besides Tyal, but we must play the role well. Zephyr giggled. I agree, they aren't new. Each of them is at least a few centuries old. She stretched her back and yawned. But Aella did say that Tyal would stay as a concubine at least. She then looked around. But this place is quite nasty, isn't it? They aren't spying on us, but they are keeping track of our location, and if we're still alive or not. Arad looked at the walls, seeing the magic flowing inside. It was a simple spell, but well hidden. The Titans should be able to tell if Arad and everyone else are still in the room and if they are alive or dead. I still don't like it. She flew to the wall and looked at it closer. The spell works by using air as a medium. An evil grin appeared on her face, and she lightly kicked the wall. Wait for it. She flew and sat on his head. Seconds later, a loud scream boomed outside, and he could hear many people running all over the place. What did you do? Arad asked, and she shrugged. Just tampered with the signal all around the castle to mask the signal of one of the queens. Arad sighed. That would make sneaking around easier. He didn't like her methods. It is harmless, so he won't bother thinking too deeply about it. Arad and Zephyr walked toward the door. It now towered over them, looking like a titanic structure that should reach the clouds. Arad was only 3 meters tall now, and the door was over 150 meters tall. Zephyr looked at the door for a few seconds, then asked with a serious face, Do you think there are giant cockroaches around? I don't think so. This isn't an enlarged building. It's a castle built by Titans for Titans. Cockroaches exist, but they are the normal size. Titans probably can't even see them. Arad pulled a black cloak from his stomach, covered himself, and had Zephyr hide inside his hood, right on his head. He then lay down and crawled beneath the door. The gap was almost a meter, large enough for a normal human to crawl with ease, but Arad was a bit too big and it felt a bit cramped there. Hurry, we need to make use of the distraction. Don't go to the royal quarter, go to the offices instead. We might fight something there. Chapter 12:21, No Magic and No Life. Arad crawled beneath the bottom rail. 1 meter of space was enough for him to crawl through, and the door wasn't that wide. No, wait, isn't the right word. It wasn't that deep. The door was about 150 meters tall, 50 meters wide, and about 3 meters deep, enough for him to crawl full underneath. The scale of everything was quite terrifying and fascinating at the same time. Is this how a cockroach sees the world? Arad didn't know, but he was sure it's close. Almost immediately after Arad looked out, he faced the first hurdle, or should he say, the first 2 hurdles. The 2 guards standing at each side of the door won't be easy to sneak past. Arad looked around. A few hundred meters to the right was a large table with a pristine emerald green vase above it. From what he could see, the vase had a whole garden planted full of trees and running water. He couldn't see the water, but he could hear its murmur. For a moment, he considered dropping the vase down with gravity magic and then using that chance to sneak past. But then, what if the security system caught him using magic? Arad didn't want to risk it, so he had to think of another way. He had one obvious option. Void presence was an option, but he would preferably leave that for later. He has a more fun option. The door clicked, and it slowly opened. Arad crawled as fast as he could to keep up with it and looked up. Tile was standing there. He could see beneath her dress, but he didn't care. It was time to move. The two guards weren't there to protect them. They were there to keep an eye on them. They might trust Tile, but not Arad and the rest. How could they not trust him? Arad is the most gentle, honest, and safe person in the world to be around. He would never try to snoop around their castle in the middle of the night. Never. Won't ever happen. T.L. glared at the guards, then sighed. "How long are you two going to stand around here?" "Your Highness, we're here just in case anything happens at night," the man replied with a stern face. He then knocked on the ground with the butt of his long spear. "You can count on us," the woman at his side nodded. "Until morning, we're staying until the morning. You're both dismissed." She waved her hand and was about to close the door. "Don't stand at my door." The man frowned. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I can't leave my post." She froze, glared at him with a frown, and then glared at the woman. "Take this idiot and leave." The woman looked at Tile, puzzled, and her head tilted a bit. "Sorry, but we can't leave." Tile sighed. "No wonder you two never got promoted past being mere guards." She grabbed the woman by the hand. "Fine, then. You're coming inside. And you leave, or I'll kill you right where you stand," as Tile pulled the woman inside. She seemed to finally realize something. Her face burned red, and she shook her wrist from Tile's hand. She jumped outside and gave her a deep bow. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. We'll be leaving at once." She then grabbed the man and bolted away. On their way, the man glared at her. "What are you doing?" "You're disobeying orders," the woman glared at him. "You're dumber than a stone. Let's go before I change jobs from a guard to a consort. We can stand at the end of the hallway. It'll be just fine." Tial glared at them, then glanced at the door's bottom rail. Arad was already gone. By the time she went inside, Arad was already past the hallway's corner. He is an adult now, and his scales are fully grown. He is now a full-fledged lizard. Arad's whole body was now as gray as the stone he was walking on. His scales could change color at will like that of a chameleon or an octopus. It wasn't a magical ability, but a purely natural one, meaning it won't trigger any magical defenses. Soon he reached the end of the hallway. A massive door blocked his path. He was now hiding behind another large vase. This one had a titanic tree on it that looked at least several centuries old. No guards were standing at the door, but Arad could see it was locked. He needs the key. No, he doesn't need it. It didn't take him more than a few seconds to crawl beneath the door to the other side. It helps a lot to be a little cockroach. Siorch, the Novel Firenjot. Now he was in the office quarter where the king and the nobles worked, ruling over the kingdom. Arad felt a bit off walking inside. It reminded him of the mountain of paperwork he still has to finish in Alina. But now Arad faced another huge problem. The offices were locked behind doors where he couldn't crawl beneath. The space he used was now just around a quarter of a meter. He can't crawl through it anymore. What's more, the doors were enchanted with magic to detect life, the whole door frame. Let's start from the left. He approached one of the doors. He wanted to use size magic, but that would trigger the castle's security system, so he had to think of another way to get through the doors. He can't activate magic, but he might be able to deactivate it. Arad approached the door and studied the enchantments on it for a few seconds. It was complicated. The life detection magic is installed on the frame, and the magic detection system is spread through the whole castle. He can't pass one without activating the other and alerting the whole castle. This would stop anyone, but it won't stop nothing, would it? He looked at Zephyr and she sighed. Damn it, I hate doing this. He opened his mouth and she crawled inside. Soon he swallowed her whole. Since he can't use magic to pull her into his stomach, that was the only way she could hide. Arad approached the door, grabbed onto the tiny imperfections in the wood, and started climbing. Chapter 1222, Ninus 1222. Hopefully, no Titan cockroaches. Arad is a Pricolici as much an undead as the next vampire. He should be able to pass through the life detection barrier, but Zephyr won't. That's why he had to swallow her into the safety of his stomach. His goal was the keyhole. If it is as large as the one in his room, he should be able to slip through. Soon, Arad reached the keyhole. Sadly, it wasn't big enough for him to fit through. He could try, but his shoulders won't fit. Soloing Zephyr was a bit of a wasted effort. With his first plan failing, it was time for the second one. Arad immediately turned his attention to the window at the end of the hallway. It led outside into the violent storm. This time, he'll make sure his efforts won't be wasted. He looked through the keyhole and spotted the office's window. The window was clean without a single speck of magic on it. He should be able to enter from the outside with ease. He climbed back down and ran to the window. In the meantime, Zephyr climbed out of his mouth and sat back on his head, a bit uncomfortable. Should have waited until we checked the keyhole. True, next time I won't take things for granted. Not all locks in this castle need to be the same. He soon reached the window and climbed the wall with ease. His nails were just as sharp and durable as his draconic claws. He could easily use them to climb the stone walls. The window was unprotected as he expected. Arad smoothly opened it enough to slip out and held it in place. The violent winds would slam it open and shatter the glass. As Arad was outside the castle, he was outside the magic detection, so Zephyr immediately used her magic to protect him from the wind. Arad closed the window behind him and flew to the office window. Now the storm was helping him with how small Arad was. The violent storm and heavy rain masked him from the patrolling Titans outside. Arad looked toward the guards. "Take him out. I'll open it when you do." Zephyr flicked her fingers, and a heavy load of rain flushed straight into the guard's nose and seeped into his lungs. The guard fell to his knees, coughing violently. To breathe rain like this was a first for him. Another guard rushed to check on him almost immediately. "What's going on?" he asked, with a worried face, looking around for any attacker. But that was stupid. Who'll attack the Titan's castle in the middle of the capital and in the middle of a deadly storm? Deep breath almost killed me. Got more rain in my lungs than is outside. The guard laughed, standing back like nothing had happened. By that time, Arad and Zephyr were already in the office. The office looked mundane like any other, but instead of papers or books, it was filled with massive scrolls made of thick monster leather. Arad jumped from the window, smoothly landing on the desk almost 100 meters away. Arad couldn't use magic, but that didn't mean he didn't have access to the draconic might stored in his muscles. This might be nothing near what he could output in his draconic form, but it was still far superior to what mortals could dream of having. He looked around and then faced the first threat in this stealth mission. A massive, 4-meter-tall, hulking cockroach. "They've got cockroaches," Arad smiled. The hulking cockroach was humanoid with bulky arms and a body covered in black chitin carapace. Its tiny mandible clicked, and its eyes looked at Arad with hunger. One grumple escaped its maw. Jew in. In the next moment, Arad dodged a lightning-fast punch from the hulking cockroach, slipped beneath a follow-up bite, and then dodged a kick with a flip. Arad landed behind the monster and looked at it with a smile. "Look at you. Do you really want to die?" Seer Theo Novel ear. Net. He didn't give the hulking cockroach a chance to reply and closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. The cockroach reached in time to barely dodge Arad's deadly punch, but he still got grazed. A deep scratch appeared on the monster's carapace, and it glared at Arad with rage burning in its eyes. Arad jumped back and looked at the hulking cockroach with a smug smile, taunting him to attack again. The cockroach took the bait and lunged at Arad, swinging a lightning-fast right hook. Arad swatted the punch aside and smacked the bug with an uppercut so hard that he sent him flying 4 meters in the air. He then immediately jumped and grabbed him mid-air, delivering several attacks: a hook to the jaw, a punch to the collarbone, a kick to the liver, and 2 slaps followed by a backhand fist to the eye, and then he spun around, sending the bug to the ground with a drop kick to the head. And by the time the hulking cockroach reached the ground, Arad was already waiting for him there. Arad kicked him back and dashed past him, leaving Zephyr in his place. The two then ganged on the poor bug. Arad swung punches from one side while Zephyr grabbed the cockroach by the antenna and swung him around. Even with how tiny she was compared to him, her wings and body held a terrifying might. The 1-foot spirit could comfortably fly away with the 4-meter-tall cockroach and toss him around like a toy. When the cockroach's carapace cracked, Arad punched it on the face hard enough to make it spin in place, then ripped his solar plexus with an elbow to the chest and followed with several kicks and punched mid-air after the flying cockroach. The poor bug was sent flying straight to Zephyr, who grabbed it by the back and carried it. It was unbelievable to see the small Zephyr flying with the massive monster above her head. Zephyr tossed the cockroach to Arad and rushed forward, accelerating faster than ever before. In the blink of an eye, he had ripped all of the cockroach's limbs and head, thrown them away, and plucked the brain that was hiding in its upper chest. Before the cockroach's torso could even touch the desk, Arad sent it flying alongside its limbs with a powerful kick. Soon, the cockroach's corpse was resting in the corner of the room, violated to the core. Chapter 1223, A Room of Scrolls. What do they say? Where there is a cockroach, there are 100 more. Arad looked around and took a deep breath. Let's search through the scrolls. We don't have much time to read all this. Arad spent almost 2 hours sifting through the countless scrolls. He made sure to return them all to where they were before, and found several intriguing things. Gale had planned to kill and take Zeus's throne for literally centuries. He made many plans, but most failed to bear fruit. Zeus was just too strong, too smart, and too dominating to beat. Gale knew that he could never beat his father in a straightforward challenge. Zeus had lived far too long and saw everything. He would guess whatever Gale planned and counter him in seconds. What's more, Gale was weak, far weaker than his father. Even his daughter Tyle outclassed him in power. All that he had was his unique ability to control the wind. Gale was the wind, and his father was the lightning, both integral parts of the storm. Arad found several records of payments to several strange organizations. He never visited the Titan Kingdom, but he could at least guess when the information on some scrolls didn't match the others. Arad also asked Tyle about what he was reading. His incarnations are one and the same. While he was reading the scrolls in the office, his incarnation on the bed with Tyle was asking her about what he saw. Tyle concluded several things. The first is that her father was paying groups to silence those who suspected that Zeus was still alive. People knew how powerful Zeus was, so his defeat looked strange to many people. Arad was certain that if Zeus showed up again, no one would be surprised, but that would lead the people to request the law to be upheld. Gale, his wives, and children would be executed to cleanse the treacherous bloodline, while most of the Titans' laws were lenient. They were extremely harsh when it came to their royals and nobles. Arad could save Tyle by claiming her and daring the Titans to come and kill her. But what about her mother, stepmothers, sisters, and brothers? Arad had to think of another way to solve the problem than a direct confrontation. At first, Arad hoped that he could find a fault with Gale and end him directly, then put Tyle on the throne. Zeus himself didn't look to be against such a result, but that would be as a last resort. What Arad wants now that he has the power to challenge the whole world is a perfect ending. He wants everyone to live, Gale included. This wasn't just something that he wanted to do. To be honest with himself, he almost has no attachments to Tyle now. He only knew her for a few days. What he cared about was Zeus, and since Zeus cared about Tyle, Arad cared about her as well. Arad sees this situation as a challenge to his power and intellect. He wants to know his limits. How much of his will can he impose on the world? Zephyr sighed as she read through the scrolls. Zeus reminded her of herself quite a lot, a fool who tried to use all of his power for the betterment of his people. The world loves those kinds of people, and it will use and burn them. You either die a selfless hero or live long enough to kill those you swore to protect, those who abused and used your kindness against you. Hearing her, Arad smiled. You lived long enough and didn't kill anyone. Zephyr closed the scroll she was reading and looked at him. Who knows? I still didn't live long enough, it seems. My will is a bit too hard to break. You'd think that 1,000 years of starvation would do the trick, but it didn't. Say Arch, the novelfire.net. Last thing I want to see is you as a villain, Arad smiled, but that's what I'm trying to do here. Break that circle. I don't want to be used by the world. He clenched a fist. I don't want my kingdom, future kingdom, to rely on my power to survive. I don't want them coming to my door at every possible problem. That's why I sent the vampire paladins to hunt the cultists and didn't go myself. That's why I want to train the soldiers in the castle. That's why I want my wives to be able to defend themselves. He threw the scrolls back into place and sighed. He had read everything and didn't find any possible way to save everyone. Zeus was dead, and Gale would have to die if he returned. To change that, the Titans might change their law that has existed for thousands of years. Back in his room, Tyal looked at Arad with a worried face. Can I say something? He looked at her with a smile. What is it? Didn't you get something that can help? Tyal was talking about the portfolio he got from Caden, the one that can turn someone into a demigod and potentially a god later on. He can give that to Zeus and bring him back as a demigod. That shouldn't put any strain on Gale's position. It would only make it stronger, as he would have managed to win against a future demigod. But Arad didn't want to just throw the portfolio around. That thing is just too powerful, too valuable to spend on a whim. Not even the Overgod is making demigods just like that. Arad knows that Zeus is a master of lightning magic, and that Gale focuses more on wind magic, but what about Tyal? He had never asked. I'm thinking about. In the meantime. What can you do? In terms of fighting, Tial looked at him for a long moment. Tyal is how people call me. My name is Typheus, also known as Titan Typhon. She put one leg on another, and her hair started moving on its own, turning into long, pale gray snakes. The wind in the room swirled and twisted. 100 snakes were staring at Arad with hunger in their eyes, and Tyal giggled, I have a lot of powers, but I'm mainly a master of typhoons. That's how I got my second name. Arad smiled and looked at her face. Snakes? I got some of those, too. His eyes flashed green and his hair grew longer, turning into slithering green vipers. Doma is the daughter of a Medusa. Aren't you two somewhat related? Tyal giggled. Of course not. There are many people who look alike. Those snakes on my head, they don't curse anything into stone, but they breathe fire and poison. Arad thought about it for a few seconds and then smiled. How about you beat both your father and grandfather for me? She giggled, slithered over his chest, and smiled. I'm listening. Of course, it didn't take Clog a second to push her away and take her place. Chapter 1224, Ninus 1224, deep in thoughts. Tyal gave Clog a pout and then skulked aside. Fine, I know. Technically speaking, Arad's wives still had their spots to worry about. Tyal can't do anything before Alice, who knew Arad before her, and neither has any right to go for it before Clog herself. That was the basic form of respect between his wives. Each knew her place in the line and would respect the others. Of course, there were many in line before Clog, and she, too, couldn't do anything at the moment. Of course, all of those rules fly out of the window if Arad moves first. Clog herself could allow any of the wives to take her spot in the line, for a price, and that price was blood. As a Dracaena, she already expected some infighting among the wives, and if any can beat her, she'll gladly yield her spot. That was the catch. No one dared face her. Even Gammond chose to stay back and made sure that her daughter Cori never got any funny idea about fighting Clog. She described Clog as a rabid beast full of deadly diseases and poisons. Even Arad didn't get a chance to see Clog fight, but Gammond had seen her in the past and warned him. Clog can punch far higher than her draconic age implies, just like him. For that reason, Arad couldn't help but feel like he was stuck between three monsters. Alice, he knew her power well. She can probably rival Merlin in magic, but has refined her skill for longer and boasts the physical might of a storm titan on top of everything. Tial is a powerful titan that even Zeus approved of her might. Arad knows for sure that she can flip the whole castle on them in a second. And what terrified him more was Clog, and the fact that no matter how many people told him about her power, none seemed to realize that her head is her greatest weapon. Even Gammond seemed to underestimate how much Clog knew about the world. Arad couldn't help but smile. "Hey, Mom, what do you say?" The fragment of his mother's soul that was in his mind remained silent for a while, and then replied, "All of them are far older than you. Be careful, they might swindle you around." She then giggled. "You're always gone for them. Just remember Nina and Merlin." Arad knew what she was talking about. While Mom wanted him to find women who are in their early to mid-20s because they are young, fertile, he seems to have changed pace and started going for slightly older women, even going for an ancient Dracina instead of an adult one. Mom seems to have given up on trying to guide him long ago. While most void dragons tend to follow their mother's will since they grow and learn in her womb before being born, he seems to have taken a bit more from his father. Now that he started thinking about it, he first thought that his mother was a great worm, but that can't be true, since if she were a great worm, then he wouldn't have been born. Dragons are most fertile at their adult stage, where they are equal to humans between 20 and 30 years old. Mature adult dragons are between 30 and 40 years old, old people are between 40 and 50 years old, and ancients are as fertile as a human between 50 and 60 years old. Poor Clog won't be having any children anytime soon. Her only chance would be to reach the twilight and surpass it just like Gammond did. Arad was now almost certain that his mother had surpassed the twilight. That would be the only explanation for her great power. His father was quite impressive, having managed to get such a Dracina while being a human, but as he was resting on the bed, he was also with Zephyr. The two of them had just finished reading every scroll in the office and found nothing that could help them easily solve the problem. This meant that their search had to continue, sere the novel fire net. If all fails, Arad would have to resort to making Tial challenge her father for the throne, which would mean he would have to incorporate the Storm Titans into his empire, which he is sure that Izdis would kill him for it. All of that work is going to break her back. While most kingdoms see the Titans as a powerful ally, all that Arad sees them as is a source of infinite food thanks to the mountain range teeming with monsters. How many of you are out there working? Zephyr landed on his shoulder and looked at him with a worried face. 4. I'm here with you, at the same time in bed with them back in our room. Another me is flying to the university, and one is left in the castle to help Izdis deal with the political matter. He cracked his neck. I see all, hear all, and feel all. A smile crossed his face. Want to see a neat trick jump back into my stomach? The two flew out of the window and into the storm. When Arad found a safe place to hide in, Zephyr flew into his stomach and then exited again. This time she found herself back in Alina. Arad was in his bed with Aella at his side. The two seemed to have just finished some quality time. Aella immediately opened her eyes when she sensed Zephyr's magic. Weren't you with him in the Storm Titan Kingdom? Zephyr looked around and then landed on Aella's bare chest and looked at Arad with a puzzled face. Wait, your magic is just as strong here. It is indeed. I was wondering how I'll be able to eat a whole world and then realized it. The reason my magic area is so large is that I need to encompass a whole world to swallow it directly into my stomach. Zephyr thought about it for a few seconds. An 8,000-kilometer sphere centered around you, and now you have 4 of them to try and cover the whole world. You're right, Lunara said that the moon is just 7,000 kilometers wide, so I can probably swallow it whole, but this world is much, much more massive. Do you know how wide it is? Zephyr dropped onto the soft pillows beneath her and closed her eyes. Give me a second. Soon, she started sweating. and her eyes burned with magic. Ayla, who was there, looked at Arad with a pale face. She is using a lot of magic to access her expansion. Soon, Zephyr sighed. 35,000 kilometers, give or take a few hundred. I can't eat it until I become a mature adult or use my clones. He smiled, and Zephyr burst out laughing. Keep on dreaming. You will never be able to eat this world, Arad sighed. I know 4 bodies aren't enough. But the fairy stood and kicked him in the face. Her kick did no damage at all, but she still glared at him. Don't even try, or your mother will spank you so hard you won't sit for a decade. She was right. His mother already ate this world, and she is the one protecting him. When he is ready to leave, she'll be the first one he meets. Chapter 1225, 12025, What happened? Zephyr returned to Arad using his stomach, and the two of them kept moving. This time they were headed toward the lower sections of the Titan's castle, heading to the servants' quarter. It was Zephyr's idea. They needed to know how exactly Gale and Zeus's fight went, and they might find an event that they could use to bring Zeus back without it looking weird. For example, a severed arm that fell into the mountain range. If they found something like that, then they could easily claim that Zeus regenerate from it with an item unlikely, but not impossible. The two flew through one of the windows and found themselves in the servants' quarter. Unlike the upper floors, this one wasn't guarded with magic. Would you look at that? No life detection magic, no mana detection array, and not even a single scrying spell. Arad smiled and looked at Zephyr. She closed her eyes for a second and then nodded. You're right. The array seems to be confined to the royal quarter, the office quarter, and the guest quarter. The servants were guarded with mundane things like actual living and breathing guards standing at the servants' quarter entrance. Those can be easily bypassed when Arad can use his magic. His void step alone allows him full freedom, while most records of the fight are probably going to be kept as secrets. That doesn't mean they can't find them. A royal fight was a public thing, and the whole Titan kingdom would watch it, which meant that someone out there would have written about it. Arad and Zephyr sneaked across the servants' quarters, exploring one room after another, and looking for the ones who wrote diaries. They soon found many who wrote about the fight in their diaries, and what they read was quite interesting. Most people seemed to hate Gale. They loved their old king, Zeus, a lot, and were surprised by the result of the fight. Zeus was right. Most people expected him to win. All of the servants think that Gale cheated somehow, but since they have no proof, no one would dare speak up. It just didn't make sense when the powerful and wise Zeus lost. Most of the diaries were riddled with hatred for Gale and his wives, but there were some who focused more on the event of the fight. Arad and Zephyr had to read and compare several diaries with each other to find similar points and get a better understanding of how the fight went. Of course, Arad had all of the non-fighter vampires in his blood write the diaries as he read them. That allowed him to copy whole books in minutes. The arrangement was simple. Arad had 100 vampires looking through his eyes. Each one of them ordered to write a certain line from the 2 pages that appeared in front of Arad. With each page flip, the vampires copied everything in less than 10 seconds. Arad then had another group of vampires compile all of the lines back into pages, which resulted in his being able to have a written copy of each diary in less than 2 minutes. Isn't that a scary thing to be able to do? Zephyr looked at him, and he smiled. I would be a fool not to use it. Soon they finished going through all of the servants, and Arad had a decent idea of how the fight went. There was one problem, though. It was clear that something off happened at the end. Zeus was supposed to be too powerful to get wounded by Gale's winds, but he did get wounded then. Arad knew that Zeus didn't want to kill his son and was lost on purpose in the end, but that didn't matter. Now what mattered is that he must find a solution where everyone is happy. Arad considered giving Zeus the portfolio he got from Caden and turning him into a lightning god that would allow Zeus to ascend and leave Gale to rule his kingdom. Arad can even get Tyal to beat the living shit out of her father and take the throne. There were already many solutions in his head, but the important question was what would be the best. From all that he knew, Gale wasn't a bad father to Tyal, except for the part of sending her to marry Arad, but even then, he told her that she shouldn't settle for any position less than an official wife. Sia, the no-fire. Gale was just a bad son who didn't know the value of his father Zeus. That gave Arad a personal sting. Arad was stronger than his father Alcott, but he never tried to talk over his father's words or disrespect him like Gale did to Zeus. Arad now wants to punch Gale at least once. If a man can't be a good son, then he will never be a good father. Now he might be treating Tyle fairly, but soon she might end up suffering at his hands. Knowing all of that, Arad decided that his plan must at least include him giving Gale a long speech and a punch to the face. Words differ from one race to another, to each their own language, but men, their common language is their fists. That's what Arad as a dragon believes, at least. Arad and Zephyr flew out of the servants' quarter and were heading to their last stop this night, the royal quarter, to sneak a peek and see if there were any secret documents there. "What look is on your face?" Zephyr looked at Arad and sighed. "You aren't thinking of fighting Gale, are you?" "I was. How did you know?" Arad blinked twice and asked with a confused face. Zephyr sighed. "I've seen enough dragons in my life to know. Let me tell you, you can't solve everything by just punching harder than last time. You might end up starting a blood feud for generations. Don't worry about it. Titans rule their kingdom by might. They are warriors. He won't mind a friendly duel." "I can't call a one-sided beatdown a friendly duel." Zephyr flew and took a seat in Arad's hair. "Don't start troubles. Let Tyle do the fighting. Remember, we're outsiders now. We have no right to be meddling in their business and internal affairs." That's where you're wrong, Zephyr." Arad smiled. "They wanted me to marry their daughter, which means they wanted me as a part of their internal affair. Zeus is now basically my grandpa-in-law. I always wanted a grandpa, and I'm not letting them pronounce him dead when he is alive." Chapter 12:26, 12:26. An audience with King Gale. When Arad and Zephyr reached the entrance to the royal quarter, they had to stop their night quest. The door, windows, vents, even the floor itself, everything is enchanted with several spells that detect intruders and immediately alarm the whole castle. No one can even enter or leave the quarter without a royal imprint, and even when they do, that entrance is announced to the castle guards. Even if Arad were to bring Tyle in, her entrance would be announced, and the guards would know that something is off. She is supposed to be asleep in the guest room. With Arad, this level of security made Arad aware of two things. He should make the security in his castle better, and if he is to find anything useful, it must be kept in Gale's royal quarter, away from everyone's prying eyes. Arad and Zephyr retreated to the guest room before anyone could notice their absence. Well, no one would ever have the chance. There should be only one Arad, and they don't even know that Zephyr is here. As Arad stood in the guest room, Tyle looked at him with a surprised face, and then back at the one still on the bed. "Of gods! There are really two of you. It's actually four." Arad approached the bed and suddenly disappeared into nothing. Arad, who was still on the bed, looked at her. "Who do you think flew with the carriage all the way here?" "I was with you inside the carriage, and I was also in my dragon form flying with it through the storm." She smiled. "It's fun, isn't it? To have more than one of yourself." She dropped back on the pillow. "Do multiple things at once. Do one thing with multiple bodies for a better experience." Arad looked at his hands. "Now that you mentioned it, magic would work better if I tried to cast it with more than one body at once." More scales and all Tyle glared at him for a second with a dumbfounded face, clenched a fist and dropped it down on his chest. The bed cracked and she rolled back to sleep. Morning came and went quickly. After breakfast, Arad found himself finally about to have an audience with King Gale. But it wasn't the normal kind of audience with the throne and all of that. They were meeting in a normal room. Arad soon would be a part of their family after all. Now Arad was sitting on his chair on a table across from Gale, the eye of the storm. "This is the first time we've met face to face like this." Gale looked at Arad with a smile. "Introductions are in order." I'm Gale of Thundercloud, the current eye of the storm. He leaned forward, picked up his large mug and took a greedy gulp from it, and then smacked it back down on the table. Welcome to my humble kingdom. I hope you liked it, and liked Tyal even more. He threw a glance at his daughter. He didn't expect her to bring Arad here. I really didn't expect that I'd be coming here so soon. Arad smiled. The last storm titan I've known was Zeus, your father. I've heard of what happened. Everyone froze. He must have told you about me. I'm Arad Orion of Alina, the nuclear chaos. Arad took a sip from his drink and smiled. As you can see, I'm a dragon, and one that blew Vlad's whole kingdom to ash and then killed him. A void dragon. We're quite rare and powerful. Gale studied Arad for a second and then spoke. Vlad was indeed a pain. Such a monster was destined to die one day. Father had indeed told me about you. Said that he smelled the wind of change. Gale sighed. It's quite sad that we didn't meet like this before my inheritance. But let's not dwell on the past. Indeed, I did want to fight Zeus at least once. Such a powerful, wide, and old titan was bound to be a well of knowledge and experience. Arad's eyes shifted back to Gale and burned with purple fire. I wonder, can you be the same? You've defeated him after all. Gale stared at Arad in silence for a few seconds and then burst laughing. Of course. Why not? But brother, no, my son. You're barely as tall as my knees. I can kick you across the kingdom. You'll manage as long as you fly around me and attack from afar, but that's it. Arad laughed with him, making Gale's wives grow more and more worried. I've killed things hundreds of times bigger than me, bigger than you, even by a lot. At that moment, one of Gale's wives, who could tell lies from truth, spat her drink. Arad wasn't lying. Sayarch, the Novial fire. Net. He did blow a whole world while facing Gammond, so he did kill a thing. This gotta throw a rock into how they see him. But that doesn't matter, does it? Arad spoke before Gale's wife could speak and looked at Tyal. We're here to discuss Tyal's case, right? Gale nodded. Indeed, that's why you made the long journey all the way here. He then looked at Alice, and I guess I know why. Tyal isn't strong enough to beat Alice, not even close. I'm also not the one who decides who my wives are now. My current wives have more of a say than I do, just due to numbers. I'm one, and there are many. Arad sipped his drink slowly and then looked at Clog. She spoke in a cold tone. Tyal can only be a concubine at best, the one beneath Alice, since they are both storm titans. Of course, unless she can prove herself stronger or show herself to be worth more than Alice and the Adventurers Guild. It takes time for someone to grow stronger. Even if she were a concubine today, she'll become a wife if she defeats Alice later on, right? Gale looked at Alice and she smiled. I'm not going to bid my time and let her overtake me. No matter how strong she grows, I'll grow stronger than her. Alice then leaned back and looked at Tyal. The possibility is there, but I won't let it happen. Otherwise, it will be just me giving up. Gale sighed, and I suspect that being a Storm Titan princess is worth less than the whole Adventurers Guild, so speak up. How could she qualify for a wife? Chapter 1227. 1227. Kronos Raptor. Arad thought about it for a long moment. He can't just say, how about she takes the throne? That would be too direct. As I said, that depends on her. Look at Clog, for example. She might not be the most powerful Dracaena I have, but she stands out with her mastery over poisons and diseases. Gale nodded. Raw power or authority aren't the only two options. Utility is just as important. He stood and smacked the table with both hands, a large grin on his face. Then to the chasm we go. I'll show you that a Storm Titan princess is worth more than 1,000 dragons' horde. His eyes shifted to Tyal. You'll hunt a Kronos raptor. Tyal paled like a flower that hadn't been watered in a year. Wait, Kronos raptor, are you serious? Arad looked at them both. Now hold your horses, or whatever mounts you have. He glared at Gale. She might not be a wife, but she is still one of my concubines. You may be her father, but if you put her in danger, I might blast this whole place to ash. Gale burst laughing. That makes me happy, that you care about my daughter so much. It would have been better if you just took her as a wife." He then looked at him. "A Kronos rapture is a deadly foe, true. The fight won't be without its danger, but the rewards are worth it." Tial looked at Arad with a pale face. Kronos rapture is a parasitic time monster that infects titans who died in the chasm and takes over their bodies. It can take over any living being, except living storm titans, and we don't know why. Some ancient writings say the gods put the storm titan here to especially keep Kronos raptors in check. So you're saying that only storm titans can stand a chance of fighting it without getting taken over? Arad leaned back. And what can that monster do besides taking over dead storm titans? Use all of their power and enchant it. It can also heal and even revive by rewinding time on itself, Gale replied, and then leaned on the table. The monster's corpse has many uses, one of them a resurrection potion that can revive the dead, as long as they weren't dead for longer than a year. He laughed. How about it? Tail Tial as a wife, and I'll allow her to hunt the Kronos raptors for you. Arad's eyes shifted to Alice, and Gale shook his head. It is my kingdom, and only the royalty are allowed to challenge the Kronos raptor. Its power isn't something we allow outside to get, but if Tial is your wife, you won't be an outsider anymore. So the Kronos raptor is your kingdom's strongest weapon and enemy. Arad leaned back on his chair. Our strongest heroes and kings would be able to revive just like that. Of course, it's not unlimited, and is quite dangerous to acquire, but still worth a lot. Gale then looked at his daughter. What do you say? You might not be strong enough to beat Alice, and you might not have enough value to surpass her whole guild, but with the ability to hunt such a rare treasure, I'm sure none of his wives would have a chance to top you up. Arad remained silent for a while, thinking. He didn't expect Gale to pull all the stops and reveal his kingdom's treasure. No, he might have another trump card. This is just the best thing he can pull out to make Tial look unique and priceless. How dangerous is this Kronos raptor in a fight? Can you defeat it? Arad asked. And Tial looked really worried. I don't know, it is mainly a mimicking monster. It'll copy all of my powers and then enchant them with its horrid magic. I'll be facing a stronger, faster, and more magically potent version of myself. It can also fully regenerate by rewinding time as well. Arad closed his eyes to think, but he was actually asking Zeus, who sat inside his stomach. What do you say? Search the novelle of ire.net. Quates, 2080, I guess. Zeus's voice was somber, deep, and harsh. Quates 20 for Tial. She'll probably lose. Hunting a Kronos rapture requires the Titan to have mastered all of his powers and then be able to push beyond his limits. Tial is powerful, but not that crazy. Arad sighed and looked at Tial. No offense, but I don't think you'll be able to defeat such a monster. You'd better wait until you've grown a bit stronger. Tial nodded, but Gale just glared at him. Now you're sounding like my father. She can do it, and everything must start somewhere. If not today, then when will she challenge it? Arad smiled. I sound like your father? Like Zeus? Now that's a compliment. He stood. I'm sure he was wise enough not to throw Tial into a death battle. Unlike you, and what do you know, Tial is stronger and harder than you think. You've only known her for days, while she grew here under my watch. Gale looked at his daughter. So what do you say, Tial? Want to prove yourself or always remain beneath the others? Tial sighed. Fine, I'll fight the monster. She looked at Arad. This wasn't going as they planned, but it didn't really matter. They needed Gale to give them a chance for Tial to challenge him into a fight for the throne, and throwing her into a deadly fight against the Kronos raptor is as good a reason as any. The only problem is how to survive the monster. The only two that can save her are her father, Gale, or her grandfather, Zeus. This might be her father's plan to cement himself as the Eye of the Storm, have his daughter weaken the Kronos rapture and then swoop in to kill the monster and save her. The fight won't be easy anyway. Both Arod and Gale are playing with each other and trying to find a way to prove themselves superior. Tyal is sure that her father was planning something just like they were planning to take him down and bring out her grandfather. She looked at her father and Arad, bowed gently, and excused herself. I'll have to prepare for the fight then. To throw a wrench in her father's plan. She must kill the Kronos Raptor with her own strength and challenge him right after. Chapter 1228, 1228, Fake Persona. The meeting lasted longer as Gale and Arad discussed more mundane matters. It didn't matter if Tyal was Arad's wife or concubine. The cooperative relationship between the two kingdoms won't change that much. At least outwardly. Gale needs Arad's kingdom as much as he wants Tyal to have a better standing. Allying with Arad meant that the Storm Titans were allying with the Beast Kingdom, the Elvish Kingdom, and the Dark Elves Kingdom all at once, killing for birds with a single stone in the meantime, and with the two kings busy, the ladies found themselves alone. Tyal's mother leaned forward and looked Alice in her glowing, cloudy eyes. Her pale gray skin glistened as if overcharged with lightning, and her curly hair twitched. Now, we never got the chance to speak, did we? Alice and Tyal's mother, Aolani of the Heavenly Cloud District, the two never met before. Alice had no problem with Aolani, but Aolani had one big reason to have a problem with her. Tyal, we never met indeed. I've heard of you. I'm sure you've heard a lot about me. Alice leaned back on her chair and looked into Aolani's eyes. I did hear a lot indeed. Aolani tilted her head and asked, do you get to the Cloud District very often? No. What I'm asking, I'm sure you don't. I'll let you know that there are no places for you there anymore. Alice giggled. I used to live there. Been several centuries at least. I've sold everything I owned there before leaving. She flicked her fingers, and several scrolls appeared out of nowhere. Still got the deeds. She then looked back at Aolani. You've done your research about me quite well. I'm not used to leaving traces whenever I go, and I was sure not many people could track where I lived. Of course you didn't expect that I won't be able to track you, would I? Aolani smiled, her eyes shifting back to Clog. Before ever deciding to send Tyal to Emperor Arad, I had to check the background of everyone involved. Alice smiled. Then you probably did a good job. Aolani was in fact wrong. Alice never lived in the Heavenly Cloud District. She just had a persona signed up there for several years in the past. She wasn't even born in the Storm Titan Kingdom. That means the Storm Titans still relied on mundane ways of gathering information. Ancient people like Alice and Clog had long erased their traces in the world. They had become living legends to separate themselves from the common people. Alice Dagon of the Storm Island, the legendary wizard and the founder of the Adventurers Guild, the one that tests the S-Rank's metal and gives them their rank clag, the Witch Doctor, Queen of Poisons, and the Green Dracaina of Crypt Forest, the one who can bring both plagues and their cure. Those are the kinds of information the Storm Titan can access, the ones that those powerful individuals had conjured to hide themselves. For example, Alice Dagon wasn't born in the Storm Titan Kingdom. She was born in Atlantis, the capital of the Depth Titans. Her parents got lost while trying to cross the sea and were rescued by the Depth Titans and lived the rest of their lives there. The island she lives on was granted to her parents by the Depth Titans to live on since they couldn't survive at the bottom of the ocean. Clog herself was raised by Gammond alongside several other wormlings. They were orphans of the metallic chromatic war in the past. She had dragons she called brothers and sisters from those days still alive now, but no human can make the connection between them. If she were to call for help, tens of dragons would show up out of nowhere to save her. Even Arad. What the Titans know about him is nothing more than his power level when he faced Vlad. Nothing more. So you're saying what? Our background doesn't matter. The reason Tyal is a concubine and not a wife is that she is still lacking compared to the other wives. The competition is high, and believe me, I know a thing or two about competition. I direct the Adventurers Guild after all. Alice took a sip from her drink and spared the Titans a glance. Tyal sighed. You're talking about me as if I'm not here. I'll kill that Kronos raptor and get my place. Her mother glared at her, furious. Girl, you don't know what kind of monster you're going to face. I've seen that thing before. You've got no chance of defeating it. You aren't built for those things. She leaned forward. Being a concubine is bad, but facing that thing is much worse. Don't do it. Stay a concubine until you find another way to prove yourself. Aulani looked at Arad for a moment. He might be strong, but anyone besides the Storm Titans is powerful against that thing. Arad, who was talking with Gale, still kept an eye on the ladies' conversation. Zeus, who was inside his stomach, burst laughing. Did you hear her? Arad. Aulani is a smart lass. I knew how to pick a wife for my prick of mine. I wish he had learned from her a bit. Throwing Tyal to face the Kronos raptor is like throwing a guardwoman to face a huge dog. Arad smiled internally, but kept his face straight, not showing any sign of emotion while talking with Gale. Don't worry, I suspect that Kronos raptor is a type of abominations. There was one protected by beavers close to the Magic University. He could hear Zeus flinch and gasp. Wait, beavers guarding a Kronos raptor? Not a Kronos raptor, but an abomination called Vorvados, the Lord of Space. My guess is that a similar creature is sealed beneath the mountains, and that the seal has been slowly leaking through the years. Those Kronos raptors might be just weak offshoots from the main thing. Vorvados was also able to create weaker copies to send around after all. I was surprised about the beaver part. Zeus sighed, and Arad giggled, hard-working lot, beating their wood day and night and proudly flaunting their timber tech. Now they serve one of my wives, Mira. You should know her. See the novel fire.net. Are they powerful? How did they keep such a monster sealed? They are regular beavers with hearts of courage. They kept the monster sealed at the bottom of a lake of holy water. Their job was to keep the dam functional so the water would never drain out. I would love to meet them. Never seen a beaver in my life, and I didn't expect them to be that successful. Chapter 1229, Void Python. The meeting didn't last any longer before Gale and his wives had to return to their duties. Poor Gale didn't have multiple bodies, and Isdis's talent was a luxury. Now Arad found himself once again alone with Tyal, Alice, and Clog. This time they were riding across the city and heading toward a famous restaurant. The king can't just tell his guests that he is too busy to dine with them, but sending them to a fancy dinner is a decent excuse. As they were on the way, Arad finally felt something enter his soul. Darkness had managed to kill the snake she had been chasing. He closed his eyes and let Mick trot on his own. Arad could see a massive snake, over 500 meters long, coiled inside his soul. Once he called him out, the snake absorbed so much of Arad's void that he flinched. Void snake? Serpent? No, void python. Arad smiled as he watched the void python uncoil itself and bring its head closer to him. The void python was so large that it could swallow normal storm titans whole and probably coil around Gale and squeeze the life out of him. Arad lifted his hand and the python suddenly became smaller, landing in his palm like a tiny worm. Good, as long as you keep your form, changing size doesn't seem to be an issue. Go, I've got someone for you to protect. Macedoline, Arad yawned, stretched his arms, and looked at the massive stack of paper on his desk. No matter how fast he worked, it never got smaller. Roberta, come here for a second. He called, and the poor woman looked from over her desk with dark spots under her eyes. Arad was doing around 5 times the work she and Isdis did combined, but unlike them, he can't get exhausted that easily. What? She asked, and immediately yawned. If it isn't tea or coffee, then I don't need it. Arad waved his hand. I've got you a little pet. On his palm, a tiny black snake appeared. Ha! The elvish queen Cyrilla was sitting at her desk as well, helping them. But when she saw the snake, her eyes grew wide and she felt sweat rushing down her back. The dark elf Queen Jasmine was right after. She even fell from her chair and crawled back. It took Isdis even longer to notice the little snake, and even she was terrified. Roberta looked at Cyrilla and Jasmine, then stood approaching the tiny snake. "Are you really afraid of this thing? Black snakes aren't poisonous as far as I know, but I'll have to check." Can't say I know what kind of snake this one is, but what she didn't know is that the others weren't afraid of the snake for being a snake. They were startled the moment they understood what kind of titanic monster Arad was holding in his hand. "Don't worry, it's safe. In fact, I've given it to you to keep you safe." Arad extended his hand and she reached forward. The snake coiled around her palm and looked at her, its tongue slipping in and out of its tiny head. Roberta used one finger to pat the little snake with a large smile on her face. "Look at you! What did Arad do to you?" "He didn't steal you from your mother, did he?" Arad laughed. "Of course I didn't. She was living in the mountain range of the Storm Titans. She was a dangerous monster, but now she is safe." Roberta froze. She could tell if Arad was lying or not thanks to her eyes, and he was telling the truth. "Wait, this tiny little one lived in the Storm Titan mountain range?" "I won't call her tiny. She is over. No, she is a 595 meters long python snake. I bet she can swallow a titan or two whole. With her at your side, you won't need to fear anything." As Arad spoke, Roberta's face paled even further. Her eyes slowly looked at the tiny, cute snake wrapped around her wrist with horror. "What?" Arad noticed her terrified face and asked, Wait. This isn't just a snake. It is a titanic monster that you shrunk with size magic. It's not something that should be around my wrist like this." She showed the little snake to him. "I didn't use size magic. She has a body made from my void, so she can now change her size at will. As long as her shape remains the same, she can shrink as much as she wants." Arad paused for a second to think. "Can't grow larger, though? I don't want her to grow larger. Are you sure she is safe? She won't suddenly transform and blow the whole castle apart." She looked at the tiny snake with a terrified face. The little python's eyes flashed with purple magic, and she grew larger, reaching almost 6 meters in length and coiled around Roberta like a spring. She moved so fast that not even Roberta herself noticed until she was already protected by her. Arad reached forward and touched the python. "Let's go outside and test it." In the next second, they were all standing in the middle of the training ground. Roberta gasped, but the python had already shrunk back to a bracelet before she could notice it. "It's fast enough that you won't even see it move, and for a test, how about I call someone?" He looked back at Isdis, who stood behind him. "We've got work to do." He had pulled them out of the office. "You can take a break. The papers aren't running away. They waited for weeks and can wait for half an hour longer." Arad then pointed at Roberta. "Attack her as best as you can. The python would keep her safe and won't attack you back. It'll only focus on defense." Isdis sighed, and her body was suddenly engulfed by an armor made of ice. A crystal-clear sword appeared in her hand, and she looked at Roberta. "Don't move, then. I'm sure Arad is fast enough to save you in case that snake failed to protect you. Sea Arch, the Novel Fire Net. Get ready." Isdis took a stance, but in the next second her sword shattered in her hand. The python's tail had already extended over 30 meters long and shattered her weapon before she could notice. Ah, she is fast. Arad had a large smile on his face. Cyrilla approached Arad and looked at him for a second. "That snake? No, that python. She is a monster above the S rank. Not even a whole kingdom would be able to stop her." Arad blinked, same with Eris. "Do you think a kingdom can stop her? She'll just drop a purple sun on them, and they'll raise the white flag. My goal now is to make sure that nothing else in the world can harm those around me." Roberta needed that protection, since all of the Empire's money runs through her fingers. Chapter 1230, Nets 1230, Isdis vs. Void Python. Isdis took a deep breath and looked at Roberta. The python was coiled on her wrist like an intricate bracelet of black jade. It looked harmless, but that little thing had just shattered her ice sword before she could even see it move. Right. That little thing is a massive and powerful python that survived the deadly Storm Titan mountains until it faced Arad Isdis. took a step forward, and her ice boots dug into the soft soil of the training ground. Soon, a gust of chilling wind rushed from her body, covering the dirt in a thin layer of ice. Isdis now has an idea about how fast the python is and can make a plan. She suddenly burst into movement and rushed forward as fast as she could. The python won't attack her, but she'll do everything in her power to keep Roberta safe. As Isdis expected, when faced with an unknown danger, the python grew to 10 meters long and surrounded Roberta like a spring. She looked both terrified and surprised inside its coiling body, cute and a bit adorable. But if Isdis knows Roberta as well as she thinks she does, the poor girl must be terrified. Isdis slid past Roberta and conjured a long sword, swinging it at the python instead of Roberta herself. It was now just a fraction of a second after she started moving, but the python was still able to keep up, and its tail already swung to face the ice sword. With a loud boom, the ice sword shattered. That was expected. The python's body is made from Arad's void. That's the power of an adult void dragon on uranium. Isdis never expected that her ice could scratch it. But that wasn't her plan at all. The ice shards of the shattered sword flew straight at Roberta, threatening to wound her. The python's body twisted and contorted as if trying to squeeze Roberta's life out, but it formed a barrier with her body to block the ice shards. The python hissed, clearly unhappy by Isdis's attempt at Roberta's life. She had gotten a mission from her master, her lord Arad Orion. She was told to keep this woman alive, to protect her. The python wanted to bite Isdis's head off, and she had the chance to do so, but didn't. Arad had also ordered her to just defend. The blonde little ice woman was lucky that her master loved her. The python's eyes burned with inhumane, disturbing intellect. She was ordered to just defend Roberta, but isn't offense the best defense? Even she, as a monster, had lived long enough to learn that a dead enemy can't attack her. But she was also smart enough to understand that Arad didn't just want her to defend Roberta. He didn't want this blonde little ice woman to get harmed. So now what would a monster like her think? What can she do to win? She found an answer before Isdis launched her next attack. She has to make the blonde little ice woman exhaust or kill herself on her own. Isdis swung her ice sword, and suddenly the python and Roberta disappeared. Isdis's sword cut the air, and she could feel the heavy presence behind her. She immediately turned around with a swing, but then she was surprised. Isdis was swinging up toward where Roberta's head would be. That was the easiest place for her to attack. But the python's tail is swinging from below, aiming at her legs. The python isn't supposed to attack, so this means she predicted an attack from below, and the tail is swinging to block. The monster made a wrong prediction, as expected. If this were a normal fight, then Isdis would have won. But her sword is going to kill Roberta. The python's tail won't have anything to block and would shatter Isdis's knees. This was as smart as monsters get, nowhere near humans. In the blink of an eye, Isdis shifted her sword down to stop the python's tail. Suddenly, the python's tail stopped, and she looked at Isdis with burning eyes, as if smiling. It was just then that Isdis realized that she was fooled. She had cut her own thigh in that rapid and improvised move she made. The python had never made a wrong prediction. She planned and outsmarted her. Isdis growled and glared at the python. "I see," Arad said. "You can't harm me, so you'll make me harm myself." A faint hiss escaped the python's maw alongside her long forked tongue. Arad still didn't try to stop them, so the battle was as he expected. Isdis could only wonder how long this python had lived to build such a high level of intelligence and planning. She knew about the Storm Titan mountains being filled with powerful monsters that fight amongst each other for decades to survive, but she didn't expect this. It wasn't that the monsters there are overly smart. It was just that those who aren't lucky to be born as prodigies of their kind end up eaten by the rest. The two kept fighting. With each second that passed, Isdis's body kept accumulating wounds and sprains. The python kept forcing her to do wrong moves, shifting her weight in ways that would strain her joints and make her regret most of her attacks. But Isdis wasn't any less smart. With each second, she was slowly digesting the python's tactics and solving them one after another. Reading a human's feints was easy, but those of a monster were quite hard to read. After half a minute, Isdis was finally able to read all of the onyx python's moves and adapt to them quickly, ignoring all of the tricks and focusing only on offense. It was then that the python decided to put some distance between them. While Isdis relied on a sword, she could avoid all of her attacks by just being out of range. The python coiled her tail like a spring and jumped away with Roberta inside her. But Isdis wasn't letting her get away. She swung her sword up, casting a spell for the first time in weeks. An ice glacier emerged from the ground, and its sharp peak flew at the python. The thing was massive, at least 50 meters tall and 10 meters wide, a great spear of ice. The python grew even larger and swatted it with her tail, shattering the glacier with ease. But it was already late. Isdis had called on her Mount Cirth, the Nouvelle-Air. Eat Chapter 131, Dragon Rider. The python's eyes opened wide as he saw a massive white thing appear beneath Isdis. But it wasn't a thing. Even she didn't make that mistake. Those pale white scales, those glowing blue eyes, and the cold aura. A white Dracana. She was still mid-running as she had just arrived. An ice rain got formed with her magic, coiled around the Dracana's head, and landed in Isdis's hand. Sir Tho Novuliran, the Kori. Before Isdis could even finish her call, Kori was there to help. Kori flapped her wings, and at the next moment she bolted toward the python and Roberta like an arrow. Kori didn't understand what was happening, but she didn't need to understand. She could see Roberta surrounded by a massive black snake, kill the snake, and get Roberta to safety. Isdis would deal with the details. Kori flew at the python, leaving all control over her body to Isdis. She is just following the direction given to her by Isdis's magic. The rain was just there, so Isdis won't be flung back due to Kori's horrifying speed. Like a flash of light, Kori flew at blinding speed and crashed into the python. Her claws and fangs grabbed and pulled the python apart, trying to open a path for Isdis to grab Roberta. Kori was both surprised and horrified. The python was far stronger than her physically. Her claws cracked and dulled on their scales, and her jaw couldn't bite through them. How did a monster like this make it inside the castle? And why in the frozen world of Isbert did this thing try to kidnap Roberta? She is the nicest woman alive in this place. If this thing took Roberta away, then who'll make ice cream for Kori at night? In a fraction of a second, the fight became personal for Kori. She used all of her might to restrain the python, and the python did its best to kill Kori. Yes, her orders were to not harm Isdis. Arad said nothing about a white-scaled lizard with wings. The python's tail grew longer, and it coiled around Kori's whole body to crush her. Without wasting a second, the python was already feeling Kori's ribs, almost cracking, but Kori won't fall just like that. Her eyes glared at the python with rage and anger. She won't take her ice cream maker away. Red scales started rapidly showing on her body, and fire burned deep within her chest. In the meantime, Isdis threw her hand forward, trying to reach in and pull Roberta away from the python. Kori was in a hard spot, yes. But she could shift into a human form and escape before the python's grasp caught her. It was a bit strange, the relationship between Kori and Isdis. The two weren't just friends, they trusted each other a lot. Kori didn't know for her bright thoughts, but boasted a lot of power. Isdis was the opposite. Among Arad's wives, she was probably one of the weakest, yet those two worked so well together. Kori did best when fighting beside Isdis, letting the Ice Princess make plans and take the lead while she just rages and follows orders. It also helped a lot that Kori's ice magic works really well with Isdis's ice magic, and they are both trying to comprehend temperature magic. Isdis came up with temperature magic theories and spells while Kori tested them with her powerful and mana-rich draconic body. If one blew up in her face, she would be fine. Kori was a dragon, not a squishy human, Isdis did all the thinking and complicated stuff, while Corey dealt with the heavy lifting and the dangerous stuff. That was how the two came to the idea of fighting like this. Corey is the dragon, and Isdis is her gallant rider. If Isdis called, Corey won't even think. She'll instantly drop all that she is doing and rush to her, carrying her through battles without asking many questions. Enough. Everyone froze in place, engulfed by Arad's gravity magic. He had finally stopped the fight. If she can protect Roberta from you two, then most normal dangers won't stand a chance. He lowered them to the ground, and Roberta fell to her knees, her head spinning in circles around the globe. The fight had only lasted a few seconds, but it was already enough to make her want to part with her breakfast. Thank the gods they skipped lunch earlier. Now it was time for Corey to ask questions, or one question for that is all she could think about in a single second. What is going on? I gave that snake to Roberta to protect her. This fight was to test how well she could achieve that role. Arad looked at the python. You did a good job. The python lifted her chin, hissing with a prideful smug grin on her face. She had never faced a dragon before in her life, but Corey looked like a powerful one. She couldn't crush her instantly, even when using a lot of power. You gave this thing to her? Corey looked at the python for a second. My claws couldn't scratch it. Her body is made from my void. Of course you can't scratch it. Gammond might be able to do it, but I doubt anyone weaker than a great worm can damage my void. He smiled. How do you damage nothing? Corey remained silent for a second, then looked at Isdis. How? To damage nothing, try to fill it with something. Isdis suggested, and Arad laughed. That might actually work, but you'll have to contend with the speed at which my void destroys matter. Roberta had finally managed to stand back, and she looked at Arad. The python had already coiled back on her wrist like a pristine, precious bracelet of black jade. Let's never do that again. She rubbed her forehead and tried her best to stand straight. Cyrilla approached and checked her. She is fine, unscathed. Isdis sighed. So even under that assault, that snake managed to keep her safe. I guess some thugs or a mad assassin won't have a chance. She looked at Roberta. Congratulations, you've got a bodyguard. Chapter 1232, Chef Joey, back in the Storm Titan Kingdom. Arad finally reached the fancy restaurant that Gale had sent them to have lunch at. The whole place was reserved for them, and Arad sat with Alice, Tile, and Clog. There were no other guests or staff crowding the place. Only 5 chefs and 4 servants, each one tasked with bringing food to a single person. The master chef was a middle-aged Titan with crow-black silky hair, 2 sharp golden eyes, and a thin beard that looked like something a devil would have, and surprisingly he was well built for a mere cook. It didn't take Arad a second to guess and ask, "You hunt the meat on your own?" A large grin appeared on the master chef's eyes. "Of course I do. Those stupid hunters always damage the best part of the meat. I can't trust them with my meat. You're Emperor Arad Orion, right? The king's esteemed guest and the dear husband of Princess Tyal." He looked at them and then threw a glance at Tyal. "Then I can't hold back today. I expected a bean sprout snob, but look at you having quite the sharp eyes. Call me Chef Joey. I'll cook you a meal that'll make the castle food look like raw meat." He walked behind the counter after giving Arad a smile. "What's wrong with raw meat? I like it that way most of the time." Arad looked at the table, the fancy empty plates, and the silver utensils. That spoon weighed several tons of pure silver. Joey stood behind the counter as the other 4 chefs started running around, bringing all of the ingredients to the counter and preparing them for him to use. "You like your meat raw, Lord Arad? May I ask why?" He looked at one of his large black pans. "Cooking is how we give food its shape, its taste, and flavor. Just like how you can't rely on just raw strength and speed in a fight, you also need to use some spices in your food. Will, I'm a dragon after all. I don't taste food the same way humans or titans do." Arad looked at Clog, and she nodded. "What I consider the best food ever might kill anyone else. It's meat pickled in nightshade oil. Joey laughed. Nightshade? Hell, one drop can kill a grown titan. You're a green dragon, right? Si, thou, novel fire net. Indeed. Clog looked at the ingredients on the counter. You don't have many poisonous things that I might like. Joey reached forward and picked up some bottles of spices. Those, they are for people the king wants dead in a week or two. I can't really say no. He shrugged and put the spices back where they belonged. Tile held her head in her hands. Joey, that isn't something you can tell anyone about. My princess Tile, do you think we can trick the nose of a green dragon when it comes to poisons? That's just impossible. He looked at Clog with a grin. But I'll give her a large dose. She might like it the same way humans enjoy spices. And what about you, Lord Arad? What would you like to eat besides raw meat? Arad thought about it for a few moments. Anything would do. Just make something you're proud of. I did want to try different types of food sooner or later. With that, Chef Joey started cooking. He threw a large piece of fatty meat on the grill, injected it with tons of liquid oil mixed with spices, threw a whole pan of vegetables on the fire, and started frying them using the meat's fat and a lot of spices. One of his chefs went aside to bake some fresh bread, and another started frying some large onions. Each one was like 5 meters wide. Arad made a note to find out how to cultivate such massive vegetables before leaving the Strom Titan kingdom. Chef Joey then pulled one massive shark out of a large ice room. It only took him 5 minutes to butcher it. Soon he had several slices of fish ready at the table. One of the chefs prepared a thick batter, dredged the fish in it, and then started frying it in a massive pan full of chili oil. As the meat on the grill was almost done, Chef Joey grabbed his knife and masterfully sliced several pieces from it, along with a bone that he had left in before. He then took that meat and bone, threw them into a pot with several more vegetables, and started turning them into a soup. In less than an hour, Arad found a full table of food in front of him. Tile looked at the meals and then at Chef Joey. Nothing fancy today? I would have made something fancy if he were a bean sprout. Do you think he'll be satisfied with a small bite that won't fill a bird's stomach? Each of them seemed to have received a different serving. Clog got a pot of soup and a large piece of grilled meat, all perfectly seasoned with the best poisons Joey had on hand and some fried fish. Tile got her favorite fried fish liver with some fried onions and a large serving of salad. Alice got the same thing, while Arad got a bit of everything, but Arad's serving was special in many ways. First, his share of meat was split in two, an almost rare piece of meat that looked like a steak with some spices and fried onion. Then a large sandwich filled with shredded meat, sauces, onion, cheese, and vegetables. He also got a pot full of spicy meat stew, fried fish with that crispy batter on the outside, and a fresh bowl of greens for a salad. The food wasn't that fancy, but Arad and his wives liked it a lot, simple, warm, and filling. Chef Joey seemed to understand that what matters isn't the food itself, but what matters is making the person eat it to their satisfaction. After the meal, Chef Joey looked at Arad and asked with a smile, "What do you think? Lord Arad, did you like it?" "I liked it a lot," Tile said that it wasn't anything fancy, but as far as I know, this was fancy enough. "I'm not a cook myself." He looked at Joey. "Thanks for the meal. You're not a cook? But that doesn't mean you can't try. How about you cook us something, Lord Arad? Won't that be a bit of fun for us all?" He walked aside. "You can use my kitchen as long as you don't burn it down." After thinking about it for a second, Arad stood. "Why not? I'll cook you something." Chapter 1233, Lord's 1233, Lord of the Onion Rings. Arad walked behind the counter and looked at everything Chef Joey left for him to use. There was a lot of meat, vegetables, and many more spices. Arad could roast a piece of meat, but that won't be really cooking, would it? No matter how much he thought about it, he had to make something at least acceptable. Arad needed his food to be simple, since he isn't a cook and barely knows what to do. The more complicated he tried to make it, the more mistakes he would make. He looked at the meat, but each time he looked at it, he wanted to eat it raw or roast it. He thinks of roasting things a lot. Ela can't eat meat, so even if she isn't here, she would probably ask him about what he cooked when he gets back home. Whatever he is going to cook, it has to be something that even she can eat. Meat was already out, so he had to focus on the vegetables and the spices he had. The fewer ingredients he has, the easier his job would be. Arad reached forward and grabbed one of Chef Joey's knives and inspected it. The masterfully crafted blade was sharp. It is so sharp that it can cut through meat and bone with ease. No wonder the cutting board is made from enchanted wood. He then returned the knife to its place and looked at the vegetables. The carrots stood to him as they were Mech's favorite, but as far as he knew, neither he nor his wives were rabbits. Except Lunara, if she were here, he would have given her one. She unironically loves carrots. Arad looked at the oils that Chef Joey had and tasted the chili oil. It was spicy and a bit sweet, but nothing that he could understand how to use. He wants something simpler. His eyes then shifted to the batter. Chef Joey used to fry the fish. He had used 3 things: a bowl full of flour, one full of the batter, and the last full of bread crumbs. Arad didn't know what Chef Joey used for the batter, but since he made it in front of him, he remembers which bottles he used and how he mixed it. He grabbed the spice bottles that Chef Joey used and sniffed them. One smelled like garlic, another was a bit spicy, one smelled weird, and one he didn't even know what it was, but the fish was good, so he shrugged. Arad then looked back at the vegetables and the large stew pot. This stew reminded him of the thick and rich beef stew that Eris made. Aella hated that thing to the bone. It was everything that elves couldn't eat in one bowl. Strangely, Arad remembered that Eris preferred to make it with ox tail instead of any other type of meat. But meat is out of the question, so he pushed the pot away and looked at the pans. That sandwich that Joey made full of shredded meat and fried onion was both sweet and rich. But why does everything have meat in it? Aella can't eat it? Wait, Cirilla can't eat it as well? But meat makes everything taste better. It makes cooking easy, and who doesn't love meat? Wait, elves can't eat it, only dark elves. The more he thought about it, the worse it got. So Arad decided that he won't use meat today. It was a final decision. He has to make something decent without cheating with meat. Arad finally decided what he would make. He picked a clean bowl, threw some flour in it, added the spicy red spices, and the garlic spice thingy that was probably just dried garlic, a lot of salt, a green spice that smelled weird, and another one that was strangely gray in color. He then picked a mug of milk, cracked a drake's egg, and mixed everything together. He will fry something. Arad then looked at Chef Joey's knife with a smile and picked it up. He always felt better with a sharp blade in his hand. He is more used to such tools than whisks and bowls, reverse gripping the knife. Arad gave the vegetables a deadly glare. If they had legs, they would have probably run away immediately. His hand flew past the carrot, and it thanked the gods he didn't pick her. The potato had already died, knowing well that when it comes to frying, it was her fate to die to his knife. But Arad's hands flew past all of them and grabbed something round and firm, the humble onion. But no matter how it begged for its life, it wasn't going to make Arad cry. With swift moves, he put the poor onion out of its misery and sliced it into rings. He then quickly removed all of the thin skin on the onion rings and headed to the batter. Arad's idea was simple. He wanted to take that sweet onion that Chef Joey made and encase it in the crisp outside of the fried fish. Arad wasn't much of a cook, but he could see what people did, learn, and mimic them. Even Chef Joey had to pause as he saw Arad move with uncanny mastery. His moves closely resembled his own. Joey had spent over 4 centuries training his chefs to assist him, but no one was able to mimic him better than Arad did just now. If those moves didn't belong to Joey, he would have suspected that Arad was a seasoned chef. Arad dredged the onion just as Chef Joey dredged his fish and then fired it until it was golden and crisp. He then immediately served it. Here it is. I hope it's at least edible. Seer the novel fire note. Chef Joey was the first one to pick up a ring and taste it, the crunch, the sweet onion, and the fish seasoning that Arad used. It was a strange mix, but it worked so well together. This is just amazing. It would probably be better with seasoning other than fish spices, and a sauce would help a lot. But this is nothing short of masterful. Arod looked at him with a proud smile, and he then looked at Clog, Tyal, and Alice as they tasted it. They were pleased as well. You know what? Better. Ayla can eat it as well. I'm sure she'll be happy to taste it. Clog looked at him for a second. Ayla can't eat this? What? Arod froze. You used milk and eggs for the batter. That's enough to upset her stomach. She smiled, and Arod cried. He had failed his mission. Chapter 1234, The Titan Scout Team. After the fateful lunch at Joey's restaurant, Arad returned to the castle for the afternoon. It didn't look like an afternoon when the whole sky was covered in thick black clouds and heavy rain. Alice, Tyal, and Clog went to explore the castle, while Arad was soon asked by King Gale's scout team if he wanted to accompany them. They are going into the chasm to locate a Chronos Rapture for Tyal to face. The mission was relatively safe, as they just needed to go into the mountains to set up some detection devices. Arad agreed and left with them moments later. He was riding on Mick even though all of the scouts asked him to find a better mount. There was no way a moose could survive in the frozen hellscape of the Storm Mountains. Of course, Arad didn't listen to them and just covered Mick with a lot of barriers and made sure to keep an eye on their surrounding. Any monster that looked at his precious mount funny would end up as his dinner tonight. As they reached the end of the platform, the scout team walked into a massive stone platform that was held down with great metallic chains, 10 of them. Arad looked around and inspected the floor. He noticed the several seams on the stone and asked, "This thing moves?" "Yes, this is an elevator. It'll slowly lower us down to the mountain range where we can start our trip. Just make sure to not fall." Arad looked at the worried scout with a smug smile. "I can fly." The scout scoffed and sighed. "Yeah, you've flown here in the middle of the storm like it was nothing." "How did you do that?" Arad laughed. "Is it that hard? I just flew like any dragon would do. Seer, Tho, Novel, Firenyet." The scout shook his head. "The wind is too fast and powerful. The lightning is deadly and too fast to dodge. Let's not even talk about the heavy rain." All of the scouts looked at Arad. "We've seen worms fall to the ground, unable to fly in the storm," one said with an amazed face as he inspected Arad. "Then I guess those worms never learned to fight in the air. The way you flap your wings must change based on the wind's speed and direction. Also, there is no way around getting a lot of lightning resistance. I'd say a blue dragon had a good chance of braving the storm if they trained well for a few years." The scouts smiled. Now, what Arad did seemed a bit less crazy and more plausible. At first they thought that he just flew through the storm and didn't even notice it. But now that they heard that it was something dragons can train for, it looked more understandable. In reality, Arad would have needed to use all of those skills if he were just a very young void dragon, but as an adult now, he just flew through the storm thinking it was the normal weather for this part of the world. He didn't even know that flying through it was this impossible. Soon, the elevator reached the ground and landed on the soft snow. Arad and the Titans walked out and looked around. One of the scouts walked forward and pointed at the horizon. "See that jagged peak over there piercing the clouds? We'll have to set a crystal spear there. It won't be an easy trip, but we should make it there and get back before sunset." Arad looked at the peak. He could reach it in a single void step, but now he has to walk with the Titans like a normal dragon. All of the scouts had magnificent mounts. Some rode on the back of large yetis, some had terrifying lizards, and some even rode mystical skeleton horses. Those powerful beasts pushed the snow forward, ripping it apart with their legs and hooves, even if some of them were knee-deep in it. The snow didn't seem to bother them that much. This was probably the reason why Storm Titans loved their mounts so much. Traversing the thick snow in the middle of a deadly snowstorm would be nearly impossible without a powerful mount. So, how was Arad's mount faring? How was Mick doing? The proud moose walked above the snow unbothered, trotting above everyone else like he owned the mountains. His hooves never sank into the snow, and the storm never slowed him down. When the Titans looked at him surprised, Mick turned the white of his eyes on them and started pissing with a low growl, threatening them. "Lord Arad, how is a moose surviving this place?" Finally, one of the scouts asked, and he paid the price as Mick kicked a pile of snow on him. Mooses usually live in areas filled with snow. They are quite used to it, and Mick is a powerful moose. Don't compare it with other weak creatures. He patted Mick's neck, and they kept galloping ahead of the scouts. It was, in fact, Arad's barriers that protected Mick from the snow wind and allowed him to move with ease. But as much as a mount is a useful tool to its rider, the rider is a useful tool to the mount as well. Arad sees his barriers as giving Mac a good saddle or hooves. After almost an hour, they finally reached the peak. Luckily, no monster attacked them. In reality, many monsters had tried to attack them, but none dared approach the moment Arad glared at them from kilometers away. His glare conveyed one meaning. Those who want to be my dinner are welcome to approach. And no monster dared challenge Arad, not even the ancient and powerful ones. Not that many of those exist outside the chasm. As the Titan scouts cleared the snow and plunged the spear into the stone, they looked back at Arad. "We expected a few monsters to attack us, but it seems luck is with us today. Having you around is truly a blessing, our Lord." Let's just pray this luck continues. It was then that Arad decided their luck would run out. Chapter 1235, 1235. Pure Light. Arad's decision wasn't a simple one. Deciding that their luck would run out meant that he wouldn't scare the monsters away. He would doom them to facing what would have happened if he had refused to come along. Would he let some of them die? Would he protect them? Or would he pretend to fight and only help when needed? Arad asked the old man for his opinion, and Zeus said to let them face reality. Scouts live and die in the mountains. Their job is one of the hardest jobs a storm titan can do. All of those scouts are hardened warriors who braved the deadly mountains tens, if not hundreds of times. None of them is a weakling, and so they should all survive if they are worth their salt. One of the scouts' main skills is detecting monsters before they can approach them and escape or prepare for a fight. Arad was scaring the monsters from literally kilometers away, so the scouts never had a chance to sense them, but they should be able to when the monsters get close enough. Arad stopped threatening the monsters and slowed down a bit. Soon, one of the scouts flinched. Something is off. The wind changed direction. He looked through the blinding storm. A monster? Can they affect the wind? Another gasped, and the scout remained silent. "Winged monster to our left, prepare for battle." "We can't escape it in time," he cried and pointed out. Soon all of the scouts pulled their weapons and formed a battle formation around Arad to protect him. "Seems that our luck had run out. Please stay close to us, Lord Arad. We'll make sure you return safely to the castle." One of the scouts suddenly threw his javelin into the snow, and everyone turned somber. A painful, ear-piercing howl boomed across the sky, and the mounts flinched. Arad could see the monster through the thick snowstorm. It was a titanic winged gray wolf with 6 forearms and a dorsal fin. The scout's spear was stuck to one of its wings, which seemed to have prevented the winged wolf from flying. Damnation! One of the scouts cursed immediately as he heard the howl. They didn't know what kind of monsters they were facing until then. The winged wolves hunt in packs. This one was probably just a scout, and soon they'll be stormed by hundreds of them. The scout team can't face such a massive horde of monsters. They quickly killed the winged wolf with spears and started moving immediately, quickly informing Arad of their plan and situation. That was painful for Arad, since he knew that their expectations were wrong. First, that lone wolf wasn't a scout, but a bait that pushed them in the direction of the pack. While the scout now thinks they are moving away from the pack to escape, they are heading straight to it. Their luck really ran out. Only death awaited them, but Arad wasn't willing to return alone to the city. That would be too awkward. And so he decided to give the scout a bit of luck back. He'll watch them fight and then deal with the wolves' pack if needed. Arad silently watched as they walked right into the winged wolves' trap. The scouts were both pale and horrified as they saw the hundreds of wolves surrounding them. The scouts fought valiantly, doing their best to hold their formation and kill the wolves. Arad helped as well, stabbing a wolf with his spear every now and then. Even McBit several wolves to death and kicked others into the sky. But the fight wasn't going in their favor. There were just too many wolves. Arad never forgot that those were titans. Each one is at least 100 meters tall, and those wolves are just as massive, tens of meters long, some even bigger than the titans themselves. Everything here is so massive that a human would look like an ant. This explains where Miriam and her ants originated. "We're losing," Arad growled and sucked Mick into his stomach. He then shifted into his draconic form and roared, stunning the nearby wolves. The scout looked at him with a grim faces. "You must escape, Lord Arad. We'll make it back on our own. Escape, come right here." He grabbed 2 of the scouts in each of his claws, threw 2 on his back, and grabbed their mounts with his tail. Arad still pretended to be just 100-meter-long dragon without counting the tail. The Titans never expected him to be able to carry one of them, let alone everyone, but he did it with ease. His mighty wings flapped, braving the deadly storm like it was nothing. Soon they could see the wolves grow smaller as they flew away. "We aren't safe in the air, they can fly. Drop us and run, Lord Arad. Tyal would kill us if you were to be harmed." One of the Titans cried. If Arad died here with them, their families would be the ones who would pay the price. Seer, Tho, Etelvalfire. Arad chuckled. "You really think this mountain is worth fearing?" He opened his jaw, and the only thing the Titan saw was a blinding flash of light. The shadows danced, the snow disappeared, and the sky cried in pain as waves of searing heat charred the crust of the mountain. The windows in the Storm Titan's capital almost shattered, and the whole mountain range shook. As the scouts came to their senses, a massive, several-kilometer-wide crater of boiling lava was carved into the mountain like a bleeding scar. The pack of winged wolves had evaporated. This was the breath they heard about, the one that erased Vlad's whole kingdom. They had seen it today firsthand. If such a thing hit their capital, not a single Titan would survive. I believe my eyes. One of the scouts gasped, but it was then that they saw a massive horror crawling out of the chasm. It was time for them to leave, but Arad didn't fly away. He opened his jaw again, and pure light washed over the mountain once again. The massive horror had disappeared, and another hole appeared on the side of the mountain as Arad admired his handiwork. Of course, those 2 breaths were far weaker than what he could actually do. But he wanted the Titan to at least expect him to be able to use the breath that wiped Vlad's kingdom more than once in quick succession. He didn't want them to know of his true power, but still wanted them to fear his might. Chapter 1236, a 1236, a show of power. Soon Arad returned with the scout to the capital and dropped them beside the lift. Hundreds of Titans, including their military and royal guards, were gathered. They had one question: what in the 9 hells was that? The scout explained what happened, how they were surrounded by the winged wolves, how Arad carried them all and flew away, how he blasted a bloody hole into the mountainside, and how he did it a second time, sneezing an ancient horror into oblivion. Arad's power was just unmatched. A second later, Tyal, Alice, and Clog arrived and rushed at Arad. "What was that?" Tyal asked, and Arad pointed at the still molten mountain in the distance. "Just some wolves," he replied. And then something strange happened. Darkness seemed to writhe from cracks of the chasm, crawl out toward the molten mountainside, chasing a tide of powerful monsters. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of monsters crawling out and rushing toward the city. It was Darkness who heard them like that outside of the chasm. The first breath showed them his power. The second made them question everything they knew, and now he needed to sow fear and awe. Damn it, more of them? Arad's body shifted into his draconic form and glared at the tide of monsters in the horizon. Pure white light crawled from the depth of his stomach up to his chest and neck with a rumbling hum. Seeing Arad's breath charging, all of the Titans ran away, hiding behind the buildings and houses. Soon, Arad opened his jaw, and their ears almost exploded from the loud burst. They could see it. An incandescent stream of blinding white light flashed from his maw and struck the horde of monsters on the horizon. Soon the world was drowned in light, the clouds washed away, the winds were killed, and the mountain range trembled as a massive fireball rose into the sky. Soon the devastating shockwave washed over the city as a powerful boom that almost cracked the streets. The Titans crawled out of their hiding spaces and looked at the third hole. Arad blasted into the mountain range. The monsters were nowhere to be seen, just glowing red-hot lava streamed down. The ancient darkness had long since crawled back into the depth of the chasm, chased away by the purifying white light. Arad walked in his draconic form and perched over the edge of the Titan's plateau. His eyes stared straight into the depth of the chasm. Then, out of nowhere, Arad started charging the fourth breath, and the Titans paled in fear. Some ran away, and some just stood there in shock. "Do you want me to come down there, perhaps?" Arad's voice was steady, deep, and charged with his draconic presence. That was a threat, a deadly threat to something that lived deep inside the chasm. Arad then unleashed his fourth breath directly into the depth of the chasm, washing it in pure light. If he kept firing like this, the Titan's capital might crumble from the shockwaves. Arad was now looking at the chasm where his breath had gone and shook his head, smoke still rushing from between his massive fangs. Good, that thing is gone. He shifted to his titanic humanoid form and looked at the Titans behind him. Among them was Chef Joey, still pale from witnessing the destruction Arad caused.
"Chef Joey, you came out to watch?"
Arad approached him. "You believe this? We were ambushed by 100 winged wolves." Arad started telling the story again and yawned in the middle, pretending to be getting sleepy, a signal of exhaustion. This was telling the Storm Titans one thing. He can fire at least 4 blasts like that in a row before getting exhausted, and he can maybe even force a 5th one if needed. Tile was confused, Alice mortified, and Clog was amused by Arad's acting. She didn't know about the wolves, but was certain he made the other 3 attacks up. She also knew that those breaths were far weaker than what he could unleash. The Titans might have already suspected that Arad was stronger than what their information about his clash with Vlad told them now. This will prove their theory with a false result, clearing their doubts while still hiding Arad's power. It was almost sunset, so Arad was escorted back to the castle with everyone else. Sears, the Novillier.net at the start. The Titans were skeptical about his power, most thinking it was mere inflated rumors. No being could erase a whole kingdom with a single attack, but now they saw that attack with their own eyes, and Arad could unleash it more than once. The Titans' stares were now mixed of awe, fear, and relief. This walking disaster was marrying their princess, which makes him an ally whatever strings King Gale pulled. He didn't make a mistake this time. No one wanted to be on the receiving end of those blasts, even if they didn't understand what nuclear meant. They at least could see where the chaos part in Arad's nickname came from when they looked at the destruction he left to King Gale. This had thrown a wrench in his plans for the future. At first, he expected Arad to be twice as powerful as their information foretold, so he was certain that the main power of Arad's empire was his wives. Gale was sitting with his wives inside the royal quarter. What did I expect? He has that Clog for a wife. He held his head between his hands. But it's a good thing now, isn't it? Tyal's mother looked at him. I was a bit angry at first when I heard that Tyal is just a concubine. But seeing his power now, I can understand that his other wives might be far stronger than Tyal is. You don't understand that is the problem. Gale looked at her. We aren't the only ones who sent a powerful daughter to marry him. Now he is collecting them like chess pieces. His power might be great, but the kingdoms of the world have granted him even more power now. The other wives looked at him, and one of them spoke in an even tone. We need to tread carefully. Depending on his temper, we might get blasted if Tyal gets harmed while facing the Kronos Raptor. Chapter 1237, 9 Servants. After dinner, Arad retreated with Tyal, Alice, and Clog back to their room in the guest quarter. His plan for the day had worked flawlessly. Now both he and Gale had shown their trump cards. While Gale had his resurrection potion that he could make from the Chronos Rapture, Arad had his life-erasing breath. The attitude of all the Titans in the castle and city has changed. Now they treated him with both fear and respect. The guards never dared stand too close to their room. The servants made to bow 4 times instead of just 1 for Tile, and even the food seemed to have gotten a bit better. Arad doubted that Gale would dare skip having dinner and lunch with him now, but that made Arad a bit sad as he'd missed Joey's food. But now Arad was faced with another problem. He had gone to his room first with Alice and Clog. Tile followed just a few minutes after, and she wasn't alone. She had brought 9 servants with her, all women. One of them was the one that Clog knew. Arad looked at them a second and quickly realized why Tile brought them. He sighed. Tile? What are they doing here? He looked at her, and she shrugged. What do you think nobles are trying to cash out on you before you leave? With me being just a concubine, none dared send their daughters as anything above a mere servant. She sat on the bed, put one leg over the other, and looked at the 9 servants standing in the room. The first servant. Speak up, one after another. Why did you come here? Tile pointed at one of the servants. The second servant. Seeing what Lord Arad can do, our family had to send someone. I volunteered since it'll allow me to leave the kingdom. The third servant. We don't dare seek to form a close tie with Lord Arad, but having at least 1 servant by his side would give the whole family a higher standing in the future. The fourth servant. I always wanted to be a royal servant, and this looked like the best chance of getting in. The fifth servant. I always worked as a servant in the royal castle, but due to what happened before with Lady Clog, I was asked to transfer to serving Lady Tile. She looked at Clog. It's not an unwelcome change, though. The sixth servant. Double paycheck and bonuses. Her eyes were already shining like gold. The seventh servant. Ah, well. This one just wiggled in place with a shy face. Tile glared at her and she sighed. Lord Arad is hot. I was just thinking I might get a chance to spend a bit of time with him, if you don't mind. The eighth servant. The next one stared at Arad for a second, and then at Tile. How safe am I here? Tial immediately replied, As safe as you can be, you won't be harmed no matter what. The servant looked at Arad for a second, her face turning paler and paler. She then gulped, approached, and spat on his face. Is this all? Arad just wiped his face with his hand and didn't react past that. She fell to her knees, gasping for air. Sorry for that. If you'd get angry and kill me for that, then I would have never survived what I'm going to tell you next. She caught her breath for a second. I was asked to gather information about you, your wives, and possible children, and then kidnap one to use as blackmail later. Someone with your power shouldn't be kept without a leash around their neck, is what I was told. She waited for him to kill her and go on a rampage, but that never happened. Arad just sighed. So why tell me this? She remained silent for a few long seconds. Conflicted orders. Tial smiled. She is an assassin who was sent to her current family as an orphan. To them, she is nothing more than an expendable tool. What they don't know, and what she doesn't know, is Tile flicked fingers, kneel, and the servant's face hit the ground, forced down by magic. I'm the one who controls the assassins in the kingdom, her family said, to get someone to blackmail you with. I gave her secret orders to surrender herself to you. You can stand now. The servant stood and looked at Tile. So, you're the Black Cloud. I would have never expected it. She sighed and walked back to where she was before. Now the ninth servant, the last one, came to speak. Arad looked at her. So, you're the last. Why are you here? The servant looked at Arad for a second, then back at Tile. It is complicated. Complicated? Tile lifted an eyebrow. But Arad was already standing up. He approached the servant and stood in front of her. So, he said, How should we do this? Should I beat you up first? This city won't endure, so we'd better go someplace else. Zir, the Novel, Fire Nyot, the servant looked at Arad in the eyes, and soon steel scales started appearing on her face. Her eyes turned golden and cat-like, and the air around them felt colder. We don't need just a different place, but a different time as well. She then knelt down. So for now, I'll be admitting defeat. There is no need for this. Arad helped her stand. You can keep this facade until later. He sat down and then looked at Tyal. She is a mature adult steel Dracaina, playing a storm titan. She came here looking for a mate. And what about her family? Tyal gasped, and the servant looked at her. This persona is of Galia Cracklerun. She died in the mountain range 30 years ago, and I took her place then. My real name is Melina of the Steel Watch. She then looked at Tyal, making her fall to her knees from a splitting headache. Sadly, your contracts can't restrain me. I broke it. What contract? Arad looked at Tyal and she growled. A slave contract that prevents them from leaking information out or taking a move against us. I only let those who were willing to take the contract come inside the room. Everyone else was refused. Those 9s were supposed to become Tyal's personal servants when she goes to Arad's castle. But it seems that one of them was bigger than to be a mere servant. Chapter 1238, Oath of Servitude. Tyal looked at the servants and then cleared her throat. Well, your work will be clear. Anything from cleaning to cooking to serving at night. She put one leg on the other. The slave contract I have on you is only there to make sure you never leak any information or betray me. So, with your free will now, do you still want to serve here? She smiled. Kissing someone else's feet is the greatest insult and humiliation to a Titan. If you're willing to serve, then bend down and kiss my foot. If you aren't willing to do it, then you're probably not made for this job. Tyal was making it mentally hard for the servants to remain. She didn't want any of them staying just because their family said so. All of the servants looked at her with complicated expressions. Don't worry. If you decide to leave, I'll use the slave contract to wipe your memories of what happened here and release you. The first one to move was the steel Dracaina Melina. She glared at Tyal for a second and then approached Arad, knelt down and kissed his foot instead. Tyal looked at her and sighed. Fair enough. Your business is with him, not me. Alice didn't seem to care, but Clog laughed. Hello there. Steel one. Aren't you forgetting something? Shouldn't you pay respect to your senior as well? Melina glared at Clog with murder in her eyes for a second. I've got no respect for you, Chromatics. You're dreaming if you think I'll bow to you. Ancient Green Clog, so you know me and still showed up here? Did you think that we might end up killing each other? No, I was with Arad first, so might just kill you. Clog rolled onto the bed and sat beside the standing Melina. Arad looked at them. Get along, you two. No need to start fighting here. Melina looked at Arad for a second, then remained silent for another. Her eyes slowly shifted to Clog, and she sighed. As you wish, before Clog could even react. Melina went on one knee and kissed her foot as well. Clog immediately pulled her leg again with a terrified face and cried, You crazy lizard, what are you doing? He said to get along, so I'll play my part until we find a suitable place and time to fight. She replied with a passive face, and Clog growled. This isn't what he meant. He meant that we don't have to start fighting here. Melina looked at her for a second with a confused face after an awkward moment of silence. Clog decided to change the subject quickly. Say, how about we play a game? You're a metallic and I'm a chromatic. How about we start some drama between us? She grabbed Melina and pulled her to sit on the bed. Two naturally born mortal enemies ending up as wives for one man. Now each of them tries to sabotage the other one in a deadly game of cat and mouse. As those two talked, the other 8 servants all went by Tyal and kissed her foot. All were determined to see this through and had now become her loyal servants. Arad looked at the 8 servants. Right now, they just swore to serve a princess, a concubine at that. But if Arad's plan worked, they'll be either serving their queen or a goddess, but he probably shouldn't tell them just yet, even with Tyal's contract, making sure they never spill anything out. This means they can't discuss anything with them here. Then you're all dismissed beside her. He looked at Melina. She can stay. Tile then pointed at the assassin. You stay as well. I quite love you. Her eyes then shifted to the others. You'll have your fun on other nights. The assassin looked at Tile for a second and immediately understood what she wanted. She then faked a smile and a blush. I'll try my best then. Soon the other servants left and those two remained. Tile sighed, stretched her arms, and looked at Arad. We'll need her skill. The assassin knelt down. As I expected, you've got a new mission for me. Who is the target? You won't be killing anyone. I just want you to gather some information. I want to know what my father is planning. I don't want anyone to find out. Tile's orders were clear. Secrecy tops everything, so the assassin didn't ask questions. She looked at the door. She couldn't leave so quickly, so she should wait at least for an hour or two before leaving. Arad shifted his eyes from her to Melina. For anything, you'll have to wait until we return to Alina, but here I must also ask you to help us, or at least not get in the way. She nodded. I will help as much as I can. I've already shown myself, so I won't back down no matter what. She looked at Clog with a scornful gaze. I just need some information about the chasm, the kind of information that the Storm Titans can't get. Do you know how deep it is? What are the Kronos raptors? Seer, Tho, Novel, Fire It. She looked at him. I lived in the chasm for 9 years and faced the Kronos raptor 2 times. I had to run away each time. Of course, I asked the queen about them. She called them an abominable parasitic worm. Arad smiled. So they were an abomination after all, or parts of one. Do you know where I can find the real body? I don't know, but I know the general direction where you start seeing lots of them. That might be where the abomination's real body is. She looked at Arad with a somber face. I'll guide you there. Arad lay on his bed, not really exhausted after the long day. Tile's soft body was to his left, Alice to his right, and Clog was on top of him, pressing her bosom on him. At this rate, he might never need a blanket. Sadly, they weren't going to do anything tonight, but that didn't prevent the 3 women from stripping down to their underwear and sticking close to him. Melina and the assassin had already left a while ago, leaving them alone. The spear is set. Tomorrow Gale might find a Kronos raptor. He mumbled and Tile smiled, grabbed his palm and pressed it on her butt. You're worried about me? Abominations are dangerous. Chapter 1239, Non-2039, Ready for the Clash. Morning came faster than anyone expected. Right at dawn, the castle mages detected a Kronos raptor signal and informed Gale and Arad, northeast of the capital, 150 kilometers away, and over 300 kilometers deep into the chasm. The one they detected had a signal similar to that of a scout who died in the chasm 5 years ago. The whole team was wiped out by monsters and washed into the chasm by an avalanche. Something similar might have happened to yesterday's scouts, if Arad hadn't gone with them. The Kronos raptor would minimize the powers of its host and amplify them at a base level, but it can also mimic the powers of the person fighting it. One of the knights soon arrived and delivered to Tile a detailed report of what she should expect to face. A tall woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, a master of lightning and mist magic. She could teleport for short distances and turn into mist, becoming immune to physical damage. The woman was also a master of hand-to-hand combat, trained by Zeus himself. Tile frowned. She knew the woman well. Her name was Xenia. She used to be Tile's sparring partner when they trained under Zeus. Her old man had a whole dojo of students that he taught. Can you take her down? Arad asked, and Tile looked at him with a forced smile. I can defeat Xenia most of the time, but not when perfected by the Kronos raptor. She folded the report and gave it to Arad. Her death was a shock a few years back, and now I have to beat her corpse into the ground. She went to prepare for the fight. Arad sighed and closed his eyes. He gave darkness and ordered to observe the Kronos raptor from afar, and he also sent Pain to assist Madness in killing the genius Losi, which is taking him quite a long time to deal with. Soon, Gale approached Arad with a large smile on his face. Don't worry about Tile, she'll be fine. he said with a proud face. "But in case something bad happens, I'll be standing watch with 100 of my strongest knights. We'll swoop in and save her in no time." Arad looked at him for a long moment and then giggled. "You think you'll be faster than me? Don't be hasty. That thing can easily infect anything that isn't a living storm titan. You'll turn into another monster for us to fight." Arad smiled. "All I need is to teleport in, snatch Tile, teleport away, and then blast the monster to ash." Arad's plan was actually quite simple and easy to understand. Get in, get out quickly, quite possible and safe, considering his power. Seer Novelira.net. King Gale remained silent for a second and then nodded. "Fine, that's reasonable. But if you fail to get her away in time, we'll jump in to kill the monster. Don't blast us to ash." He then looked outside and sighed. "But with your plan, we won't have any resurrection potion to harvest." "You're right," agreed. "That would be a huge waste." After a moment of silence, Gale asked, "If Tile got the potion, how would you use it? Keep it as a trump card, or do you have someone you want to bring back?" Arad remained silent for a long time and then answered in a calm tone, "If I'm to bring someone back, I'll probably bring Zeus back to life. It hasn't been long since he died." Gale froze, and so did his wives. "My esteemed father? And why would you want to do that?" Gale asked, struggling to hide his worried face. "Did you know he came to me a while ago when Zephyr was first sealed? We had some agreement by then, and now Zephyr is back. She asked me to bring him back with me, and only now do I understand how I could bring her a dead man." He looked at Gale with a smile. "She said that she'll come get him herself next time if I can't." Gale's face paled a little. Arad's plan seems to have worked. While Arad still sounded like he thought Zeus was dead, those words sounded like a threat from Zephyr to Gale. She is telling him that she knows Zeus is alive and is also giving him a way to keep face and send him to her. It was now up to Gale. He can either take Zephyr on her offer, give up, admit that Zeus is alive, and send him to live in Arad's castle, or keep pretending and wish for the best. Arad had hoped that Gale would break right now before Tyal needs to fight the Kronos Rapture, but the Titan seems to still need some time to think about it. Soon, Tyal walked onto the platform wearing a black leather armor and holding a long sword in one hand. Her white hair danced in the wind as she looked down at the mountain range. It was almost time. They've located the Kronos Raptor. They found out who the host is. She is now armed and ready to slay Xenia. All they need to do now is wait for the monster to enter their range, and then she'll jump down to face it. Arad was standing behind her with Alice and Clog. He approached. "How do you feel?" She smiled back. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. What did Father say?" "Nothing, probably, would decide after the fight." She sighed. Tyle was ready for the fight, but a part of her still hoped that her stupid father would change his mind, and she wouldn't have to go and kill her old friend. No, she shouldn't look at it like that. She isn't killing her friend. She is putting them out of their misery, killing the monster that infected their dead body. Arad smacked her on the back. "Don't worry about it too much. I'm here. If anything started going wrong, I'll deal with it." Seeing his smile, she couldn't help but giggle. "I'm sure you'll do. Just don't blow them to ash. I still want to bury Xenia, if possible." Got it. Chapter 1240, 1240. Wind and Lightning. The elevator slowly went down. Tyle was standing alone on it, clad in her armor. All of her weapons are stored conveniently in a small tattoo engraved on the back of her hands and forearms. She can pull any of them at will. The tattoos were black and took the shapes of her weapons: a long sword, a spear, a bow, knuckle dusters, hooks, pikes, halberds, and even more. Arad had seen many types of storage magic, but this was one of the strangest. It helps a fighter bind a weapon to their body and make it grow stronger with them. But in exchange, those weapons feel like parts of their body. If one of Tyle's weapons breaks, she'll feel the same pain as if she were to lose one of her limbs. "Are you worried a voice called from Tyle's chest, and she looked down at the pendant she was wearing. Of course I'm worried not everyone is as collected as you, Arad. Huh, I'll keep that in mind. Arad laughed. But you also should keep it in mind. If things got bad, I'll take your place. The pendant opened out, and Arad crawled out. He climbed up her armor and looked out over her gorget. Arad had sent one of his incarnations down with her. If anything bad happened, he'll suck her into his stomach and take her place, wearing her armor while using Virgo to make it fit. Since none could see her face behind her helmet, none would be the wiser. The elevator hit the ground and came to a jarring halt. The floor beneath her feet shook, and when she jumped down, her legs sank knee-deep into the soft snow. Tyle stood in silence for a while, looked around her, and then whistled. Her massive lightning tiger jumped down from the plateau and landed beside her, huffing as he rubbed his head on her shoulder. She rubbed the big cat's head and jumped on the tiger's back. Come on, time to go. The tiger rushed forward, plowing through the snow like a bulldozer as they braved the snowstorm. A whole hour later, they finally arrived. The tiger stopped and Tyle jumped down from its back. Several hundred meters away, Arad and Tyle could see her. The Kronos Rapture, Xenia, a tall huntress in tattered light armor with frozen blue skin, ghostly dead eyes and flowing golden hair that seemed to be falling off her scalp, a walking corpse barely preserved thanks to the cold and snow. Tyle ground her teeth. Xenia, the wind around her started blowing, and the snow melted. Soon 2 daggers appeared in Tyle's hands, and the Kronos Rapture stopped moving and looked at her. I doubt you can understand words, but it's been a long time. Xenia, I came to put you to rest. Tyle stepped forward, and lightning started crackling around Xenia's body. The Kronos Rapture didn't reply. Silence fell for a second as if time itself stopped. The storm halted, and the wind grew still as the two glared at each other. And in the next moment, all hell broke loose. Tyle exploded into movement, rushing at Xenia at blinding speed. Xenia's speed was just as harrowing. She evaded Tyle's tackle and turned around to block the second attack. Those titans were moving at a speed that a creature their size shouldn't be moving at. Their massive and heavy bodies crossed hundreds of meters in a fraction of a second, and each blow held enough power to shake the world. Tyle turned around and swung her dagger down, trying to stab Xenia in the shoulder. Xenia might have started a bit sluggish, just trying to defend herself for the first second, but now she also switched to attack. Instead of trying to block Tyle's attack, she threw a reckless kick backward, sending the Titan princess flying back. The faster Tyle attacked, the faster Xenia retaliated. Soon the two were entwined in a storm of lightning, howling wings, steel, violence, and blood. Tyle rolled away on the snow, painting it red, and the cracked daggers melted back into tattoos on her forearms. Should have guessed you've always been faster than me. She barely managed to stand, shaking like a newborn goat. Xenia took a stance and bent down. Lightning crackled from her back and sparks rolled down her legs. The moment Tyle saw her, she gasped. Ah, shit. But before she could dodge, Xenia burst forward like a lightning bolt and punched her in the face with enough strength to send her flying back with a shockwave. Xenia then noticed something strange. Silver chains were wrapped around her neck and back. Tial came to a halt and smiled, coughing a mouthful of blood. But I've always been stronger. She pulled on the chains and started swinging Xenia around like a ball, then smacked her to the ground. Before Xenia could stand, Tyal was already upon her, thrusting her spear. Xenia didn't bother dodging the attack and let Tyal stab her. She then discharged a powerful surge of lightning through the spear, jolting Tyal and forcing her to retreat. As the burned Tyal rolled away, Xenia stood, pulled the spear out of her stomach, and shattered it. Tyal fell to her knees and growled in pain. Losing the spear felt like one of her legs got ripped off. It hurt so badly, but she ground her teeth and stood. The gaping wound in Xenia's stomach was already healing. Her eyes flashed with magic, and Tyal giggled at first. Xenia only used her lightning magic. Now, she is trying to use Tyal's wind magic. Her physical strength is rising, and the battle is shifting in the monster's favor. If Tile wanted to win this, she had to take big risks. If she doesn't finish this monster with one big attack, it'll keep regenerating and growing stronger. She has one attack that could do the job, but if she missed, Xenia would probably take that big opening and finish her off. Tile smiled. "Arad, do you love gambling? What are you planning?" he asked, and she giggled. "What? Gamble, one last attack, seer, tho, noviolar, ien, eat, chapter 1241, the Typhoon and the Lightning Beast." Tile's gray eyes twitched and flashed green. The snowstorm grew deadlier, and the wind howled louder. Xenia stopped moving and looked at the sky, seeing the clouds spiraling down from the heavens. Her frozen face masked all emotions, but something sparked in her eyes. The snow around them started getting ripped off the ground and, lifted by the wind, melted from their harrowing speed. Xenia's body flashed with lightning, and her skin started melting into pure white radiance. The ground around her melted, and the blinding, arcing light grew harsher. While most races focused on expanding their magic outside their bodies to compensate for their small size against massive beasts in the form of an elemental expansion, the massive Titans did the opposite. From the lightning, a long serpent that rattled like a lightning bolt flew through the sky, roaring louder than thunder. Lightning Beast. Xenia. Tile cursed under her breath that Kronos Raptor had pushed Xenia's body over her limit and even achieved a beast form. Only Zeus had managed such a feat while alive. How is she supposed to defeat such a thing? But soon she pushed all her worries and fears to the back of her head and focused on the task. She clapped her hands and channeled her magic outward. The first part of her gamble had worked. Tile's first bet was that the Kronos Raptor would be powerful enough and skilled enough to push Xenia into a beast form, and it did. Tile's second bet was that Xenia's beast form would be an elemental form, and that it would be one of her strongest magic spells, lightning. And that bet had paid back in full. Now, as for the last bet, who knows if it'll work? While she can't pull a beast form, she can still pull an elemental expansion. Will her elemental expansion be able to suppress the lightning beast? Elemental expansion, Typhoon. The wind blew around them like a tornado, and the thunder clouds twisted in a circle, surrounding them from all sides. Tile's elemental expansion was a literal typhoon that she could summon and control. The lightning beast flashed toward Tile like a lightning bolt, but was suddenly diverted toward the black clouds. She attacked again, but failed to reach Tile once more. Flying in the air, Tile watched as the lightning beast tried to escape the eye of the typhoon, and failed each time. She was using the charged thunderclouds to surround him and create an opposite current to cage her. The gamble now was who would last longer, an elemental expansion that is spread over a large area, or a beast form that is made of condensed elemental energy. And, of course, Tile won't be just trying to keep the lightning beast inside. The hail raining from her typhoon rained down on the lightning beast like a constant shower of bullets trying to rip it to shreds. Lightning wasn't affected by physical attacks, but that didn't mean those hails didn't steal a tiny bit of energy and heat from it. The Titans watched the clash from afar with both awe and fear in their eyes. Their gentle princess was trying to forcefully restrain the Kronos Raptor, using a typhoon powerful enough to shift the eternal storm of the mountains. All while the Kronos Raptor has managed to force its host to pull a legendary beast form, a feat only achieved by Zeus, the former Eye of the Storm. The whole mountain range had drowned in chaos. The mountains were stripped bare from the snow, the monsters had fled away into the chasm, and even the violent storm was pushed away. None of them would survive a second against that Kronos Raptor, especially in the lightning beast form. They doubt even their King Gale would hold as long as Tile had held out. But what terrified them more wasn't the clash. It wasn't the Kronos Raptor. It was the tall, muscular dragon standing among them like a man glaring at the battle with a frown and burning purple eyes. They are really treading on a thin line now. If Tile was defeated, or worse, killed, Arad might end up turning against the Storm Titans on the spot. It was their King Gale who sent her to fight that thing after all. Even if Arad respected Gale's words as Tyal's father, that doesn't mean he won't go on a rampage. See the no-fire, Et, behind Arad. Alice was wearing her wizard robe, hat, and jewelry. She even had her staff out and a spell ready to cast. From what the Titan's wizards could tell, that spell was the 9th tier time stop. Clog didn't seem to be doing anything special, but knowing dragons, and especially green dragons, she must have her own plan to help. She might have even given Tyal some stimulant poison to power her up. The problem was still Arad, and what would he do? Then it happened too fast even for Alice to release her time stop. A fissure of low current appeared on Tyal's typhoon at the moment Xenia's beast form faded away. The Kronos Raptor took that chance, and Xenia flew at blinding speed, her fist aimed at Tyal's throat. Tyal was still reeling from her crumbling expansion, and even if Xenia's body should have been in even more pain, the Kronos Raptor didn't care about it. Tyal knew at that moment that it was her loss. She won the endurance and lasted longer than the lightning beast, but her living body can't compete with a moving corpse. It was over. Xenia's fist was just an inch away from Tyal's throat, and Tyal's vision turned back, leaving her stranded in the lightless void. Tyal's hand moved at an uncanny, startling speed and caught Xenia's fist before it could pierce her throat. The Kronos Raptor froze in place, and even Xenia's lifeless face looked surprised at what happened. Instead of 2 gray eyes, 2 purple pools of pure magic flashed through the visor of Tyal's helmet. The Kronos Raptor sensed it. The one inside the armor now wasn't a Titan, but something else. Something that shouldn't be allowed in the mortal world. It was an adult void dragon. Arad had sucked Tyal into his stomach and took her place inside her armor. All thanks to Virgo allowing him to fit relatively well in it before the Kronos Raptor could retaliate. Arad lifted 2 fingers, and another typhoon, one even stronger than what Tyal summoned, appeared out of nowhere. All thanks to the weather magic he learned from Mishara, Chapter 1242, -12042, clubbed to death. The Kronos Raptor halted for a second, unable to identify the person standing before him. With Arad's whole body covered in armor, using void presence made it impossible to track who was inside. To make sure the Titans don't get suspicious, he asked Tyal, who was inside his stomach healing with potion, to release her magic passively so he could use that to mask his own weather magic. It is complicated, but thankfully, he only needed the weather magic to block the Titan's vision and allow him to fight Xenia in peace. Before Xenia, the Kronos Raptor could understand that the switch-up happened, Arad punched her in the face, chest, stomach, and then kicked her away in a fraction of a second. Xenia was a martial master and a living legend in hand-to-hand combat. Her skills were unmatched. It was Zeus who trained her, but that wasn't the limit of her abilities. But if she were to be compared to humans and elves in terms of skill alone, she'd far outclass everyone else. Xenia's core skill that allowed her to reach such a level in hand-to-hand combat was using her lightning magic to deliver signals from her brain to her muscles at lightning speed, far faster than what mere nerves could achieve anything. Having to do with nerves happened almost instantly. While a normal nerve signal can clear a 0.3 meter around a foot in 0.04 seconds, Xenia's electric signals can clear that distance in less than 0.000001 seconds. She almost has no reaction delay, so why Arad dodged her kick, grabbed her by the hair, and spun her around like a doll, and before she could even realize it, she was already flying to the ground, having eaten a drop kick to the chest. She didn't even have time to think or understand that Tyal had been changed for another being. This sudden shift, it had surpassed all of her expectations. She tried to predict when the next attack would come and how it would come, but failed. She expected a punch and got a kick instead, expected a kick and got locked in a bear hug. After just a fraction of a second from Arad's joining the fight, the Kronos Raptor had determined that whatever changed Tyal so much, it wasn't something that Xenia could deal with, even with legendary skills already being forced past her limits. She was still far lacking. The Chronos Raptor took direct control of Xenia's body and activated its time skills, looking into the near future to see what the next attacks would be. This was the same ability that a seer like Haru would have, while most fighters train for decades to learn how to predict their opponent. Using this ability takes all the guesswork out of the equation. It can see the literal future, exposing the opponent's attacks like an open book, crack. So why was it still getting thrown around like a kid on a rampaging bull? Arad noticed a shift in Xenia's moves, but it wasn't much of a problem. He only needed to shift his moves a bit and smack her around a bit harder, a bit faster, and a bit more. 3 seconds after Arad switched with Tyal, it was only now that the Chronos Raptor concluded that someone else must have taken Tyal's place. No mortal should be able to move like that, defying both the world and fate. Some of Arad's attacks were inevitable. Even if the Chronos Raptor saw them coming, he wasn't able to do anything, since Arad had already blocked all of his options. But some of Arad's attacks were just bizarre. The Chronos Raptor would see 100 futures all existing simultaneously. Arad's punch would turn into an elbow hit, a headbutt, a hug, or a kick based on how he would move. On the 4th second, the Chronos Raptor decided it had no chance against Arad in hand-to-hand combat. Whatever it was that took Tyal's place, it was a horror that even he didn't dare face this close. The only option was simple. If something is this good at one thing, it has to be bad at other things. If Arad is good at hand-to-hand combat, then it'll shift the battle into a long-ranged spell-flinging death match. Lightning magic is one of the fastest spells the world allows. Xenia had to have the advantage in that department. And with that, on the 5th second after Arad showed up, the Chronos Raptor charged lightning in its hand to create an explosion to get some distance. Arad's hand slithered through Xenia's defenses, grabbed the forming lightning, and shattered it like glass. As it turned out, Arad's void is a powerful insulator, and his barriers are just as capable at breaking lightning apart. The Chronos Raptor had seen that happen in the future, but it was still shocked when it happened in the present. Arad's assault stopped, and it took the Chronos Raptor a fraction of a second to notice it. Arad just stood there, allowing it to get some distance. It didn't miss the change and flew back as fast as Xenia's body could. She turned into lightning and bolted away, covering a whole kilometer in a fraction of a second. But while Xenia had moved a great distance, the distance between her and Arad remained the same. He still stood just several meters away from her. It didn't make sense. Sea Arch, the Novel Fire Net. Xenia kept running, trying to get some distance, but she never managed to get away from Arad like the inevitable Grim Reaper. He was always breathing down her neck. The Chronos Raptor even entertained the thought that Arad might be just an illusion. Strange. A feminine, deep voice charged with magic rumbled from behind Tyal's visor. Where does that silver thread lead? From Tyal's stomach, where her belly button should be, a long silver thread that looked like an umbilical cord was floating out and disappearing into the depth of the chasm. The moment the Chronos Raptor heard that, it became certain that Tyal must have sacrificed her body and soul to summon some ancient devil or god to fight him. She might have summoned the devil herself from the 9th circle of hell. It won't be surprising if the one wearing Tyal's armor now was Asmodeus, or, God forbid, Death herself. But now the Chronos Raptor had time to make sure that the one wearing Tyal's armor wasn't a storm titan, so it could take over their bodies. No, it has a feeling. No, it was certain that trying to take the body of whatever is behind that visor is a mistake. With that, the Chronos Raptor decided to cut its losses and run away. It gave up on Xenia's body and cut contact immediately. Arad could see the umbilical cord floating away, and he knew that he had to chase it. Chapter 1243, Ninus 1243, Chronos and Raptor. Keep her body safe. Don't destroy it. Don't bury it. Just leave it in the snow. Arad immediately shifted back with Tyal and jumped away on his own. He didn't have that much time to explain more. If he wasted another second, the silver umbilical cord would escape his sight. Arad already has a guess about what that cord is. It is the silver thread that ties a person's soul to their body. Once someone dies, Their soul leaves their body, and that cord snaps. Xenia's body was here fighting Tile. That means on the other side of the thread is her soul, trapped by the Kronos raptor. Even in his tiny humanoid form, Arad was still fast. The cord got pulled away at a blinding speed, but Arad was faster, running after it like its shadow. The silver thread flew through the chasm's caverns, and Arad was running down the walls after it. He jumped from one protruding stone to the next one, stepping through the void whenever he needed to turn to avoid losing momentum. Soon 3 dead titans showed up out of nowhere. Those were other bodies that the Kronos raptor used, but unlike Xenia, something looked odd about them. Arad's contact with them lasted but a fraction of a second, but he managed to notice that they were slower, weaker, and their magic was erratic and unstable. It wasn't a problem with the Kronos rapture, but with the hosts themselves. Their bodies were losing their edge. What worried Arad more is that the silver thread tying them to the man's body of the Kronos rapture was rusted and crumbling, as if being consumed by maggots. The souls of those bodies should be already crumbling inside the real abomination's body. That's why he sent Xenia outside and kept those here. After years, maybe even centuries of abuse, those poor souls would crumble and perish. By this time, Arad had a pretty solid guess on how the Kronos raptor's power worked. The abominable horror traps its prey's soul when it dies, just as Arad does. But instead of turning them into void beings, it binds them back to their corpses and uses them like undead puppets. SerachTheNovelFire.net. And if Arad's guess is right, Xenia should have been awake for the whole time, feeling her frozen dead body slowly rotting away through the years of abuse. Arad won't let her suffer any longer. Today, he'll kill the abomination and end it. He could remember what Vorvados did, how much chaos and destruction that fiend caused, and the rage Arad felt while chasing him across the void. This Kronos raptor was in for a nasty surprise. Arad had already shifted into his draconic form, albeit keeping it small enough to fit through the caves. He used his powerful draconic limbs and wings to propel himself forward faster than any mortal form could. He is a void dragon, and the one hiding deep within the chasm is an abomination, his prey. At that moment, all human logic was thrown out of the window, and a cold, merciless, draconic consciousness took over. All that remained was a cold, calculating will to murder and consume the invading horror. Arad's void spread through the whole cave, giving him direct feedback about everything inside and outside the chasm, 4,000 kilometers in each direction. He could feel it all. The stones of the caves, the murmur of water, the snow, the raging wind, 2 titans having sex in the middle of the mountain range. Wait. Even he had to pause for a second. The crazy fools. But that was a welcome surprise. If not for it, he might have gotten too focused on slaying the abomination as a dragon and ended up blasting the whole place, titans included. Even the wisest and most caring of men forget the ants crawling on the ground while drawing in murderous rage. How many wizards think about the bugs on the ground before blasting the villain with a fireball? None, but in Arad's case, he had to think about them. A second later, Arad had located the Kronos rapture, the original body deep within the chasm, almost 3,000 kilometers deep into the crust of the world. Void Steppe, in the middle of a titanic cavern deep underground, stood a man, a massive, sapphire-skinned titan of mind-boggling proportions. His majestic silver hair and beard danced with the violent magic surging from his body like waves of thunder. The titan was almost 18 kilometers tall, a god to all mortals unfortunate to lay eyes on him. This wall of muscles and bones shuddered for a second, confused as to how one of its hosts had been utterly violated by an unknown thing. This titan was Kronos, the titan's monarch of time, and he was already dead. His body was worn like a suit by Rapture, the abominable lord of pleasure and joy. Rapture was named after his power by Nyar. He can whisk away people's souls and trap them within their bodies while controlling their bodies like dolls. The souls can feel, see, and sense everything that their controlled bodies feel, but instead of pain and agony, Rapture shifts that into pure pleasure and joy, keeping them chained inside him. At times, he'll let them feel the pure agony their bodies are in and torture them for years, and then grant them but a moment of pure pleasure and joy. He'll then use that moment and the fear of pain to control and manipulate them. After decades of suffering, many of those souls just crumble away, losing all sanity and turning into mindless husks of energy, only serving as controllers for their bodies. But some powerful ones can last for far longer, endure whatever torturous pain the horror fed them. Through the centuries Raptor spent here, he had chained many souls, but he too was chained here. Damnable Kronos, the bastard, never failed to get in his way when he tried to control living Strom Titans, his people. Even after death, Kronos' will still burned strong within his soul, and his body had refused to move a muscle. But today, and strangely just now, Kronos' hold grew weaker and weaker. Then it faded away. Kronos finally perished, resting in peace and letting Raptor run wild with his body. But why? Raptor was busy dealing with the fight between Xenia and her old friend Tyal. How come Kronos' stubborn soul decided that it was okay to rest now? Why? Now Rapture's question was answered almost immediately when a black claw pierced his chest. Arad wrapped Xenia's silver thread around his wrist like a rope and pierced the Titan's body with his other claw, ripping Xenia's soul out. Rapture couldn't see past Tyal's visor, but Kronos' soul did, and he saw it, the peaceful void. Chapter 1244 number was a 1044. There is no escape. Rapture gasped. Even now that he can fully use Kronos' body, he isn't happy because of the creature that showed before him. A soldier of the invasion war. What the hell is an adult void dragon doing in the mortal world? They all should have been sent to the front lines of the war. Arad jumped back, ensured that Xenia's soul was safe inside his body, and then used size magic to grow large enough to face the Titan face to face. It was then that Raptor finally recognized who was facing. His face paled and his eyes turned into two pools of pure darkness, contorting into a grimace of horror. In a second, it looked as if he had aged 1,000 years. Rapture was too powerful and controlling. Kronos' body made him even more lethal. He wasn't happy to face an adult void dragon, but honestly, he could probably face two at once and even survive. But not this one, not the pure horror that had appeared. How many souls have you violated? Arad's voice rattled the cave. Rapture felt his cells scream, his blood boil and his mind crumble at those words. The veins on his body bulged, and his eyes could see an even bigger shadow behind Arad's draconic form. Why did you come to this universe? To sow chaos, to make its people suffer? Rapture's muscles contorted, and his soul shook. When did he? What is Niar doing? Why is this thing alive? You aren't welcome here, invader. Rapture could feel it. The world itself is crumbling, pushing against his very existence, rejecting his presence. The ground burned him. The air became toxic to him just by existing. Both time and space were trying to rip him to shreds. Arad lifted his claw, and Raptor immediately decided to flee. He has to return to the main fleet and inform them that this bastard is here. All hell broke loose in the depth of the chasm, and the mountains violently shook. The Titans who were too heavy and too massive fell, and their titanic buildings cracked. Tens of mountains exploded into volcanoes, and the shock wave of their bursts pushed the storm clouds away, letting the blue sky shine down on the mountain range, if even for a second, before ash covered the heavens and rained down. Raptor soon landed outside the universe, bloodied from head to toes. He had lost his left arm, a chunk of his torso, and one of his eyes was gouged out, exposing a part of his brain. His wounds were already healing, but some still burned with the black void sizzling like meat on a hot pan. His one eye flooded with tears, and he puked a torrent of blood and guts. All of his body hurt like hell, but he ignored the pain and crawled away. He has to run away before that thing finds him. Thankfully, since the world he was in and the whole universe rejected him, teleporting outside became easier than almost anything else he could do. That thing probably didn't want to fight him inside that world. Many lives would have been lost. The hypocrite wants his people to live in peace, but brings chaos to Raptor's people. No, Raptor knew exactly why that thing would mercilessly murder them whole given the chance. The abominations had already violated and wiped out many universes, consuming them dry. For that thing, this universe was his, the safe haven he made for his people. He won't let them come in and destroy it like they did to the others. Rapture looked around the empty void of outer space. He has to find a military base of his kind, and a big one at that. Unquestionably, the thing is chasing him. If he took him to a weak military base, he would only cause them to get wiped out in seconds. He can't even imagine the amount of destruction that thing would cause if he led him to a settlement. Sadly, he could only sense a few small settlements nearby. Those are probably there, so the abomination could build military bases close to the universe. What was Nayar doing all of those years? Why isn't there a single massive military base around here? Was that thing rampaging here all of those years? How revolting. A sweet, melodic voice rang across the void, too enthralling to be spoken by mortals. Rapture knew that voice, and he cursed. Floating away in the middle of nowhere. Amaterasu sat on a sun, tended to by two beautiful angels. One polished her red toenails, and the other brushed her hair. The stunning goddess looked as beautiful and terrifying as Rapture remembered her, but unlike before, her exquisite kimono was a bit tattered. Her hair looked slightly off, and some dust had settled over her pale skin. Still, she was too bright to look at. Insulting someone the moment you see them, that isn't as graceful as I remember, nor as ruthless. Rapture growled, knowing well that he was now surrounded. Amaterasu is ahead of him, and that thing will soon arrive behind him. He has to buy time and think of a way to flee. Amaterasu didn't even look at him. She didn't even speak. But the angel who was brushing her hair did. The angel was a beautiful woman with stunning long golden hair and silver eyes. The angel spoke, her voice clear, sharp, and rumbling with divine energy. My lady says that she'd rather drink my piss than look at you. Would you mind dropping dead on your own? Burn to ash if you can. That would be much appreciated. Yes, that was the Amaterasu that he knew, a beautiful monster. Isn't that a bit too much hate for my kind, even coming from you? Divine son, he growled. If he doesn't manage to extend the conversation a bit longer, or find a way to escape from her in the next few seconds, he'll die without anyone ever hearing about him. My lady says it's not about you being an abomination. It's about you being work for her. She loathes working, and since you're alive, it's her job to make you die and disappear. The angel went back to brushing Amaterasu's hair. See rsthionovelfiro.net. Work? Rapture gasped. Amaterasu flicked her finger, and all of the nearby abomination settlements shuddered. Suns appeared above them all at once, sucked them with gravity into the fiery inferno, and then exploded into countless blooms of light. Amaterasu is the one who had been killing all of the abominations that got near the universe before they could build military bases. It was then that Arad showed up, teleporting right behind Raptor. Chapter 1245, Teleporting Killer. Rapture looked back, seeing the massive black dragon glaring down at him with rage burning in its eyes. With Amaterasu ahead of him and Arad behind him, all his paths had been blocked. His life wasn't short, but he did spend the past few centuries chained down by Kronos. So this is why that loathsome titan decided it was time to rest. Kronos must have felt the bastard coming and left everything to him. He can fight to the bitter end, but those two are immune to all of his magic. Arad is one massive problem, and Raptor isn't sure if Amaterasu even has emotions for him to manipulate. He sighed. Fine. You won't take me down before I maim at least one of you. His wounds healed and his blood boiled, ready to face his death and fight to the end. Suddenly, something strange happened. A tiny humanoid landed on Raptor's shoulder. He was pale with burning green eyes, and his body crackled with spatial magic. You! Raptor growled, but before he could finish speaking, the humanoid flew up and thrust his fist into Raptor's head, killing him. And almost immediately he ripped his own head off and fell dead as well. Arad halted for a second. That humanoid was too small compared to their current size for him to notice him in time. He had managed to steal the kill, but something was off. Amaterasu looked at the two massive corpses and sighed. That weirdo again. She flew toward Arad and stopped in front of him. Arad shifted to his humanoid form and landed on the ground, prompting Amaterasu and her angels to approach him. The two angels gave him a gentle bow, while Amaterasu remained seated on her son, looking down at him from above. That one was Vorvados, or what remained of him. Now he is flying around and killing the important abominations before we get to them. She looked again at the corpses and sighed. When I or the other gods kill a powerful abomination, we can assure its soul never returns to Nayar. After a moment of silence, one of the angels finished explaining instead of Amaterasu. The preparation takes about a minute. The stronger the abomination we want to fully erase, the longer time we'll take preparing. We saw this one earlier, but didn't have enough to prepare. The other angel added, Vorvados might have lost his mind, but the mindless role he plays now as a suicide killer is no less annoying to us than any other active role he would have taken. Just like how angels never truly die and simply return to their god after death, which allows them to grant them a new body to fight with. The abomination never dies. They return to Nayar, and he can give them new bodies to fight. The gods had found a way to cut that cycle, but it takes time. The only problem now was Vorvados, who teleports all over the battlefield and kills the vilest of abominations himself, returning them to Nayar before the gods could finish them off. Amaterasu smiled. Tell me, my dear Arad, where did you find this ugly thing? She pointed with one finger at Kronos' corpse. Beneath the Storm Titan's mountain range, they had this monster called Kronos Raptor, which I suspected to be an abomination, so I chased it, and this is what I ended with. Arad sighed and reached with his arm. He then sucked Kronos' corpse into his stomach. I'll return this to the Storm Titans. I'm sure they'd want to bury their ancestor. He then looked back at Amaterasu. By the way, can you let it off? Amaterasu blinked twice, looked at him with a smile, and remained silent for a few seconds. Ah, you're talking about her. Isn't this none of your business? It is indeed none of my business. But I'll speak up for my friend. I'm here with you now, but at the same time, I'm down there having a drink with him. He's pretty sad now. Arad waved his hand and teleported back into the universe, leaving Amaterasu alone. She remained silent for a few seconds, and then sighed Ziratho. What do you two think? She asked, and the two angels looked at her. One looked worried, and the other seemed exhausted. The worried angel spoke first. I think Arad is right. You can't push things like this for a long time. Something is bound to break. The other angel sighed. She is right. I believe I already told this a few days ago. It is time to let go. Fine, fine, but it'll take me time to prepare. Which means more hard work for you two. She clapped her hands together, and the two angels went back to their work. One brushed her hair, the other polished her nails. As the two angels worked, Amaterasu's eyes flashed red, and more abomination settlements were blown off into ash by Amaterasu's exploding suns. Arad landed back in the cavern where the fight between him and Rapture started. The whole place had melted into a pool of burning lava now. Good thing that monster decided to flee into the outer universe. It was almost impossible for Arad to keep the damage to a minimum. He looked around, standing on the lava, and then shifted his attention back to his stomach. He had managed to retrieve 11 souls from Raptor, besides Xenia's soul, but there is a big problem with them. They've all gone mad from the countless decades of suffering that horror brought on them. Xenia's soul didn't fully go insane yet, but she is bound to have countless mental issues. She was already suffering inside Rapture, but then Arad had to come out and violently rip her out of him. He tried to speak with her several times now, but she seemed to see him as another monster, similar to Rapture. Who else could snatch souls like that? Did he have time to ask her nicely back then? Probably yes, probably not, but that doesn't matter now. Her body should be outside with Tyal, and her soul is now inside him. If he can fix her body, Then he'll be able to test if he could sew a sentient soul back to its body. This would be a step forward toward giving Doma a body. Chapter 1446, 9s 1246, according to the plan. As Arad's body inside the cavern sat down, his incarnation in the Titan's capital had reached Tyal, who was with Xenia's corpse in the snowy hills of the mountain range. "It's over. We should go now. I'll explain later." He reached down and touched Xenia's head, immediately sucking her into his stomach alongside a mountain of ice. What did happen down there? What was all of that shaking? Tyal looked at the shattered mountains and raging volcanoes caused by whatever clusterfuck Arad caused in the chasm. "I'll explain later. The Titans are coming. Just say that you didn't defeat Xenia, that she got swallowed by the shattering ground before your fight could finish," and with that he looked back. Gale, Tyal's mother, and several of the Titans' royal guards were already rushing toward them. Tayal's mother rushed ahead of everyone else to check on her daughter. Gale was calmer as he halted and looked around. Is the fight over? Is that monster dead? I don't know. Tyal barely managed to stand. We both ran out of mana and were reduced to brawling beasts. Then that happened. She looked at the raging volcanoes, the cracked ground, and the falling ash. She got swallowed by the ground. Thank the gods the ground didn't crack beneath me instead. So the monster is lost, not destroyed. Gale looked around and glared at the royal guards. Scout the area and find that thing. We'll finish it off while it is still injured. Tyal's mother helped her stand and looked at Arad. You're fast. Must be a blessing to have powerful wings. She then looked at Tyal and smiled. Carry her back home. Her wounds need tending. I'll stay here. Gale pulled his spear and looked around. We'll be back once we find the monster. Or when the night falls upon us. Arad lifted his hands and Tyal and her mother started floating, carried by his gravity magic. I'll take you both home before Arad could fly away. Gale looked at him. Want to join us later? Hunt the monster with us? Arad remained silent for a long moment, then looked at the cracked ground, the raging volcanoes, the returning blizzard, and the monsters coming out of the chasm. I'd suggest you go back and check on the capital. The violent earthquakes must have damaged it. Monsters will rush out of the chasm to escape the fiery lava. We might as well be facing a stampede soon. He pointed at the chasm. Forget about the Kronos raptor. Dead or alive, you've got more important matters to take care of. Gale laughed. You think this is enough to endanger my kingdom? I didn't take you for a coward who'll escape from a fight with a wounded monster. Arad looked at him with a somber face. I've got wings and you don't. My wives are in the castle and I'll stay with them to protect them. But you're a failure as a king, as a husband, and as a father. What? Gale gasped. Your kingdom just survived a disaster and you're here fooling around chasing a wounded monster. Your wives are trapped in a city that might crumble and might get overrun by monsters soon. And yet here you are wasting your time. Your daughter just survived a deadly battle, and instead of checking on her, you're going around to chase the monster she failed to kill. Arad sighed, expanding his wings. Zeus was indeed wiser. He was indeed stronger, and he was the better king, with a single flap of his wings. Arad took Tyal and her mother and flew away to the Storm Titan's capital. The royal guards looked at Gale, baffled just as he was. Is it worth it to risk the lives of many for the chance to revive one? No. Won't this revival go back to Arad and not them? If he didn't want to chase it, why are they here? Should they really be here, wasting their time to finish off the Kronos raptor, get the revival potion, and give it to him? For what? To make Tyal a true wife and not a concubine. Would that even work in the first place? Arad is a dragon, and he cares more about what Tyal herself can achieve and not what they achieved for her. Arad's words hung in the air for several minutes, leaving all of them silent. Soon Gale growled and lifted his spear. Sea Arch, the Novel Fire, Nyot. We're heading back. We've got a city to protect. They started rushing back to the city. Not that long after, they could see a wave of monsters rushing out of the chasm behind them. A flood of horrors, some of them burned by the lava and some not, some thirsty for blood, some just trying to escape the heat and reach the cold snow. One of the royal guards looked back with a pale face. "Your Majesty, we can't outrun them," Gale growled. Everything had gone wrong today. "Then we stay and fight. No use giving them outbacks to claw at." Gale and the royal guards got into formation and were ready to challenge the wave of monsters, but a deafening roar boomed across the heavens. A blinding flash of light illuminated the sky, and before they could understand what happened, a violent shockwave rattled their bones and knocked them down. As they barely managed to stand, their ears still ringing from the loud explosion, one of them screamed. Gale could barely hear him, but he managed to make up what the royal guard said. "Princess Tyal is back among the clouds." Tyal rode on Arad's neck, charging with him into battle as they led the Storm Titan's army to flank the monsters' flood. Clog was already rampaging in the horde of monsters, while Alice remained at the city's plateau, firing spells from far away like a missile launcher. While her father was busy wasting time here in the snow, Tyal had taken control of the kingdom in his absence, and was now leading the army against the monsters' flood to protect the Storm Titan kingdom. To Gale, this was a very bad day. To Arad, everything was going according to plan. Chapter 1247, 1247, Clog, the Green Disaster. Arad flew through the sky and opened his maw, breathing waves of pure light at the charging horde of horrifying monsters. Each and every one of them was a titanic horror, with too many limbs, claws, heads, and bloodshot eyes burning with madness and hunger. The ground shattered beneath her massive emerald claws, and her head reeled back like a viper ready to strike. Clog stood, towering over the gigantic monsters. A 40-meter-tall blue lobster with a humanoid torso approaches the green dracana, clicking its bulky pincers. The horror was followed by a swarm of smaller crustaceans, all aiming for one thing, the mass of green flesh approaching them. Clog stood there. She was colossal compared to her kind of the same age, more muscular, and unlike most green dragons who only focused on poison, she was also a brawler. Her tail cracked like a whip, shattering the sound barrier several times as it approached the blue lobster. The lobster didn't have time to lift his claws before the tail struck him, shattering his shell and ripping his flesh apart in a shockwave of splinters and blood. Search, the novel fire net. The smaller crustaceans were caught in the shockwave and wave of splinters, getting eviscerated into pieces as the claw ran past them. Arad had noted from the sky that he had seen the lobster fighting some titans earlier. Their powerful spears couldn't even scratch his exoskeleton. Clog now had another target in mind, a colossal moving mountain, which was almost 5 kilometers wide and 7 kilometers tall, with massive spider-like legs. This was the kind of thing that everyone should rally together to slay, a monster so large that the Titans would need to focus all of their attack power and spells on to kill. The normal plan would have been to aim for legs first, but now Clog wanted to solo it. Clog disabled the size magic, making her bigger and returned to her normal size. She stood almost 200 meters long without the tail and 100 meters tall. She jumped up, bounced off a large mound, and then climbed one of the monster's legs and reached its monstrous carcass. She then proceeded to burrow her way into his body and wreak havoc on the inside, ripping flesh, spitting poison everywhere, and tearing her way through the horror's organs. 2 minutes later, the monster dropped dead, and Clog burst from its peak, did a backflip in the air, and snatched a titanic bird of prey from the clouds without even looking at it. Her tail also smacked another monster bird, making its body burst like a water balloon. Clog landed back on the mountain monster's peak, looked down at the battlefield, and roared into the heavens. Her roar was deep, loud, and reverberated through everyone's chests like a deep bass, a bass so deep that their bones rattled. Everyone had to stop fighting for a second to look at her, terrified and in awe. That was her frightful presence. But why the loud roar? They immediately figured that out and cursed when a massive avalanche rushed down from the distant snowy peaks. The Titans retreated, and the monsters stumbled as the avalanche separated them. By that time, Clog was already running down the dead monster's back like a mountain lion charging down at her prey. But instead of attacking the monsters, she made a sharp turn at the last moment and jumped at one of the monster's legs. It took Clog only a few strikes from her claws to rip the titanic leg from its upper joint. She then jammed her claws into the hard shell and flapped her wings as hard as she could, carrying the massive through the air. She looked like a tiny bird carrying a cow's leg. The size difference was almost comical. But that's why her muscular arms and back existed for raw power. Countless flying monsters attacked her, but they all got the tail treatment, being turned into balloons of blood and splinters of bones. Clog flew with the leg to the nearest volcano and dropped it on its summit, causing an eruption seconds later. The monsters now found themselves pincered by both the lava and snow, and a murderous green Dracaena that kept plummeting down from the clouds like a vulture to pick them up. Hundreds, if not thousands, of monsters were dying each minute by her claws, or by the natural disasters she caused. One of the Titans noticed that Clog wasn't using her natural element at all. Through this whole fight, no one had seen her unleash a single poison breath. She was still holding the majority of her power back, but why? The Titans could clearly see why Clog of the Crypt Forest was feared so much. She was like a flying natural disaster. But still, they found it strange that she was holding back. It was Alice who answered their question when she noticed them all staring at the disasters caused by the claw in horror and confusion. Clog's poisons are so toxic that they might spread through the air and kill even the Titans. The whole war zone would become inhospitable to life for years to come from the toxic pollution. Clog would have used her poison anyway, if not for Arad and Princess Tile making sure she understood that she mustn't use it. Alice informed the soldiers that if Tile didn't think about them being caught in the crossfire, they'd all be dead by now, ravaged by the deadly toxins of the ancient Dracaena. Clog didn't like the Titans that much and wouldn't care if they lived or died. She had too many run-ins with them in the past. Some bad, some worse. Many fools of their kind have tried to slay her for glory, only to end up as her dinner. She wasn't that keen on protecting them. But once again, the Storm Titans only got Tyal to thank for talking some sense into Clog. Clog was running across the battlefield like a massive cat, snatching monsters from the air with massive leaps, toppling colossal titanic horrors, and sowing terror in the endless horde of nightmarish monstrosities. And of course, Alice was also doing her part, a huge part in fact. While Arad and Tyal fought in the chasm itself, Clog ripped the main bulk of the monster's flood in the middle of the battlefield. Alice was in the city's plateau, casting her spells to support both of them and defend the city simultaneously with massive barriers. Alice was even teleporting the injured Titans back to get healed and summoned a swarm of flying devils to give them javelins and ammunition. She was the backbone of the whole army, solving all of the logistical hurdles and supply problems with spells that no mortal beside her knew. Her support spells even had a spell that scratched the soldiers' noses when they couldn't reach them behind the visors of their helmets. Chapter 1248. 1248. The Conductor of Magic. Alice stood still on the plateau, looking down at the battlefield. Her eyes raced around, flashing with red light. She wasn't looking directly at the battlefield, but at the strands of her magic that permeated through the air above it. While most mages could barely concentrate on a single spell, Alice could command tens of spells with a single wave of her wand. A soldier got thirsty that might cause him to get killed by monsters soon, so Alice would solve that problem. First, cast a scrying spell to find the soldier's location, accurately locate the coordinates of the inside of his mouth. Send him a warning through a telepathy spell using a pre-recorded line from her massive library of sound magic. Then cast a conjure water using those coordinates to solve the problem. Lastly, recycle all the mana possible from those spells and look for another target. Alice handled tens of those scenarios each second. Most of the soldiers' biological needs were met, ensuring every one of them was in top condition. Need to use the bathroom? Solved. It's the bad day of the month? Teleport her out. Can't remember if you locked your door before coming here? Here's visual proof. You forgot it was open, and Alice had locked it for you. Now focus on killing the monsters. That was the lowest level of magic Alice was casting upon the battlefield. The middle level of magic was that of direct support, using spells to bend reality and fate to the soldier's merit. A monster is a bit too fast for the soldiers to kill. Cast a spell and turn the snow beneath it into slippery ice and make it slip, then allow the soldiers to move freely on the ice to slay it. Serth, a soldier got too scared when surrounded by 4 terrifying creatures of the chasm. Nothing a bit of mind control and fake courage can't fix. Now he only has to hold out until reinforcement arrives 9 seconds later. Call reinforcement for that guy. A soldier got stabbed in the chest by a needle flung out of the back of a massive porcupine-like creature. Cast a delay death on him and teleport him to the healers in the city, and send those healers a telepathic report about how he was injured and that the needle might be poisonous. Also tell them never to look in his left pocket. What did he have in his left pocket? A naked drawing of his wife that he keeps on his wall all the time. How did Alice know? He was praying to the drawing before the fight. Throughout the battlefield, Alice assisted hundreds of soldiers in battle against the unending waves of monsters. Her middle-level magic was the core that kept all of the soldiers alive, minimizing the army's losses as much as possible. So what about the high-level magic? Fire erupted from the bowls of earth. Lightning fell from the black heavens, and the ground shattered as massive spears of stone exploded beneath the horde of monsters. A large monster was charging forward. Then she cast a failed teleportation spell to just teleport the monster's left kidney away, and then finish him off with a lightning strike from the back clouds. And how about resurrecting that monster as a zombie to fight other monsters? Titanic flying vultures were now heading to the city to attack the healers. Those ugly beards had bald heads, long disgusting necks, and 4 black wings decorated with golden stripes. Too bad they were blown away by a violent gust spell, and then ended up falling into a drying cloud of ash that sucked all moisture out of their bodies and mummified them in the blink of an eye. Countless elemental spells flashed across the battlefield, reaping hundreds of lives each second. So, what if something unexpected happened? Something that not even she could have expected. That's what just happened. A massive moving colossal akin to the walking mountain that Clog killed had just appeared out of nowhere to attack the city. This one looked like the newborn monstrosity of a mountain and a gorilla. If that gorilla was bald and wrinkly like a Shar-Pei dog, the bald gorilla mountain reached down and grabbed a massive boulder with its powerful arms. All of the soldiers paled, their eyes following the mountain's hand. There is no way to stop such a massive object if it were thrown toward the city. Even if Alice deployed a powerful barrier, the splinters of stone would kill hundreds of soldiers upon impact. Is there a magic powerful enough in her library to blow the mountain's arm off before it could throw the boulder? No. Can she divert the boulder's direction? Probably not. A direct hit to the city was imminent and inevitable. But Alice didn't leave the city for this reason. Situations like this are bound to happen eventually, and so she had a contingency spell prepared in front of everyone's eyes. The entire city was ripped out of its roots and floated into the sky, dodging the flying boulder by hair's breadth. It takes a long time to cast such a massive spell, but Alice spent a long enough time through her stay here to work her magic. The city won't stay afloat for a long time. It was too massive and too heavy even for someone like Alice to keep in the sky with magic, and thus Alice had to kill the bald gorilla mountain immediately. Alice's eyes flashed red, and 2 beams of pure red energy shot from them, disintegrating 2 massive holes into the gorilla's arm. The beams then swung around, following Alice's gaze, and sliced the whole bald gorilla mountain in half, and then ripped the ground beside it apart, killing hundreds of monsters. With her eyes still charged with magic, Alice decided not to let that energy go to waste, and went on to blast the strongest of monsters that she could see with beams of disintegration magic. At the same time, the city slowly floated down and landed back on the mountain. The cracks spreading through the streets got repaired in seconds by Alice's potent repair magic. While most mages can barely use that spell to repair torn clothes, she can mend the whole city with a single world. Be repaired, the Storm Titans didn't know whether to be afraid of her power, glad that she was on their side, or curse whatever caused her to leave their race to live alone. In the end, they were just terrified of her power and magic, and there was one reason for that fear. She still didn't use her cleric's holy magic at all, and she is a cleric of the goddess of magic. Chapter 1249, Child 49, Child of the Eclipse. Era RRR looked at the city getting ripped out of its base and then mended together. The magic Alice used to carry it was a derivative of gravity magic, and one that is similar to what the Queen of the Metallic Dragons, Mary, uses to lift the Iron Fortress. Era did want to learn it, and intended to ask the Metallic Queen about it, but he never expected to see Alice using it, or at least a weaker version of that magic. She was nowhere near the Queen in terms of magic capabilities. Merlin had managed to create the labyrinths. Those were entire dimensions filled with life and riches, pseudo-worlds. That was an astounding achievement, and Alice is here showing another level of power that wizards only dream of. Alice had once told Arad that Yog, the goddess of magic, is very serious about her limitations and rules. If she said that magic can't be used to do something, it shouldn't be used to do that thing. All wizards have to play by those rules. Even Arad himself had felt them. For example, he can try to focus his magic in a small area, but a magical limit stands in his way. He can't overwork mana to the point of destroying it. He can't create mana out of souls or out of nothing. He can't cast a spell that'll destroy the fabric of time and space here in the mortal world. Arad could remember the spell Gojo cast inside Betty's inner world. That Yarn Ball Yog would prevent him from casting it in the mortal world for an obvious reason. All of the rules of magic seem to be built around two main things. The first is to preserve the fabric of magic and its stability, while the second is to protect the world itself. Alice told him that while Yog doesn't allow her to break those rules the same way she doesn't allow other mages to break them. As her cleric, she was taught a few secret loopholes in the rules by the goddess herself. For example, while mortals aren't allowed to play with the most powerful magic and spells, Yog herself can. She sees the exceptions to her own rules and can use them. That means that if one willingly calls Yog to watch them cast magic and allow her to observe and take hold upon their very soul, which is casting the spells, she might just allow them to play a bit behind the red line. Right now, Yog was watching Alice cast magic. The repair magic Alice used to fix the city, Be Repaired, was such a spell. It worked by reversing time on the damaged object. At the scale Alice used it at, the fabric of magic itself was severely damaged. Normally, Yog would have snatched Alice's life before she could damage the weave of magic like that. But Yog knew that such damage, while severe, could be fixed by her if she was ready. And thus, when Alice cast that spell, Yog immediately started repairing the fabric of magic. Arad could see the threads of magic weaving themselves into reality from nothing, manifesting into a tapestry of bright spider-web-like light. Arad could only gaze upon the fabric of magic, not touch it. Only Yog could interact with it one day. Once he becomes a great worm, or when he surpasses his twilight, he might be able to directly bend the threads of magic. Now all he can do is look back at the endless chasm and blast as many monsters as possible. His other incarnation was down in Kronos' cavern with Zeus, preparing him for his inevitable appearance. And while this war was burning like hell, Arad's third incarnation was back at the university. Sitting at the bar's counter in the middle of Croc City, Arad looked at the bartender and ordered a refill. Jack was sitting beside him, a bit tired after a long workday. Jack's past days were busy. And that's how it works. What do you think? Jack sighed, and Arad remained silent for a few long moments. You're asking me as if I'm an expert in divine magic. Arad looked at his empty mug of beer, lamenting that he couldn't get drunk no matter how hard he tried. He'll need to drink a whole lake of the strongest liquors to get tipsy, and that's why I'm asking you. Lydia isn't much help at all. Her power works only because of her faith. If a mortal believes in their God enough, that God would be able to manifest divine power for them to use. Not me, though. He turned to his side and glared at the fancy blonde man sitting beside them. sipping wine as if he were at a fancy dinner. Search the novel, Fireat Abel, looked at Jack with a smug face. I've told you what Lydia uses isn't Amaterasu's dark side. It's Asmodeus's rot curse. Asmodeus is Amaterasu's fallen archon, and Lydia can draw power from her on top of Amaterasu's divine sun magic. The catch is, since Amaterasu has both an evil and a good side, she allows Lydia to do that, Jack's side. You've already explained that to me, and it doesn't make sense. If the rot curse isn't Amaterasu's eclipse side, then what is it? If I had faith, I would have already known, but now I'm stuck. I can't manifest the power, and I can't train it. I know. A loud voice almost shattered the windows, and Tempo closed his mouth with both hands. Sorry, he whispered. Did you get an idea? Jack looked at him with a hopeful smile. No, but isn't an eclipse just the sun being masked by the moon? Your power might be related to what Amaterasu's dead younger brother had, Tsukuyomi. They remained silent for a while, prompting him to explain. Tsukuyomi, a former god of the moon. The current goddess is Luna, the daughter of Saloon. Saloon had retired almost 1,000 years ago, but no one knows why. Tempo scratched his head. Or you might have power related to Susanoo, her other younger brother whom she killed. He was the god of storms, but she ended up splitting his power apart and gave one to Zeus, Talos, and probably another god whose name wasn't recorded. Jack sighed. So you're saying that I should look into those gods as one of them might hold a clue to my power. Jack pulled his wakizashi and looked at it. I wonder how long it'll take. Chapter 1250. 1250. Blinding light. Arad stood and stretched his arms. I have to go. I've got a meeting with Betty soon. Jack looked at him. The chairman. Then go before she comes here to find you. The whole university and the city of Croc fell under her protective magic. While Betty might not be aware of everything happening inside, her magic would notify her if anyone mentioned her name or the name of anyone on her list of important people. Arad waved his hand and disappeared. With a void step, he found himself standing in front of Betty's office door. Before he could knock, she called to him from inside. Come in, Arad. Why didn't you just teleport inside? Arad opened the door and immediately got washed in blinding radiance. He had to close his eyes as he walked inside. Betty was sitting at her desk, looking at a clear crystal orb in her pale hands. Arad closed the door and tried to look at what Betty was doing, which was already hard, but not as hard as trying to look at her grandma Luminius. Like usual, Betty wore her wizard's robe, was barefoot, and had her white hair fashioned into a twintail behind her. Her diamond-like eyes absorbed the blinding radiance, leaving her skin and channeled it into the crystal orb as two beams of pure light. What are you doing? Arad asked, as he looked at her light and noticed that she wasn't using any magic. That was a natural light that's leaving her body. In the fight with the abomination, I was forced to keep my light speed for a long time, and something changed in my draconic blood. She took a deep breath and waited for a few seconds. The light leaving her body quickly faded away and was absorbed by the orb. My draconic blood is getting stronger, and thus I'm going to suffer from the same problem grandmother suffers from, being blindingly bright. She put the orb away and looked at her hands, then at her glass-like fingernails. Almost everything in the world absorbs light and then reflects it back to show color. But we light dragons aren't like that. We're sources of light. She flicked her finger and the lights turned off. The whole room plunged into darkness, but Arad could still see Betty clearly sitting at her desk. Her body was glowing, only her robe managing to mask the light a bit. Betty's body didn't reflect light. Her skin generated light on its own to give herself color. She turned the lights back on and shifted her skin color to a pale white, a darker tone, and then orc green, yellow, pink, blue, and then a flashing rainbow that looked like the screen of an old TV Z-Arch, the novelfire.net. And then she became invisible. Only her clothes remained floating above the desk. I know this looks like an amazing ability, but remember, This is a natural light, not a magical one. I can't just turn it off, and it grows stronger the stronger I grow." She jumped from the desk and landed in front of Arad. Grandma wasn't able to solve this problem, so I'm not that happy about my chances of taming it. Arad looked at her for a few seconds and then reached down, putting his hand on her head. "Release the light. I'll try something. Be my guest." Betty's body suddenly flashed with light like a massive light bulb. Arad couldn't even see the features of her face and clothes. He closed his eyes and let his void seep out, covering her body, and tried to absorb the light. A minute passed and nothing changed. "I can't seem skilled enough to consume the extra light." With those words, Betty's body turned into a black silhouette. "But I can absorb everything. So what's the problem?" Betty sighed and looked at him. "Your void is able to absorb all of the light? So why can't you absorb just portions of it instead?" "That's the problem. I can create a barrier that erases all light, but I'm fast enough to catch every strand of light and only remove what extra light is there that makes you too bright." He removed his hand from her head and went to take a seat on one of the nearby chairs. Betty looked at the crystal orb on the desk and sighed. She returned to normal, and so did the lights in the room. That only makes this crystal more amazing. Arad looked at the orb. "Was it made by your grandma?" Betty didn't sit on any of the chairs. Instead, she jumped on her desk and sat cross-legged, with the orb on her lap. "She did, but this thing can't keep her massive draconic body in check, not even for a second." Betty caressed the crystal orb in her hands, "But for a small halfling like myself, and with how weak my light compared to hers, this orb can keep me under control for at least a week." "A week is a long time." Arad looked at the crystal orb. "But we need to find a solution for you soon, especially since you're showing signs of turning into a true dragon." Betty looked at him for a second and then flicked her fingers. All of her clothes disappeared, and she was left naked. Several diamond scales were dotted all around her body. "As you can see, I might not have that much time left before turning into a half-dragon. Then I'll have even less time before becoming a true dragon." Her eyes shifted to Arad. "I was hoping you could suppress my light now that you've become an adult void dragon." Betty flicked her fingers again, and her clothes returned. She never took them off, just made them invisible with her light magic. "You can't expect me to come out fully capable of using the full extent of my power. I need time to experiment with it." Arad looked at her and smiled. "How about setting some time to experiment with you?" Betty looked at him with a smile. "Why not? It was just what I wanted, an excuse to spend more time with you."